tuned in yesterday. Thank you for watching and donating. And thank you to all my guests. I'm happy to announce that we've already raised over $50,000 and have received a ton of, excellent feedback and support. And I think day one was a great success. So I'm going to try to just roll that into day two here. Soundring.live is where you can watch this. It's streaming everywhere. You're watching this, so you know that. But you can also donate now at the button at the bottom. A $10 charitable donation to the ACLU, the NAACP, and the Black Visions Collective, split equally, will get you into our giveaway raffle, which has over 100 really awesome prizes from all the artists and other friends and people in the music industry who were kind enough to donate. I had a bit more of an intro plan, but I actually got a call late in the game from somebody who I think is a better speaker than me, a longtime activist and a dude in a band who's been, preaching the right words since before I even, knew what punk rock was. So I want to take I'm going to pass the mic over to my man, Chris from Anti-Flag, and we're going to get started right away. Chris, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm very well. Congratulations on a great day one. Just want to echo those sentiments. Thanks to everyone who's donated so far. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be alongside so many really kind and empathetic folks. And I think that it's a testament of the punk rock and hardcore scene, and the cornerstone and predication of our ethics is on empathy. And whether or not you know this when you enter the show and you think you're just there to dance away whatever pain and struggle that you're dealing with, the songs, they all come from a place where we're thinking about more than just ourselves. And so, yeah, it's an honor to be here, and 50 grand is great. Let's beat it today.
Yeah, that's the goal. So, okay, I don't even know where to start with you. I feel like we could do this for a week with you, but I mean, you've been since 1993 a very vocal and a socially aware band who's spread a variety of messages with positive influence. I know you have a lot to say about what's going on in the world now, and you've spoke out about racial issues in America for a long time. So, I guess I would start with, it's been over 20 years of you kind of championing causes, riding waves of criticism, and you've been able to do this for so long. What have you learned? And it's a message that I want kids who are in bands today, or kids who are just fans who are watching. What have you learned, and how have you kind of sharpened your skills to deliver messages more effectively? Because I think that's an important thing right now. You're definitely an expert at it, and I'd love to hear your take on that.
Well, the first thing I'll say is, a simple soundbite for you. If you're making art that is universally loved and accepted, you're probably making pretty shitty art. So, I think that whether or not we are not being of pure enough heart with our activism, and we're getting and garnering criticism for that, or whether or not we are ruffling the feathers of folks who they are the antithesis of our messages and the agendas of the band, that's of no relevance to me. I do want to listen to people. I do want to become better. That's what this entire thing that you're doing is about. I think educating ourselves is the first step of that. But the acceptance and the understanding that a person, no matter who they are and where they come from, with a guitar in their hand or a microphone in their hand, they don't know it all. And that's why punk rock and hardcore exists, because we recognize the fact that these things are happening around us, regardless of who the quote unquote idol is irrelevant. And we just need to get out what's inside of us to the best of our ability. So I will say that if you're a new band or artist or poet or whatever, the internet makes that more complicated than ever, because you create something, you put yourself out there, and then somebody says, Donald Trump 2020 right in the comments right below it. And you're like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? I don't think the presidents save us, but because we are so hyper polarized at this moment in history, you're going to get that. So my advice is to just keep your head down, get out the thing that's inside of you to the best of your ability. And that couples into this ongoing discussion that we're having about performative allyship, goes into whether or not it is just cool to say things that are issues of the day. And my belief is, if we're riding a wave of popularity for giving a fuck about more than just ourselves, that's the wave I want to be on. B, what I've found is when we pressure people into believing the way that we do, those folks are the first to go. And so, going back to being an artist, it's your job to make the revolution irresistible to people. So put out your agenda and your message in such a way that is truthful and believable. And when people interact with it, they want more of it. And that's what keeps people involved in activism for their entire lives. And, yeah, you're right. We're old. We've been doing this a long time. We know the victories that you can gain because of this. The fact that we encounter people who come up to us and say, because of the band's message in opposition of war, I thought I had no other option than to join the military, and I chose something different. And just that simple sentiment, that interaction is enough for us to have the energy and the optimism to keep going. So I think that there is no right or wrong way to be an activist. You're seeing a lot of that messaging coming out right now, whether it's talking about, your job is a petition signer, your job is a donator, your job is et cetera, et cetera. I've never viewed activism as a competition. I will tell you that some of my best friends have come from this community, and I've never had more fun and felt more free than when being involved in the movement and taking a look around and seeing people from all walks of life who are standing up for those that are oppressed, for those that are marginalized, for those that are continually victimized and scapegoated by a society that puts profit before people. And that ties into the racism that we're fighting right now in the streets.
Sure. I mean, perfectly said, man. There's a specific song I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
And you wrote a song called Racist. And I think the sentiments in that song echo like so loud right now that I just felt like I could bring it up. There's a line in that song that says, just because you don't know you're a racist, you don't get a pass for your ignorance.
Yeah.
And it's so relevant today because everyone's having this wake up call right now. And I see all of, at least my friends and people in the music community, trying to educate themselves, realizing like, hey, I've been very ignorant to this. I mean, I think you said it's a thing. It's in the things you say and you don't say, Yeah. And I'm like, this is like, these are the exact sentiments. It's like, it's just kind of no longer for me. I'm proud of my friends in this community becoming more active, but I think everybody is realizing these words. And, at the time when you wrote that, I'm sure it was a different climate, but today that applies so well. And I think you're very well spoken in that area also, if you want to like address the message behind that a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, that song's very simple. I mean, much like music is cyclical, and we've seen punk rock and hardcore come into the limelight and be topical to, whether it was the anti-war movement in 2003, whether it's the late 90s and, the activation of people around, economic injustice that we were facing then. And when that happens, people are looking outwardly, searching for messages of hope and optimism. And that often comes from punk and hardcore. So much like that's cyclical, history is cyclical. So, we wrote that song Racist, and literally the murder of Heather Heyer in Charlottesville happened 2 days before we were set to release the track. And somebody's like, whoa, how did Anti-Flag know? And I'm like, because this isn't a new thing. You know, the newest part of this is the corporate globalization movement that has led to false populists like Donald Trump in America, like the AFD in Germany, like Boris Johnson in the UK, Bolsonaro in South America. These are people that are predicating their entire existence upon speaking for the hurting working class, mostly lower white, lower middle white working class folks.
Sure, and that plays a big that plays into what we were talking about previously with like a lack of infighting in their followers also,
exactly.
which I think is a huge problem right now, and it presents itself very ugly on social media, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And so again, just because this false populism is so powerful, it leads people into having discussions like, if you say Black Lives Matter, that immediately is a knock on Donald Trump, and therefore someone is going to come after you with partisan electoral politics. And what I will say to you is that presidents do not save you. They make a big difference. I believe in voting. I believe in all forms of harm reduction in our lives. We should eliminate as much evil as possible. That's why I do lesser of two evils voting. I want less evil. But that's not it. You know, that's not where it ends. So I think that so to just kind of close the book on that song, the history books were there that this false populism was going to lead to racism and outward scapegoating of marginalized people. And you see it happening again right now with the rollback of transgender healthcare protections by Donald Trump because he's losing on the economy. So what's the next thing you do? First, you wave the flag, which you did the other day by going after the Colin Kaepernick and the kneelers.
Then you hold the Bible up in a photo op. Yep.
Exactly. And then number 3 is rally the base around the LGBTQ plus community and their vitriol towards them. Obviously, the Black Lives Matter movement has not been mentioned once by him. So I think that you know, it does go to show you that who the president is matters, and their words do carry weight, because it's activating white nationalists all around the world, these false populists who are propped up by the same fucking corporate globalization that we were all fighting in 1999. And people said, look at the rioters and the looters there. But it brought the goddamn cameras to Seattle and has shown a light on what the World Trade Organization was, the IMF and the World Bank. And unfortunately, those people that were in the streets fighting there have been proven very right. And
very right again. Yeah, absolutely. So we haven't spoken much about the current situation with the police in America. And I also know you're very vocal about that. I know we had talked about how this structure that exists right now is to kind of maintain a normal and keep poor people poor and keep people oppressed. And I mean, it's been echoed a few times on here, but you know, I know you have some very deep insight into that too. So, you know, please share also.
Well, I mean, look, much like the Occupy movement created a new lexicon of language for people, we learned about this idea of the 1% versus the 99%. That wasn't in our nomenclature until the Occupy movement had happened. Then subsequently, we found Bernie Sanders, who was the politician of the 99%, activated so many young people. You have 40 million people out of work right now because of COVID-19. Many of them are working class folks that were motivated and politicized by the work of Bernie Sanders. And that's why you see so many people out in the street. The new lexicon we're learning is about systemic racism. And so systemic racism deserves systemic solutions. So I think that that's where our conversation should be in. And I think that there's a false equivalency between what the foundations of racism are. obviously there is this teaching of racism that happens where people are afraid and they use that fear to predicate their hatred. Um, but but the foundation of racism is economic power. It's self interest. So when you have these discussions about the police, I think we need to be talking about the intersectionality of war, poverty, colonialism, from Ferguson to Fallujah, from St. Paul, Minneapolis to Palestine. These are our brothers and sisters who are being killed, in America. Every 40 hours, the police kill someone.
Shit.
And we're seeing, American military bases around the world that are predicated upon fear and colonialism and the propping up of capitalism. So, we're not going to solve this problem in the next minute and a half that I have, but
No, of course not. But I do, I appreciate your global insight. And I think you've set the stage today for everybody for a variety of issues. I wish.
I just want to say one last thing.
Sure. Go for it. Go for it.
With this, especially in America, we're told that if you work real hard, if you study very hard, you can do and be whatever you want. And today, more than ever, there is a public acknowledgement to the fact that that is fucking nonsense. That is not the structure that we have in America. It is not the norm. It is the exception. Capitalism demands racism. It demands poverty. If we were at full unemployment, then the workers would have so much power. They could go to their bosses and demand X amount of dollars in raises every minute. You wouldn't need police because people wouldn't need to steal. People wouldn't need to rob. People wouldn't need to loot. You would have a predication not upon the things that you own, but the type of person that you are. And that is the society that I want to live in. So I stand in solidarity with all of those who are in the streets fighting for a better world, because a better world is possible. Might not happen in you or I's lifetime.
It's gonna take a while, but I mean,
I'm
all
not
you can do is fight the good fight right now, man, and that's what you've been doing for your whole career. So I appreciate you as a fan of your band and message for a long time. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and I wish we need to have more conversations. I should mention that you do have a giveaway. You were kind enough to drop some cool stuff in our charity raffle. So soundring.live, you can pick up an anti-flag bundle with 2 t-shirts, a vinyl, and this Gunstar banner from 2009. That's a cool one. That's an old one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for
also I'm gonna call you just to talk about Ice-T and Body Count later, so be prepared.
Sure, I should intro you. I think you guys would have an awesome conversation. But Chris, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming on this. I'm sorry, just so everyone knows, Chris is one of the first people who reached out to me when I announced this to say I have to get involved in this, and I missed his email and got him in last minute. So I blew it. You're always on the ball. I appreciate you, man, and thank you for being a part of this.
Now, good luck. Have a great day. Stay safe, everyone.
Cool. Thanks, man. All right, that was Chris 2 from Anti-Flag. There's 2 of them. So soundring.live, enter the giveaway raffle. $10 gets you a chance to win over 100 prizes, including this awesome Anti-Flag bundle. I'll be back in 2 minutes with our next guest, Hyro the Hero. All right, we're back. Hiro, you got me?
Yeah.
What's
What's
up,
up, brother?
man?
Yeah.
How's it going? Thank you for being a part of this, man.
In Houston, that's what I am.
Yeah. So you're out in Houston right now, right?
Yeah. I'm visiting family right now, man. This heat a little different, man.
So for anyone who's listening, this is Hiro the Hero. He's a pretty outspoken man in a very cool band. I would liken, I'm not going to lie, definitely hear that Rage Against the Machine influence, but it's
man.
I'll call it a hip hop based metal band. But if you're a fan of Rage Against the Machine, I would urge you to check this out because I think you're going to like what you hear. But yeah, dude, thank you for coming on. What's Houston like? How long have you been there now?
Oh man, it's been crazy. It's cool, man. I've been about maybe pushing a week. You know what I'm saying? Especially with everything going on. You know, George Floyd was from here. You know, he had, rapped and did things like that, man. So he had a history out here, man. So I was around here. I seen the funeral on the news, didn't make it out. I knew it was going to be a lot of people and things. But, yeah, man, they was out here protesting. I was at the protest in L.A. It's just been all love, man. You know what I'm saying? Seeing people come together, the vibe, man. You feel something changing, man. And that's a great thing.
I know. I mean, I feel like everyone we've talked to on this show and all of our circles, I've seen more activism from people who are normally kind of just complacent or silent in these situations than I think I ever have in my life. And, we talked a little bit yesterday about negative optimism. We're like, yo, this shit sucks, but at least people are aware now, and paying attention and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. And, it's definitely I'm glad to see people are awake to this stuff right now. So
yeah, man. I mean, like with anything, music and all that, but you're supposed to make people uncomfortable, man. Now everybody uncomfortable, so everybody put in that position to listen and learn, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, you definitely use your music to get these issues across. I mean, you literally talk about what's going on right now. I want to talk about Bullet because the first verse of that song, which is like that's your single, like. You're literally talking about protests and why sometimes they don't work, how people why it goes violent, and it's like you literally say, either you get justice or you get a riot. We tried to be peaceful, but all you know is violence. Like it's perfect. Yep. I was like, oh man, we got to talk about this song,
Yeah. Nah, man, it's dope, man. Thanks for asking me about that because people don't really ask me about it. Because them lyrics is deep as hell, man. And it was just I seen way before, that where it was going to lead to soon. And that's exactly where it's at right now, So I wanted to speak on it. That's how I was feeling. I could only imagine it was building up in everybody. And it wasn't just necessary, go out there, go burn up a building, go do this and that. But it's more so I see just in our history, how they get rid of our leaders, stuff like the Malcolm X's, the Martin Luther Kings, Tupac. So you get rid of the leaders, there's nothing but chaos could happen after that every time. You get what I'm saying? So now we in movements and things without a specific person, that real strong figure we had. Because, like I said, they go away and it's just going to lead to this kind of stuff right here. And that's the unheard going to speak. And that's what happens.
Yeah. I mean, people reference Martin Luther King and like, oh, well, he had full protests, that worked out. I'm like, he was assassinated. He got murdered. How peaceful? Exactly. How peaceful was that movement and demonstration? Like, what? It's like it's one of the craziest arguments I've heard. I'm like, you can't expect people, Black communities who have been oppressed, to calmly disagree with you when their lives are being ruined and people are being murdered. How could you expect that things wouldn't escalate if change doesn't happen?
Well, it has to escalate because, the rulers of this world, say the elite or whatever, they rule through the violence and stuff like that, man. And, so when people start getting to understand it, like, man, we got to fight back. You put in a position to fight back, and this is the way they know to fight back. You get what I'm saying? And it caused some changes. Now, I'm not saying you should do that in a way, businesses and small businesses and things like that. That's when people, that's when we don't have no game plan. You're going out there stealing from people who just working hard. But that's why I say with the leaders, we need, we just need to get collectively a mindset of how to handle these situations when they occur, because it ain't gonna stop right now. You get what I'm saying? So,
sure.
Like,
and I think
Atlanta shooting.
I've had this conversation with a few people who are like, I can't believe you're for riots. Like it's that's not right. Like the protesting's okay, but the looting and the rioting, like no, that's not okay. And I'm like, it's not up to me to decide if that's okay anymore. Like if I was in this position, I would be burning shit down. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
I
I'm like,
get you, man. I get you.
I'm like, why would you say that? What if your brother or your son was murdered, and then they let the killers walk, and then they let this guy, they didn't press charges, or qualified immunity rocks up, and because it was a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday at a Trader Joe's instead of at a Whole Foods, that we haven't had this case before, so we can't press charges. We're gonna have to dismiss this. It's like, if that happened to me, you don't think I wouldn't how I would react, and it's like I can't say, because thank God I come from a place where I grew up in a calm middle class suburb where I didn't have these issues in my face. But it's like, I wouldn't expect people to do any less, and
that's why you can't judge them for what they're doing, man. It's just, if you don't understand it, you don't understand it. It's just that simple.
And I honestly think it's a talking point for media, and it diminishes the whole movement in general, because there is overwhelming peaceful protests. There are millions of people in the streets all over the world.
Exactly.
And they narrow it down to a Target getting burned down. And I'm like, yeah, there's a bigger picture to this. And how have the protests been in Houston? Because like you said, I mean, that George Floyd's funeral was there, and I know I saw a little bit on the news, but I haven't seen like a lot of coverage online of it.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it was just, people being peaceful, a little action going on. I ain't seen nothing crazy, but I wasn't at the Houston one. I was at the LA one. The LA one was just straight up peaceful, man. Everybody chilling, walking the streets, doing their thing, out there in the name of change, man. I met a kid from Turkey who said, I really connect to this movement, man, because they got their problems going out on there. That's why I seen it's way bigger than what I could imagine. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was like, bro, he said people are getting tired of walking. Oh, where's the protest? He said, man, I hear these people complain, bro. I'd walk thousands of miles in the name of this. I was like, wow, you see that? That's insane. Wow.
That's awesome. Yeah, we had a few people on from LA yesterday, and they kind of echoed that too, that LA's been a lot of all love and very as peaceful as a protest could possibly be. And people are mad. I wouldn't say peaceful, because I actually got corrected by this yesterday. I would say non-violent, because people are mad. No, it's not kumbaya out there, and
Santa Monica guy that got off the chain over there.
Yeah. They're trying to protest non-violently, until police presence shows up and things escalate. And it's funny how that happens. A lot of these protests have been peaceful until law enforcement shows up with tanks and riots.
That's why I say, man. That's why it's like, that's why I always I'm not the hugest artist in the world, but when it comes to my music, I want a message, and I want to put that voice out there, because I'm kind of giving you the instructions when I'm rapping, on how to do things. But I'm not a big rapper, so I mean, I'm thank God for Kendrick Lamar and a J. Cole who actually speaks some real stuff. But a lot of what we hear from a lot of these rappers ain't no strategies, no nothing. It's just turn up and gold chain and material. Now we're in a position where you can't speak that bull.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
Why did you, because you could be a rapper, honestly. You could drop a hip hop record. I feel like commercially it might even take you farther, because obviously we exist in an underground world and stuff. So
yeah.
Why did you choose to use, this is obviously your outlet, to speak your mind and get your point across and express all these atrocities and stuff. So why did you choose to do it in the context of a metal band,
Oh man, it came from the feeling of I could let out emotion way more through guitars, drums, because when you make a hip hop beat, sometimes it's just so mechanical, because you just tap the button and that's what you get. But when somebody playing guitar with me or something, it's how they feel, what energy I'm giving them on stage. You get what I'm saying? He'll hit it even harder. So it's really like a spiritual connection when you're doing that live music or when you're rocking out like that. So I noticed that when I was young in high school, when my first girlfriend broke up with me, I was like, yo, I need to scream, but I can't scream on a rap song. So I said, I'm going to take a rock song and I'm going to sample it. And I was like, bro, I'm really letting out right here. And so I was like, man, this gonna be my lane right here, you know. So I got down with it and got better at it and everything.
Yeah, I mean, your delivery is awesome. I mean, in this genre, it's definitely one of my favorite approaches to, like, incorporating hip hop stuff in heavier
Yeah,
music and stuff. And when I talk to you, and then I hear your songs, I'm like, man, he does sound like the same person.
like he
It's
angry all
crazy.
the time.
Yeah, yeah, it's really cool. And yeah, man, I'm like, what's up next for Hyro now? Like, with everything kind of shut down and with the state of the world, are you planning to do more stuff, in the
Oh
near
man, your
future?
boy hopped on TikTok, man. I kind of took over TikTok. I got like 30,000 followers now.
I
So that's dope.
love it.
So
All
I'm
right.
working on my social media game and all of that right now. And then after this, my album, I'm finishing up my album. I'm working on some surprises for that, man. That my album looking crazy. And then just waiting until we get back on the road on tour, man, because it's kind of I don't know how to operate without touring.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, everybody on here is, scrambling to come up with new stuff. This whole platform exists because SoundRink couldn't book shows, so they got into live streaming, and that's how we're doing this too. But yeah, that's cool. So while you're here, man, this is your platform. Like, I want to give you a minute to talk about, the music community, talk about what's going on with your life. So any other thoughts, anything you want to tell the people who are tuned in right now, just go for it.
Oh man, I just want to give a big shout out to the rock community because I came in the rock community, and from where we come from, we just had these thoughts like, oh man, they don't like us, black people different, whatever shit. But nah, man, the rock community, bro, they embrace with open arms. I never really experienced no racism in the rock community. It's always been love. I go on tour. Sometimes I'm the only brother out there, bro, and everybody, hey, what's up, how, bro? Nothing but love. So I go Middle America. Sometimes I see a lot of love going on. You don't really see the racism in your face when I go, but I'm only there for a few days, so I can imagine living in situations like that. You get what I'm saying? I come from Texas, so I was kind of in it, and I don't realize a lot of that shit. But yeah, the music industry, bro, it's insane how much support has came, man. I did an interview with Andy Black, and people loved it, man. They all just showed mad love, man, and just give me the platform to speak some real shit is amazing. Like you, man. Thank y'all so much. But yeah, I can't explain, bro. It's really like real mind blowing to me.
Well, dude, I really appreciate you coming on here, and I definitely look forward to what you got coming up. And stay safe out there in Houston, man. And like I said, really fan of your work, and definitely can't wait to hear what you do next, man. So take all this shit and put it into music, man.
Oh yeah, you already know, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Cool,
Thanks,
man.
brother.
All right, Hyro the Hero. Thank you for coming on, man. Appreciate you.
Peace. What's up?
All right, Hyro the Hero. Go listen to his last record. It's awesome. Listen to the song Bullet. If you're a fan of Rage Against the Machine, I think you won't be disappointed. All right, we're going to take 2 minutes, and I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then I'm going to have Carl Severson on from Ferret Music and Good Fight Music. I feel like I should mention our charity raffle for the 1,000th time, but if you go to soundrink.live and make a $10 donation, you're automatically entered into our giveaway raffle. We've got over 100 prizes. You can donate now at the link below, and you can see the list of prizes in there. So please throw $10 at this. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. We're over $50,000 in donations, which is mind-blowing, and I appreciate you. And I'm going to pee, so I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Carl Severson here. How are you, Carl?
Good, brother. How are you?
I'm good, man. Thank you for coming on.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
If you are over the age of 30 and listen to hardcore metal, Carl is probably partially responsible for most of the music you listened to as a child. So, founder of Fair Music, released some of my favorite records of all time, and now running Good Fight Music, also another cool label, working with E1 Heavy too, constantly signing bands, putting stuff out, supporting the hardcore world. So thank you for coming on and talking for a little bit. I really do like getting some perspective from industry people. So I appreciate you being here.
Definitely, man. Happy to.
Yeah. So talk to me, because this is always fun. How did you get into deciding, hey, I'm gonna do a record label? You know, I know obviously if you don't know, Carl sang for a band called Nora, New Jersey staple in the late 90s, and then transitioned into releasing so many records, you know. So where did that happen in your career there?
So so I don't know, if you know, but I grew up with Mike Olander, who he sang for Endeavor, went on to sing for Burnt by the Sun. He's singing for the Love of right now. He and I went to high school together. Josh from Trusco and I went to high school together. So we got into punk and hardcore real early on. And I moved to Jersey, met those guys, and started going to shows with them and all that. And eventually, Mike and I ended up in college together. And by then, Endeavor had been playing a bunch of shows. And I was kind of like, I was the dude that's always with them carrying shit, but I couldn't be in the band because I was devoid of talent. And so came time to be like, hey, we should, put out a 7-inch. And I was like, oh, I'll do that. So that's kind of, that was kind of like, my way of contributing to Endeavor, who I had been running around with since high school and then into college. And I was like, all right, so I can do this part. And that later, that went well enough that, I did another 7-inch, and while we were out on the road, actually saw Converge play for the first time, and they just blew my mind. And asked those dudes, like, hey, would you guys want to do a 7-inch? And they said yes. And I just kind of, all of a sudden I had like 7 or 8 things under my belt, and it just was a cool hobby. And I was starting to get mail from people all over the world. And I brought records with me when I went on tour to Europe with Endeavor and in the US and things like that. So it just kind of grew from there.
Just true DIY label formation. That's fun. Yeah. So I've, been able to work with you for years, recording, with my own bands, and then working with bands that you've produced and stuff. And I appreciate that you've always allowed artists to take hard social stances and back it and stuff. And I can see you're still doing that now, like, promoting any artist that's becoming, active with the Black Lives Matter movement. You're pushing their stuff online, and you're helping in a time where a lot of industry people kind of clam up. It's nice to see a couple of labels take a stance and actually, move this conversation forward and use your platform.
Yeah. When this whole thing started, I like everybody else, I watched, the initial video, that happened of George Floyd's death. And then, even more so just watching all the protesting and what some of that protesting turned into. And we work with a couple bands in Minneapolis. So we've got some pretty close friends that, all that stuff was going down literally like, a block from where they lived. And pretty sure, a couple of those dudes were out in the thick of it, especially like the first couple of nights. And, so I looked at it a lot, and I was watching it, and it obviously was catching on and spreading like so much more than previous things that had happened. And, you and I reached out to a number of people for some perspective, just to kind of just talk about things. And, you were one of them. And, I admittedly, like 4 years ago or so, when, Black Lives Matter really started coming around, and you'd see, like LeBron and basketball players and things like that, sports that I followed were into it. I saw it, and I never thought anything, malicious against it, but I admittedly was like, no, all lives matter, like that. That's kind of where I was saying, it's like, no, of course your lives matter, but so does everybody. And then seeing how this whole thing progressed, and then where the protests were, and then, like watching this and talking to a couple of my friends about kind of, their experiences and seeing some of the things like that they posted online that were, pretty impactful. And then, I saw there was that one thing that like went around online a bunch, and it was a little girl holding a big sign. One of the things that, when I read it, just hit me. It was like, we never said all lives don't matter. We just need your help right now. And that was like, that really got me. I was like, okay, shit, that's 100% right. And the way I was thinking about it was, I wasn't getting their context, and I always try and tell my kid, and, like, you got to there's context for everything. You've got to understand the context, before you can just make judgments and stuff. And I realized that, I hadn't been understanding the context, and it just kind of hit me. And, and I talked to Rick from my office, and we were like, we got to do something, and we should, I want to be supporting our artists that are doing, even more than we are. And, but yeah, and here we are, and I feel like that's the whole point of this. At least the point, that I'm getting is it's time for people to really learn and get it. And people that never thought they were part of the problem. I mean, obviously, I grew up in punk and hardcore, and, I was at shows where dudes stomp Nazis and things like, that's the culture I grew up in. So I always figured like, I was pretty progressive and forward thinking with it. And, and realizing now that, yeah, there's definitely more to it than even, that I thought and that I learned coming up in this culture and this music scene. And, and I'm learning that right now, and I'm learning it from people that have nothing to do with punk or hardcore, but, they're still able to, teach me something. And I figure, that's cool. I'm pushing 45 and I'm still in a spot where I can learn things. And, my kids are still young enough, they're impressionable, so I can teach them and, ideally get things, do our part to be better.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I appreciate you coming on here and maybe potentially admitting something that is a highly contended thing especially in a charity event for the Black Lives Matter movement, to say, hey, I used to not understand that. I used to, I was on an all lives matter tip for a minute, because it was, for me, I wanted to show, I know that it's a very polarizing time and people can be very unforgiving, but through rational communication and education, people can change their perspectives on things,
Right.
And the difference in semantics of words and how things get taken out of context can do a lot of damage. And, I asked a few people to come on here and answer some tough questions, and knew some other artists who had, past experiences that have changed and levels of comfort of what people would discuss. Some people are not on this for that reason, but, you were willing to do this. And I do appreciate it, because I think everybody right now, especially every white man who lives in a middle class, house in America, which is a large majority of the fan base in this community, should admit that they have a few things to learn and need to do some education and some soul searching, because, we all exist in this, bubble in our heads that we're this perfect person. We stand up for all these things. And yeah, so my opinion must be right, because I know I got into punk and this is what it's about. And then, you twist your own opinion and rationalize your own opinion, mentally, and project it out in the world, and you don't feel like it can be contested because you know who you are,
Right.
And
Right.
I know you, I've known you forever, and I know that there's no possible way that you could be someone who could be considered a racist person. Ferret had worked with so many Black artists, and you've done so much on your own, on charitable work and stuff, where I'm like, admit that you just didn't get a context right, and now you understand it. And then, I'm just glad to hear that from people. And I think it's conversations that I've had with a lot of people, and a lot of white people in our community, where it's like, hey man, we should address this kind of stuff. We should talk about making mistakes and being able to educate ourselves and being able to kind of learn from the Black community now and listen to what they're saying,
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely. And, working in music, over the years, you work with, tons of people from, it's one of the awesome things about music. You would work with tons of people from tons of different nationalities all over. And, I've been lucky enough to travel to all sorts of, different countries and things. And, and it's, but I feel like it's important to fully get their perspective. And that it's weird because I was never anti it by any means. I was like, no, I see that and I get it, but I also like, what about these dudes, and now it's just a matter of having it framed the right way by people be like, no, dude, you're not getting what they're saying. And I was like, no, you're right. That wasn't. And, I never thought it was bad. I was like, I didn't fully connect with it the way that I did now where I'm seeing it. And I was like, where it's like really like, it dawned on me one day when early on in this and it just sunk in. And I was like, shit, that's what they've been saying, And,
yeah, I think
a lot of people, like maybe, don't necessarily want to say that they get that or want to, like people like to fit their own narrative, and you don't want to admit anything where you might not have been 100% right all the time. But, that's bullshit because, nobody just comes out perfect. You got to learn from your experiences. And sometimes, people learn from fucking really bad experiences, but good things can come out of them,
Yeah. I mean, a lot of that's happening right now too. And yeah, of course, I think, it's things we've talked about before, but I'm happy to see, I'm happy to see everybody coming around to that. And I think you should watch Matt's from Kubakan's conversation yesterday because, we talked about how he has a very peaceful approach to having discussions with people who are racist or disagree with what he's saying or are pro police or this. And there's two types of ways you can deal with people. There's the ones who will listen and the ones who won't listen, and a lot of what's happening right now is just having the right conversations with the people who will listen, the guy who, the guy with the KKK robe who's committed to his life of stupidity. Right. Yeah, you might not get through to that guy, but your buddy who you go over his house and for barbecues, who's like kind of an all lives matter guy, like maybe show him that video and maybe say like, listen, man, you're a reasonable guy. Like you're missing this, and it's like intelligent conversation and discussion with the people around you who may not, be correctly aligned with a movement that is literally founded on just treat us like you would treat yourself, racial equality and, this criminal justice reform. It's basic human rights. People aren't trying to destroy the world with the Black Lives Matter movement.
Everything that I've gone through and read, whether it's the ACLU or the NAACP, all their suggestions and stuff, you're just reading through it and you're just like, what's wrong with this? Like, where's the argument? Because all of it just seems completely, totally rational and fair,
Yeah. Well,
stop killing people for no reason.
Yeah. I do really appreciate you being able to talk about this openly because I know this was a bit of a challenge to admit, and I think you can't hold people to the calls for their past if they're not that person, if they're not the person that they are today. And I've known you for a long time and know that the work you've done is representative of the person you are. So I very much appreciate you coming on here.
No, definitely. I totally appreciate you having me on. I love what you're doing with this, and I'm definitely glad we've been able to help. I mean, the ferret stuff that we pulled out is all like crazy old and super, super limited. So hopefully some people that are stoked on that, get to walk away with it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I've been doing this with a few people, so I want to speed round you. Okay. Just a little bit.
I had a brain injury, so I'm kind of slow.
That's right. I'm sorry, but okay. This is easy. Speed round. Favorite ferret release of all time?
Torn Apart 7-inch.
Ooh, wow. A deep cut. Okay.
Yeah.
Favorite New Jersey hardcore band of all time?
Endeavor.
Very nice. So you're just going back. That's cool.
Well, I mean, Endeavor changed my life, and then Lifetime would probably be a close second.
Okay. If Nora was still actively touring today, what's your dream tour?
Dream tour. At the Gates when they're touring.
Okay.
Do something with them would be sick. And then playing with Judge, hands down my favorite band of all time.
Oh, there it is. All right, good answer. That'd be an odd tour, but I
That's
think
not cool, but somebody get hurt. It'd be fun.
I'd go see At the Gates Nora and Judge for sure. And are we getting a new Nora record in 2021?
Probably not in 2021.
All right, you heard from the man. Stop bothering everybody. Cool. Let's talk about your giveaways because you really did come through. This might be one of my favorite giveaways in the pile. I need to get this out of the way. Sorry, Carl.
No worries.
A 68 Midnight 7-inch test press. That's got to be pretty rare.
Yeah, it's a 7-inch and the test press. So yeah, it's
Oh, you get both. Look at you.
I put them together for you.
Nice. Picture disc, first press, great artist. A first press of Long Live from the Chariot. That's very cool. Music for a Grateful Heart, a first press. A first press of 2 Disembodied records, which is wild. I got a few messages about those. So
yeah,
thank you for coming through with the old stuff. An ETID 3 LP box set, which is awesome. How many of those were made?
500 tops.
Awesome. Yeah, so that's a good collector's one for ETID fans.
Yeah.
Big Dirty first press, 2 different color variants. For the Love of 10-inch on red first press, which you'll be sending me if you have another copy of. Thank you. Poison Well Tropic Rot first press, Versions first press, and a Funeral for a Friend LP first press. I mean, this is awesome, man. You dug into. I saw some text pics of what you were going through there, and impressive array of vinyl. And then
it was a lot of fun digging through my basement archives. And, I was like, there's definitely some stuff down there. I was like, holy shit, I did not know I had this.
Yeah. And then on the E1 Heavy side, you guys came through too with a cool 10 LP bundle. So these are more current releases, but a couple High on Fire records, The Last Contortionist LP, Toxic Holocaust, Creeping Death, Kirk from Crowbar, another Crowbar records, a Fit record, and a Great American Ghost record. This is an awesome collection of vinyl. These are probably, I picked these. These are my favorite E1 releases.
Exactly.
But I would happily have all of these in my record collection. So yeah, man, thank you again, Carl. You dug deep for these giveaways, and I appreciate your honesty and being real on here because I think these types of conversations are really important right now. So thanks again, man. And we'll catch up soon.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely, man. Carl Severson, everybody.
Be good.
Have a good one. Carl, coming through hard. Soundrink.live. If I was going to bid on one item, I would probably bid on this. We're taking $10 donations right now for our charitable auction. It automatically enters you into the giveaway raffle. Leave a comment for the item you want, and if we pick your name, you win that item. I will be back in 4 minutes with you, Ryan Hackney, to talk about maybe the coolest underground punk rock story I've ever heard. Everybody knows Death, right? You don't know Death. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back.
Hey, what up?
Uriah Hackney, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being on this, man. I appreciate you coming on here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Is the sound coming through good on your side?
Yeah, we're good to go.
Cool.
We're good to go. Ooh, I like that Neurosis poster. That's a good one.
Yeah. I got a Neurosis
so-
shirt too.
Oh, just flying the flag today. Okay.
Yeah. I totally didn't even think twice about it. But.
I love it. For anyone who doesn't know, Uriah Hackney plays in the band Rough Francis, also a very cool engineer. You also might have seen him filling in for Converge on drums when Ben had his injury. Incredible drummer, awesome band, Rough Francis, and such a crazy backstory that I found out about when I was talking to you to Kurt, actually, and he's like, you know Death, right? And I'm like, yeah, I love Death. He's like, no, the other Death. I'm like, what do you mean the other Death? And then I got clued into this crazy thing and this documentary and all this stuff. So I would love to. I mean, you're gonna, you can speak on this much better than me. But can you give the people a short little bio about how you came up and discovering your father's thing and just the punk band before punk like existed? I loved the story when I heard it. So I'll let you take the stage for this one.
Yeah, it's still a new story. It's definitely still like a new thing. It's fucking crazy. But so essentially, my family's from Detroit, and they moved up from Detroit to Vermont. But in their time when they were, coming of age in Detroit, they were in a rock and roll band, or a punk band, I guess you'd call now. And it was like around the height of the Motown era, and it was three brothers, my dad and his two brothers, and they started a rock and roll band in their bedroom, and essentially, like, given the time period and the style of the way that they play their instruments, you'd listen to it now and consider it punk, and basically they had a lot of trouble based on the name of the band, them being three black dudes in Detroit, not playing soul, not playing funk. They had a potential record deal with Columbia Records, and that got shot down based on the fact that their name was called Death. It was like, post Vietnam War, and just like there were just a lot of variables that didn't add up on their side, and basically, like, they kind of brushed it to the side because it was a story of them failing. So, me and my two brothers, we also grew, like, growing up in Vermont, we went to a venue called 242 Main, which is like, growing up black, just to start off, like, in Vermont, like, skateboarding and punk were the things where we're like, okay, this is a place where we can feel comfortable doing whatever we're going to do, being who we are. And so we kind of naturally got into, like, punk rock, into the hardcore scene pretty early on. And my dad was in a reggae band, like, years after he was in Death, that we had no idea about. And from him exposing us to the reggae scene and, like, live music, we naturally got into punk. So fast forward, I'm skipping a lot of steps, but my brother Jules, like, once we were in, like, this band called Punch Out, this hardcore band back in the day, and then as time went on, like, we like, kind of went our own direction because I was the youngest of the crew, and my brother Bobby was playing in a band called the Static Age, who actually recorded with Kurt at the first installment of God City back in the day, and then Jules went on to this other, a bunch of other bands, and I, like, got into, like, pop punk or whatever. And basically he took a trip to California with his friend Nick Mitchell. Like, he was basically backpacked across the country on a train, and I've lost myself coming of age.
Sure, a little soul searching. That's cool.
Yeah, and he landed in San Francisco with his friend Nick Welch. He's also a good friend of ours too, and designed, like, the Rough Francis Panther logo. They were busking around, like, they made friends with some certain people, and they started to, like, get intertwined with the community. And they came across a tape collecting and like tape sharing party, and basically like they were going around like sharing rare demo tapes from like Wipers and like just all these like obscure proto punk bands. And Jules, someone put a tape on. I was like, "Yo, check this out, man!" And it was like, this music comes on, and Jules like his first like instinct was like, "Shit, that's my dad." But that's like that sounds like a voice that I know. And he approached the person, was like, "Hey, like what is this? Like what band is this?" And like, "Oh yeah, this band called Death. They're from Detroit." And he's like, "What the fuck?" So basically goes on to the internet and finds like a rare mixtape of like these this like archive of like underground bands. And he's like, "All right, Death, Detroit, Hackney, huh? Because that's our last name." He was like, "Huh, I wonder if like Dad knows who these guys are, or like I wonder, So he calls, I remember the day this was left out of the documentary. I was way young and just like a little perplexed by like cameras and shit back then, so I didn't really get to say too much. But I remember the day that he called, because it was like the hottest day. Like Vermont, like granted we're in the far northeast. It's fucking hot up here. It gets really hot in the summertime, and it was like 98 degrees, like 70% humidity or whatever. And I hear my dad like yep, that was us. Yep, yeah. Like, on the phone on the other side. Like, "Yeah, I know, man. I didn't tell you." And I was like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" And then like after the phone call, so like I grew up in a duplex, so my uncle lived downstairs, my dad lives upstairs, or my family lives upstairs. And next to that, there's like a project studio that he built. That was like, he had like lots of reggae legends in there, like Augustus Pablo, Mikey Dread. Like that's kind of like the Vermont little dub spot. And I could hear his monitor speakers through the wall, like while I'm using the bathroom. And I've never heard him listen to punk before, like on his own, like unless we're like, "Hey, Dad," like, so yeah, man, get that Gorilla Biscuits off and go more the line. But he like was listening to the record that they cut, like the masters, like the master reel on like just like a regular 2-track. And so the speed wasn't correct. It wasn't, I think it was like cut at like 15 IPS, and it was like the speed wasn't correct. So it was just fast.
Yeah.
And I remember I was like kind of like I was like I don't know how to express how I felt, but it was like somewhere between like surprised, pissed, because like there was just so much going on. And I was like, "Damn, what are you listening to down there?"
So then this thing like snowballed. So how did it so who picked up on, like, did you guys take this like public, or like how did it become like a documentary?
Rough Francis started as like a basically like we were like preaching the word of this music, like, holy shit, we have to fucking show the world that this band exists. And Rough Francis was the name of my Uncle Dave, who passed away in 2000 from leukemia. He was kind of like he was like the visionary for the band. He was like the one that like made it clear the name of the band. Like he was very, very, very adamant about like every direction of the band, like the soul seeker for the band.
Sure. I mean, there's a really defined like protest message in the music too. I mean, like that Politicians in My Eyes song and stuff, like they were like protesting the war at the time. And this was
that's a lot of stuff that would go against like a record label's standards back then too. Like, 3 black dudes talking about war in their music with a name called Death. Like, and it actually, it got to the point where like they were in the room of Columbia Records, and my Uncle Dave put his foot up on Clive Davis's desk and lit up a joint and told him to go to hell. Because he was they turned down like a $20,000 record deal, and at the time that's like a pretty substantial amount.
Wow, man. Yeah. And so it's awesome that you and your brothers like have carried the legacy of this band. If you're listening to this, go look up Death, Midwest punk band, find this documentary, watch it. I mean, you literally have the Ramones and like Rollins and all these dudes on this thing that are just like, I mean, I think I saw Rollins in like that teaser. He's like, this is the reason why you go to record stores, like to find like this. I'm like, this is crazy. And and you guys, so you are like the second generation of this band, and you've done some pretty cool stuff. I mean, the last record is awesome. And like you've been able to play different punk and hardcore shows, and you've even like toured with Mos Def, right?
Well, we played, so like with the Mos Def thing, I don't know who wrote that article, but he played.
Yeah, I was reading it. I was like, you would have told me this. Like, I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, he played a show, like we played a show together up at Burlington at Higher Ground, and kind of like started this relationship. Yeah, actually, he came up with Damon Dash, which is really funny. And he like after the show, like came to our house, like the house that I grew up in, to talk to my dad at like midnight, which is really funny.
Wow.
And there was like this whole article on XL magazine. It was like, Mos Def is gonna do a documentary and blah 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 blah, and like that kind of like that never happened. But yeah, we didn't actually tour with Mos Def. It was just a show.
Yeah. Okay. But I mean, still pretty fun to do. But I wanted to ask, like, why didn't your dad ever tell you about this? Like, do you think, I'm sure, I mean, I can't imagine, being in that position in the 70s, being three Black artists, like fully outspoken against the government and protesting and stuff. But it's like, was he trying to protect you from that route? Or, I mean, he knew you were into punk rock. He knew you understood underground culture. Like, and he still like, he kept it on the down low, and you had to find it yourself.
There's a little bit of like, so it has two sides as far as like the way this all came about, because like we'd be like, the first record that I ever listened to and that I really got into and bought for myself was the Minor Threat discography. That's the first thing. So like, I'd be listening to that, listening to like all the like SSD Control and all these other punk bands, just discovering through, Soul Seek and Real Player and all that shit.
Awesome. And Soul Seek, yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Soul Seek was the best.
But, shout out to Soul Seek. Found a lot of music on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to GeoCities. But he would come up and be like, yeah, me and your uncles, we used to play in a band like that. Cause like, we knew him as a reggae musician, like we knew that he was in the Grand Funk Railroad and saw the Stooges and stuff. Actually, I didn't know about the Stooges. Like I didn't know about his stoogedom until later. But
crazy. So, like, I'd be so mad. I'd be like, I want to know all this now, but I mean,
he'd tell us like all like he'd sneak in little things like, yeah, we used to listen to music like that. I'm like, yeah, yeah, right. And then like ground us for going to a show and seeing like Bury Your Dad at 242 or something like that,
Insane. Like, it blew my mind, and I think it's awesome that you guys like carry the message of the band and like do this as like a second generation thing. And the last record's fucking awesome, man.
Thanks, man.
So what else is going on with you? Like, I know, you're in Vermont now. I don't see anything about Vermont on the news or anything like that. It is. I wouldn't call it a hotbed for racial tension currently, at least. But what is the climate like in Vermont? Like how are you holding up there and everything?
It's good. It's definitely like the thing about Vermont is that it's the racism is very, very it's very silent. It's in a way where it's like. To give you an example, like you'll see someone and then they'll have like this idea of who you are. And then like, basic, it's a lot of back patting, but the friends that I have are really like, they're super cool. It's a pretty progressive place that I live in, Burlington. It's like the college town, but, just like the climate, it's interesting, man. It's really interesting. Cause like, I feel the weight. I feel like I feel the weight of the whole country where I am. But then I go out and it's like business as usual, like because there's not too many Black people here. Besides, like, there's my family who I hang out with, which is all Black, prominently. But it's interesting. It's just an interesting place to be during all this.
Yeah, I mean, Burlington is definitely more of a progressive city, and like it is like an open-minded place, and there's a lot of like I feel like it's like a round two of Woodstock, that
yeah, Ben and Jerry's is right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome that you've like found a comfortable place where you don't really have to, deal with what's going on in the world today. Do you still have family back in Detroit?
Yeah, I do. So like, because growing up, like my family, we used to go back and forth to Detroit every year. So I have like a pretty broad understanding of both sides, and yeah, it's interesting here. Like Winooski is more, it's like kind of like the Brooklyn of Vermont, which is like where there's more diverse, more diversity happening for sure. But yeah, it's definitely it's interesting, man. It's interesting. I definitely still there's a lot of work that needs to be done here, a lot. But yeah.
Yeah, talk to me about that a little bit, like from a culture which is like, when I go to Vermont, I'm like, oh, everybody loves each other. It feels very like hippie and welcoming and stuff. But you're saying that no, there is still work that needs to be done. Like,
yeah,
I'm curious about that. Like, what, to my perception, which is definitely not yours, I go there. I'm like, oh, how could there even be racism here? Everyone's so nice. It's such a like loving community. Ben and Jerry's just said, fuck white supremacy on their ice cream. Like, it's a beautiful place, but I don't have the perspective you have. So like, what can be done in places like that? Because that's on a surface. I'm not like, fuck the people of Burlington. They need to do more. Like, I don't see it, And so
it's like the presence of the Black people that are here, just like, it's interesting because like so what I experience a lot is a lot of reverse racism, and direct racism, but like the reverse stuff is like, so the whole point of all of the movement is to like get Black people to experience life as the same as our white peers or whatever, just to like baseline, just have
just equality across the board. Sure. Yeah.
Across the board. So like here, some crazy shit will happen that apparently, like, it's like, oh my God, this never happens. Like something that happens all the time gets filmed. And then it's like, oh my God, people are scrambling to like find the most woke way to like, to approach it. And then like, what it is what I experience is like from before, it's like, I'm treated like, below a certain level. And then all of a sudden I'm a deity when I walk out. It's like, oh my God, what can I do? Here's my shoes. Like, and it's cool, but like, it gets to a certain point, like, how can I drop from being treated like, like out of like the expectation of looking good to the public,
Sure. I mean, the reverse racism how you mentioned, it's interesting because it's not it's subtly and in the minds of the people, they want to support you, but you don't want to be put. You're a normal human being. You just want to be treated normal and equal.
I've had I've not too long ago, like, back when we could play shows, but I was like loading out from a venue, and this dude was like basically policing the street, like not a police officer, and was just like, hey, what are you doing parked here? This is a cab spot. I'm like, dude, fuck you. And he's like, oh, what do you talk about, nigger? So like, I grabbed my board, like, trucks in hand, like ready to fucking truck fuck him. But like it was almost like I almost see that on the same plane as like the reverse racism, because then like these people are starting to use you as a pawn for their own self-gain rather than like a human being with feelings and with like, that you have to earn respect from,
Yeah. And I think, it's definitely a conversation to have with people. It's like, hey, definitely support this Black Lives Matter movement.
And it's amazing.
Try to treat people as equal and not as like, don't make them feel uncomfortable by being, put on this like unnecessary pedestal, where they just want to be like you and they just want the equal rights that you have. And
that's exactly sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna
I
say
think
that's
you go.
the exact reason why I got into punk and hardcore. Like, because you know, a lot of the time growing up and like going to school, like I'd be wearing like, you know, Bad Brains and Bad Religion shirts, and it's like, dude, why are you so white? You're acting so white. And then like, you know, at the same time, like I was one of maybe 3 black people in my school growing up. So like there wasn't much camaraderie or understanding that like saying something like that to someone is like, it's deeply fucked up. So like, you know, getting intertwined with the hardcore scene and getting like into skateboarding, that was like the one place where it was like, all right, dude, if you're skating, just don't push Mongo. Like, you know, like if you're at a show, just like, you know, make sure to like take care of people and like we're all singing the same lyrics, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I appreciate your perspective on all this because I think, man, you're a wildly awesome person with such a cool story, and the way the way you've like been against the grain the whole time and then discovered your family was the whole time. And I mean, I don't know, it's just this awesome, inspiring thing that you're doing, man. And I really appreciate you coming on here and sharing a lot of this with me. I definitely would love to talk to you all day, but I got to keep her moving too. So let me show your giveaway real quick. You dug really deep for this one too, so I appreciate it. This is your personal Vistalite snare drum from the 70s, right?
yeah.
So through this snare, we could say, I mean, punk rock was the DNA of the invention of punk rock might have been, whacked in the snare drum at some point.
It's a player snare. There's definitely some lugs that have been changed out because Ludwig, I don't know, the Ludwig lugs on those things.
Yeah, we got a Vistalite. I've dealt with it too. So
yeah.
Still recorded all the time. It's a very useful snare drum. Comes with the good heads. There's a live snare that kicks ass. It's good in the studio, but awesome giveaway, man. Soundring.live. A $10 donation enters you in the raffle. Make a note of what you'd like to win, and if we pick your name, you get it.
Also, before you sign off, there may or may not, because the snare drum is a perfect size for a record to sit on top. So there may or may not be a first pressing death record on top too. So.
Oh, damn! You should have dropped that earlier. I love that. Yes.
Yeah. I didn't have, I'm bad with the, time stuff.
Oh man, how many of those you got? You got PayPal? I might hit you. I might hit you for one later.
I got 2.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. Dude, big giveaway, man. I really appreciate you coming on here, and you're fucking awesome, man. We'll talk soon. All right. Ryan Hackney, man. Thank you, dude.
Well, take it easy, man.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Ryan Hackney, win this snare drum. And a first press of the Death record, which is maybe the first punk rock record that's ever been made. Soundring.live. No breaks. We're going right to Mark Lewis. Give me 30 seconds. Technically, that's a break, but I have to click a few things. So, just deal with it. All right, I'm having a long day here. Okay. We're here with Mark Lewis.
What's
Mark,
up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good. Thank you for coming on here.
Oh, dude, thanks for having me. This is cool.
Yeah. So if you don't know Mark Lewis, because he, like myself, is a man behind the scenes usually, he's probably produced a lot of metal records in your collection. Cannibal Corpse, Black Dahlia Murder, Whitechapel. Recently did that new Havoc record. That's very awesome. Tons of stuff, years of stuff, making metal records long before me, and hopefully we both continue to kill it. But you're definitely one of my favorite producers, and I really love your records, and and thank you for coming on here. I'm excited to chat.
You're awesome. Thanks for that, and you too, man. I love that all of us are friends and do different things, and can talk to each other and have that support that we have. And it's weird, because I mean, you and I are the same age, and we're not the new kids on the block anymore. It was a long fight to get here as adults, it feels like, but now here we are as, veterans, I guess,
I'd say man babies, not really. I don't know.
Yeah,
about
man
adult.
babies. Now we're doing adult things and learning
Yeah.
how to be grown-ups.
Yeah. So talk to me about what are you up to now producing? Like, were you affected by, the pandemic? Did you have to cancel stuff?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got hit hard, actually. I mean, I'm busy as shit every day, but if this had been 2019 when this happened, I would have been great because I had 3 records in the spring, and they're all American bands. But this year it was 3 international bands. I had 2 Australians and a Canadian, and they're all postponed. And I'm doing things remotely and checking sessions. And for the first time, I'm editing guitars after they've been recorded, which is something I don't do. Like, I'm doing the new Nea Obliviscaris record, and so we did the drums here in Nashville, and I was supposed to go to Australia for 6 weeks and do them and another band. And now it's like we're doing things that we can remotely, and then just learning new ways to work, but it's working. And it's I didn't produce the last one. I just mixed, and it's already coming out much better, even with me just involved remotely. It's, it's not what we wanted, but it's still good,
Yeah. I mean, that's cool. I talked to, Kurt, and, we've going to talk to a few more producers too, but everyone's adapting to this like remote client stuff now. And I actually just canceled records and moved them to the fall to just work on construction stuff now. So I kind of lucked out, but I know everyone's like in a bit of a scramble, but I'm glad you're able to still keep some kind of schedule and work with the bands and not slow it down. And I think it's important now more than ever that everybody still tries to continue to make music and put out records and stuff.
Oh, people got to use this time to write. And I know that it's you can't always be inspired, but I think it's an inspiring time. And, it's just, I'm hoping that we can all do what we can in the fall to, cause it's like, I still have records in the fall that were booked last year. And now I have bands that I canceled in the spring that want to get in the fall. And it's like, all right, man, this is going to get crazy, but we'll make it work. And, that's part of our job, is the logistics of the scheduling and making sure we get these people what they need, on time.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so we could talk about recording stuff all day, but I do want to get into like a little bit of your story, because as a person who's lived in a few places in the South in America, from DC to Florida for a while and over to Nashville, I mean, you've experienced some pretty wild firsthand stuff. And I know, I mean, you even told me the principal of your high school was like a Sons of Confederacy guy. And,
he was, man. Like, I mean, and people say, oh, you're from Maryland, you're a Yankee. And it's like, it's maybe if you're from Baltimore, but the Southern Maryland is like this weird mix of South and North, and where people start to get accents, and there's like a big Confederate presence and things that kind of don't make a lot of sense. And I'm not saying I'm the face of diversity by any stretch. I mean, I'm a middle-class white kid, but my high school was largely black, and we had a principal that would walk around the county fair in Confederate uniform. And it was always something where you're just like, what the fuck? And it wasn't an outrage then. This was the 90s, So, I mean, I didn't feel a ton of racism, I guess, per se, because of DC being so diverse. But it was, there's times it was tense, but to me, it's a culture thing, and it's people not understanding each other. And that's, when you're young, I don't know, man, it was never, to me, a huge issue, but, like I said, I'm not the face of diversity, so it's hard for me to get in and say that I know what it feels like, to be those people,
Yeah, I think when, you experience that as a kid, and you're in a high school, and this guy's walking around dressed up with all these Confederate flags on, with like a large black population of students, that it's like, it starts to normalize things for, white kids to be like, oh, it's fine. And then later in life, when issues really come to light and surface about, maybe you didn't look into what that flag meant when you were a kid, but now it's like, now that what that kind of represented and what that stands for, it's like, to have this embedded normalization of these like racist things as a child, I think it's created a lot of problems today. This is why I was really interested in this, because it's like if a 13-year-old sees his principal, his leader in school wearing shit like that, and then 10 years later in life, somebody's complaining about the Confederate flag, how it stands for, a symbol of slavery and it needs to go away. It's harder for him to connect those dots. And it's like, I don't know, to me, it's this, we talked a lot about these systemic issues and how, racism's been embedded in all parts of our society for so long that it's just hard to undo the minds of people who can't wrap their heads around it. I mean, the Confederate flag argument, which shouldn't even be an argument, it's literally a demographic of people that went to war with America because they wanted to own slaves.
Right.
They got and that's gone. And it was a bad few years for them. And now people fly that flag as some sort of false heritage and some kind of pride thing in the South.
Or it becomes taunting, and I guess, I didn't, I've definitely been flippant about it, until things started to heat up. And then you start to understand that, it's not like, you and I being two white guys, we have to listen to these people. We have to listen to what they've been through because we don't know. We don't know what that's like. And dude, yesterday I was walking, there's a marina by my house. And I walk down there a lot and there's no sidewalk on the road there. And I know it's not illegal to walk on the side of the road, but I'm walking down the side of the road and I had a cop pass me and wave at me. And I was like, man, I wonder if it would have been the same if I had been a black guy, maybe he would have stopped and asked me what I was doing or, things like that. And cause I don't know, I haven't experienced that, and that's the thing. We have to listen to these people and we have to get out of our own way. We have to anger and empathy on our part has to kind of go away. And I know it's weird to say empathy, but I feel like empathy gets in people's way because you find a way to empathize with who you identify with. And that's where the tribalism comes in and starts to separate people. And I don't know, it's a weird thing. I notice it a lot with young white girls that it's they feel like it's their duty. And I love that. That's cool. Be the activist or whatever, but they're so angry about something they've never experienced and they're not listening to the black community or just listening at all. And they're like, if you don't feel this way, then get the fuck away from me and defriend me on social media and things like that. And it's no, listen to conservatives and talk to them and say, you'll learn from each other. I have a lot of conservatives in my family and they know what I do for a living and make records about Satan and whatever. And it's never been, they didn't accept me, and I see young people getting so angry and just telling people to fuck off. And it's that's the last thing you should do.
It does polarize the bases, and we've definitely, a lot of this event has been about communication and, how we could listen and educate ourselves and how we can communicate with people to kind of further this whole conversation without it becoming overly toxic or just dividing people more, pushing people further away from your ideas. And a lot of what you're saying kind of falls into that, this uninformed activism that's happening right now. The intention is good, but the approach to it, we had talked about it earlier, but it can poke holes in the narrative. And in a way it can take away from the Black Lives Matter movement because it's hey, if you can't really speak on this, if you haven't experienced it, if you're not a part of the Black culture, if you didn't, and you didn't do the work or the self-educate and listen and have the correct perspective, and you're just out there scaring people away, it can do damage. And in places like the South, it's even more difficult because you have these long-standing embedded racism, racist pieces of your culture. Mm-hmm. It's harder to undo. I'm going to talk to Randy's coming on later, who I work with, who's from New Orleans, and we're going to talk about how difficult it is to undo the mindset of people from the South. And in Florida, I mean, I probably saw, I was in Florida for a few weeks this year, and I saw more Confederate flags than I ever have in my life, in one trip down there. I'm like, I'm not exposed to that up here, but Black people have to see that every day in Florida. And it's like, you want to talk to these people, you want to be, you want to talk to the people who are flying these flags, and you want to kind of further this conversation, but you can't just go scream at them because they don't fucking listen to you. They won't want to listen to you, Right.
Yeah. That's the problem. And like, I've stepped away from talking about this stuff on the internet, and I've even stepped away from the cable news networks, because, man, it's so toxic, and it's so, you have to really listen to the people that are there. You can't listen to reporters, because I don't believe that it's honest at this point. And I believe that a lot of, the conservatives are, over at Fox News are just angering white people, and then the Democrats are making Black people their puppet. And it's like, that's not, and I'm not trying to be, do this woke thing, because I'm not. Like, I don't know enough about this to say I have the answers, but like, I had to step away from it when Trump got elected, because it was so toxic, and then of course we all have those friends that spend their whole fucking day on social media bitching about Trump or bitching about whatever. And it's like, man, I see him arguing, and I'm a super opinionated guy. People know that. Like, I am an asshole on the internet, but it's about recording and music. And, I try to be lighthearted, because I don't want to get into arguments with people that are going to change how we interact forever. I want to talk to people and learn things and not be angry all the time,
Yeah. I mean, talking, communicating, and listening, and, everything we've just discussed. I mean, I think your approach quietly to understand what's happening and help people that need it is a very good approach, and I appreciate that you're, able to understand that and not just be the guy in the soapbox, for no reason. So, yeah, right. I mean, I hope, what do we do about Florida, Mark? What's your
Florida?
Well, a lot of time there. How do you fix Florida real quick?
I lived in Orlando, and that's pretty freaking diverse. I mean, and I was living downtown, and it's super diverse, and it's, a huge gay community and huge, Latin community and everything like that. So for me, that, like, it's not even Florida as much as the South, and even, dude, I've seen it in Boston, dude. Like, Boston is a rough town. They can be racist as fuck up there. And I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but I mean, like, it's different in different places, and I think that people have to start listening to each other and stop being like angry. And you have to stop allowing, the extremists to rule parties and put people into groups. And because that's, if we're not individuals and we don't have a voice, and we get put into these groups and we're told how to feel, and that's when things become dangerous with the far right, with religion. We know what they're capable of in terms of, pro-life arguments and telling women what they can do with their bodies and things like that. I think is totally wrong. And that is born out of extreme empathy and identifying with a group of people that makes you feel accepted, but not being yourself, I guess. And the same can go with the far left, because I see them starting to get really angry too. And that's a new thing. And when you start getting these tribes of people that are being ruled by one ideology, you have constant war, and people aren't thinking for themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I mean, we talked about infighting a little bit before, and how, that's not furthering like actual progress anymore, just aligning yourself with one side or the other blindly, and having to agree with everything down the line is just not the way our country works anymore. I mean, you just see it with failures in Congress and stuff. I mean, we could talk about this all day, but I do have to keep the day rolling. But right. I want to thank you for coming on here and offering some insight. I know you're, you're normally a reserved person speaking on these issues, but being a part of this event and showing your support, it's important for me to get people from the metal community to, get a little more proactive. And I love that you were just immediately down to do this. So,
dude, I was honored to be a part of it. And you're great, with your organizational skills and your big picture thinking and things like that. So, dude, absolutely, man. Thanks for having me.
So sweet. So Mark's giving away actual mastering service, which is very cool. If you're a band, he'll master 3 songs for you for free, which will save you a nice chunk of change. He's pretty good at it. He's very good at it. You should give it a shot. And you get a copy of his ToneHub Core. You get the ToneHub Core plugin and the Mark Lewis pack, which is, I would say, my favorite, amp emulator software that exists in the world. And a whole bunch of Mark's awesome guitar tones are in that. So a very cool thing. If you're in a band, if you're writing or recording, it's pretty useful for everything. Soundrink.live, $10 charitable donation automatically enters you into our giveaway raffle. And write a comment, leave a note of what you want in your donation. And if we pick you, you win it. Mark Lewis, thank you very much, man. I appreciate your time. We'll talk soon, dude.
Thanks for having me, man.
All right. I'm going to take 1 minute here, and then we're going to go ahead and get Ty Jamar. So I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Got Ty Jamar here. Ty, how are you, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Thank you for coming on, being a part of this. If you don't know who Ty is, he's a founder of Uptown Beer Society. Is that right?
Member.
Okay, cool. Thank you for being a part of this, because I was really interested in how you were able to sort of combine these two subcultures that honestly don't always represent the Black community. I mean, I don't know. It's been a while since I was like a beer drinking man. I haven't drank in a while, but I know the craft beer world is definitely a white college kid's game, and
yeah.
Tell me a little bit about like how you came up and how you sort of got into craft beer and then sort of started this, Black business and sort of infiltrated this world. It's very interesting to me.
Yeah, I'll start from the very beginning. Actually, I was born and raised in the Bronx, and I was like kind of raised around like music, and I come from a huge West Indian family from the island of Saint Kitts and Nevis, and music has been surrounding me all my life, and beer has been drinking all my life, but not all my life because when I was young, I couldn't even drink at all. So I didn't drink until I was like older. So kids don't drink. So yeah, I was surrounded by all these different cultures and just like raised around like people who are like very passionate about uh, our ancestors and coming from the island where they came from. And then I got into the music scene later on in life when I was like in my early 20s or so. And then how I got into Uptown Beer Society is a couple of dudes from the Uptown Beer Society that I've known for like almost 10, 11 years since I got into the local scene in the Bronx and seeing all these different people of different races coming together and watching live music and watching local music. And then a couple of years after that, we hooked up and I've been going to their beer shares because I had no idea what craft beer was until I got into going to their beer shares. And funny story, of course, because you're going to find out eventually that I brought Angry Orchard and Blue Moon to a craft beer share, which was kind of funny and kind of awkward. So, and after that, I've been going to their beer shares and haven't stopped drinking beers like Budweiser and Heineken and stuff, and just drinking a lot more like craft beer stuff, which is more pertaining to what's your taste and what's your preference, and how you can influence people from the urban communities where we came from and introduce them to a whole other world besides just like what's being pushed in everybody's faces, and so to speak.
Sure. I think the reason why I was like really interested in this is because it's an example of you know, a culture that is predominantly white, and then a black community and a collective goes, we want to be a part of this, and I know you've had some like struggles with it, and it's like it's just a parallel to everything that's going on in America right now. So it's like, what have you encountered as this beer society's like grown and tried to become a part of this, beer culture in New York, like where it's presented its challenges,
Yeah, you see, the goal with us is we are a nonprofit beer organization who are trying to give back to the communities where we came from, but also influencing urban communities to get involved and take part into a different culture as well. Because us as a group, we've done like so many collaborations with so many people, and somehow, like even like up to now, we still feel like we have a lot of work to do since our voices aren't exactly heard, being that we are people of color in this craft beer game. Like we're just like trying to like every day working hard to make our voices be heard, taking part of so many collaborations and doing collaborations with other big name breweries here in New York. But yeah, just making our names and voices be heard by just doing beers that celebrate our people and celebrate marginalized communities as well.
What kind of nonprofit work is the Uptown Beer Society involved in right now?
Right now, right now I'm drinking beer that we just did with Big Alice Brewing in Queens to celebrate Puerto Rican people, and we all the profits from this beer, which is called Polente, by the way, it's an arroz con dulce, la dulce herb blonde ale. That all the proceeds are going to Friends to Puerto Rico, which have been devastated by like the natural disasters, and of course, Puerto Rican people are still being neglected, and then I'm taking part in a collaboration too as well with a couple of friends of mine from Queens and Brooklyn, that we just did a beer celebrating Black people, which is called My Skin is Black, out of the Nina Simone song. It's going to be a dark ale made with cherries and vanilla. We're just going to continue putting in work in our communities and just donated to so many causes and taking part in street culture and urban culture, because growing up in the Bronx where we're from, it's all urban communities, urban art, urban graffiti, stuff like that. So we're just donating as many causes as we can while just continuing our work in the craft beer game as well.
Sure. Now there's I mean, that's pretty awesome. I didn't even know that you've already released some of these collaborative beers and are working with the nonprofits. That's really cool to see. How, are you seeing bars like picking them up and stuff in the Bronx? Like how, like the distribution of them, like how are you selling these? Are you going to bars and saying, "Hey, I've got this thing, we're doing this thing"? Are bars like taking them? I mean, right now, I'm sure it's presenting its challenges, but as you've been sort of developing this company, have you seen the bars being willing to carry these?
I've seen a few bars carry these in my lifetime, because our friends over at Bronx Beer Hall, who we've known from the local scene too as well, and it's mostly Latino owned. So I've been seeing a lot of these collaborations from people of color in their establishments as well, because they're selling them in cans or 4-packs pretty much.
Right.
And we also have a few places in New York City that are carrying people of color beers too as well. But the thing is, with the craft beer world in New York City, not a lot of people of color owned establishments exist. So that's
Right.
where we're trying to get our foot in the ground and just try to influence other people. With this beer that I'm taking part in right now, the Skin is Black beer. Me and the homies are doing what we're doing is by the proceeds what we make from this beer after we release it, we're going to be actually donating to money to start up farm brewery internships for people of color such as myself, so they can be influenced to start their own internships in breweries and influence them to get involved into the service industry and create their own businesses too as well.
Man, that's awesome. Yeah, you're so much more dug in than I thought initially too. It's cool how many things you have going on with this. There is like a music element to this too, because I know we had talked about, how you're trying to combine voices from the underground world, from metal and hardcore, with the craft beer stuff and do sort of collaborative things with other artists and things. Do you have any, like, are there any plans in the works to do any of that? Like, have you started that? I know you're a fan of a lot of, extreme metal and hardcore and stuff like that. So, and you had spoken about wanting to do more things with bands and with the craft brews for these nonprofits. So have you gotten the ball rolling with any of that stuff?
Well, we initially got the ball rolling last year, June, when me and Uptown Beer Society did a collaboration brew with the local band from the Bronx, New York, called Dailies Gone Wrong, called Bronx Dance Party. We did a collaboration between us, Barrier Brewing, and we have Bronx Beer Hall in the can as well. And we have Brewski's Bar and Grill, stuff like that. And so we already initially got the ball rolling last year, and we did a live performance festival with like 12 bands, including Dailies Gone Wrong, where we sold not just only the beer, but we sold merchandise, and we had people from the urban communities in the Bronx serving their own independent companies, because they have their own like clothing company and merchandise companies, and we wanted to highlight their businesses too as well. And as far as like more musical collaborations go, I have had a whole bunch of other ones in mind, but of course, since the pandemic hitting, and those are a standstill, and of course, with all like the personal drama with all the racism that's going on in the music scene, I kind of like put off a whole very, very few of those, because there were very few that I really was excited to do, but not going to get a chance to do that now. So
right, it's going to be a minute. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, we I think you're doing so much awesome stuff and supporting so many nonprofits and people of color and Black communities in New York. Like, we don't have a ton of time, so I definitely want to give you a lane here. If there's anything you want to talk about outside of, what Uptown Beer Society does, maybe what's going on in the Bronx or how you feel right now. I think you obviously have an awesome perspective on what's happening in the world and what's happening in New York. And please feel free to, share that with everyone who's listening.
Yeah. Thank you. So thanks again for having me be a part of this. This is awesome. And just to have my voice be heard on this, this multi-big platform. So yeah. Uptown Beer Society, we're just continuing to fight to people of colors to have their works be seen in the craft beer too as well, not just be like all like have the light be shined on like Caucasian people who are in this, because people of color, we have a lot of craft beer we have a lot of influence in craft beer too as well, not just social media and influencing people and shit like that. So we want to do more than just make beers for everybody. We want to do more. We want to have our voices be heard too as well. And another thing I want to touch on is one of the main things that we're Uptown Beer Society has been going against for years is people profiting off of people of color's pain and struggle. For example, if a straight like white brewery, just like one example is a craft beer establishment out in like somewhere in like in the U.S. or whatever decided to try to make profits off urban culture by making two beers, one blue, one red, signaling Crips and Bloods and shit like that. And I don't think they had one person of color telling them or educated them most of all on this is what's going on with this is what's going on with that, this and that. And they were trying to sell it. And that's just unacceptable to us because well, despite all the Crips and Bloods and all this other shit, we're still struggling today as it is, as you see with the protest that's going on in America right now. And to see people profit off of that, it feels demeaning. It's unwarranted. So we're just going to continue to like fight for our rights to speak our piece, and while not only speaking our piece but giving back to and influencing people to spread the word in a way that we're not just gonna sit down and just be quiet and just like have you look at us as entertainment for your personal gain or whatever. We're gonna keep doing us, and we're gonna continue rising above and making a footprint in this industry.
I mean, that was very well said, man. I hope that all the support you're seeing now from people in the music community and obviously in the craft beer community in New York continues for the long term, you know? And yeah, man, I'm always around too. If you want to come up with any ideas, just feel free to hit me up whenever. But Ty Jamar, man, thank you again for coming on. This was a really unique story, something I had never heard, I hadn't heard of in our area. So I thought it was cool to shine a light on it. And I appreciate you, man, and all that you're doing for the communities in New York. You're awesome, dude.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. It's been awesome.
All right, dude. We'll talk soon. Ty Jamar, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Next up, Ty Jamar, thank you. A man that I know intimately, Mr. Randy LaBeouf, producer engineer out of Graphic Nature Audio. This is going to be a pretty heavy conversation. So, pack a lunch, maybe grab some tissues. I'll be right back. Hey,
What's up?
Randy LaBeouf. What's up, man? How are you? We're back.
I'm good.
If you don't know who Randy LaBeouf is, he's worked alongside me for, I don't know, coming up on 10 years now.
10 years.
And, started out as my engineer and has definitely grown into his own producer. And in the past couple of years has made some awesome records in the hardcore metal world. And now people confuse his records for mine and say, hey, man, I want to record with you because this record sounds really good. I go, actually, that was Randy. So, fuck me, I guess. But you're killing it. You're one of my best friends. And we have been in deep conversation about everything that's going on since the George Floyd murder, and it's brought to the surface a lot of personal stuff. Some of it, which is very uncomfortable to talk about and very heavy. And, you being willing to come on here and share some of the stories with your family, I think it takes a lot of balls, man. So I want to thank you, and I really appreciate you being here.
I'm happy to be here.
So we could talk. Let's save some music shit for the end, man. I just kind of want to get right into it, if that's cool.
Plenty to cover, yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why I wanted to bring you on is, you're a guy who was born in New Orleans, who grew up there, and then
hours south of New Orleans, which makes it even a little bit more like not even in the big city of New Orleans, but a town an hour south, which is even closer to the swamp, less of a melting pot type of city,
Sure.
Which is hard to say, but that's not like how New Orleans is a melting pot or any other big city is. I didn't even have that where I was from until I got out. But
yeah. And then, so you grew up there, and then you moved. When did you move? You moved to Boston first, right?
I went to college in Boston. So by the time I was literally 18 years old, 18, right before 19 years old, I moved out, went to college in Boston. And that was like the first time I've ever, moved out of home, out of the state. Before then, I might have gone on vacations to other states, but never to any like actual big city.
Right.
Other than being in New Orleans. So that was definitely like the first like eye-opening thing, the first escape, the first time I can sit on a subway train and literally like, just see what an actual melting pot city is, just like race to race next to each other on a train, Muslim, Black, Asian.
Sure. And your upbringing in New Orleans, I mean, I don't want to, it's hard for me to say this, but I think your family and some of the ideals that they have are kind of deeply embedded in a bit more of a racist culture down there, deep in the south of New Orleans.
Yeah. 100%.
And so how you're the person that you are, you extremely disagree with, everything that's happening right now, everything that's happened to the Black community. And, it's stuff we've talked about over and over again, but you have a family of people that you have to deal with. I mean, these are relatives, loved ones, parents.
Yes.
Where are you with this? I mean, we've talked about, we've talked about your progression from maybe not understanding it when you were young to then not knowing how to deal with it to now because of a personal belief, being forced to actively confront your family. And, I'd love to get some insight, because I think this is a hard conversation that a lot of white kids are going to have with their, parents, grandparents, uncles and stuff. And you're in the middle of figuring out how to deal with it too. So it's like anything you could talk about on this issue is like, I'm really interested to hear about it.
Absolutely. I mean, even just to start, that video of like the young girl, like selfie video of the girl arguing with their parents about racism and like everything that's going on. If you've ever watched that video, the things that her parents are saying back to her are just like things I feel like I've heard my entire childhood and upbringing. But I mean, and this isn't about calling out my family and being like, you're all racist, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's just as bad as like being now pointing the finger just to be active and being against it. It's like, I still want to be able to hear out the other side. But what's crazy to me is that I know the other side being some people in my family, it's like I'm not going to get a valid argument. So it's like it's hard to it's been hard to figure out how to approach most of them, because I can't just like call up my uncle and be like, hey, remember that time you did this? What the hell's wrong with you? I live here now. I visit home 2 to 3 times a year. And when I do visit home, that's when I'm subject to it, whether it's in my immediate family, friends, extended family. And, ever since I moved to Boston and I was subject, realized that how much prejudice and racism I was subject to when I was younger. When I go back now, I'm way more outspoken about it. But even then, I still deal with arguments that are stubborn, that are just like, oh, I'm not racist. I have black friends. I was taught everything I know in my work field by a black man. But it's like, but what was that thing you just said? And then from there, just the culture in which I grew up in. I'm south of New Orleans, and that's literally Cajun country. Cajun is its own ethnicity, its own culture. And there's things within that culture that are literally racist. There's terms of endearment. I'm not going to say it, but there's literally, if you Google Cajun self-pride term, a term that Cajuns will refer to themselves as, that is literally stems from a racist word. And you'll see restaurants that have the name in it. You can't, it's so backwards that it's like, the more I see it every year it passes, I obviously feel stronger about it. And it's especially now I'm angry about what's going on. I'm also ashamed about how I was brought up and how could I have been introduced to any of this information? How could I have been informed of injustices, the same way? No one in my family is going to tell me, they're going to watch a football game and say bad things about the players, or about Obama, being Muslim. I'll never vote for a man with a Muslim name. I've heard it all. And so all I can do going forward now is challenge it to speak up. But from there, it's like, how aggressive can I be? Because it's kind of like being aggressive and stubborn at somebody who's already inherently stubborn and won't change their ways. So what's been a battle for me is approaching them in a way that's hey, asking them hey, why do you really feel this way? Versus being what's wrong with you? You're just, I don't know, pointing the finger versus trying to actually ask them something that would make them think about how they feel about something.
Sure. I mean,
go ahead. Sorry.
A lot of what we've discussed on this, and yesterday we got really deep into communication and how it breaks down, and how, approaching people who have these embedded beliefs can be super polarizing, and it can even just make things worse sometimes. And it's honestly a difficult subject to navigate. I mean, I know we've talked about a bunch, and I've talked about a lot of people. It's we're looking for answers now on how to have these conversations with people. It's if you love your parents, you don't want to cut them out of your life, but you need to make them understand that, hey, you grew up in a culture that's racist, and the things that were okay to you are not okay to the rest of the world. And the Black community has made a very clear, defined stance that this is not tolerated, and everybody has educated themselves to the point now where I feel like we've learned, yeah, we cannot, be complacent and allow things like this to happen. And,
yeah.
I don't have answers for you, but I know that this struggle is probably common right now, especially with people who come from these types of neighborhoods or these types of cities, or, these states in the country, or anywhere in the world. It's this embedded racism stuff is so prevalent. And, I know you've struggled with not addressing it versus addressing it. And I think, what we had talked about a little bit was, trying to open them up to new ways of thinking, trying to put stuff in front of them and explaining why these little subtle layers of racism in terms of endearment and things like that, aren't acceptable. But, have you made progress with anybody in your family? Have you had any productive conversations?
A few. And by a few, I mean less than a handful. And has there been more than a handful? maybe twice as much. Because there's always, it's hard because I almost have a disconnect being here and not home, not around them every day, to where I guarantee you, if I was around my family, parents, anyone in my family all day, and I would hear these things, I'd be able to actively speak out, but I can't call and be like, hey, what have you been talking about lately? How have you been, so that's what makes it difficult for me. But in conversation, I'm very open about what's going on now. And when I try to talk to my parents about it, they will kind of like side like, oh yeah, the looting's crazy. Not like, yeah, it's messed up what's happening. Like there's truly a problem with like injustice to Black people. Like they aren't there. I think there's like a uncomfortableness where they don't want to admit that because it puts them in the wrong, like you can't, they don't want it to reflect bad on their character, when it's just like, I can acknowledge now that it reflects bad on my character being brought up in it and not speaking out against it. I had like friends who were Black that anyone would have thought it would be okay to make jokes in front of them. Like it's not, and I've reached out to those people as well as my family, and that's what it's about: reconnecting, acknowledging what has happened, and going forward that things need to be different, and that literally we need to be doing things better. So from there, but I can't call up my grandma and be like, hey, Mama, that term you use every now and then, that little term of endearment, do you know where it comes from? I've said that to another family member just talking about it, and they'd be like, oh no, I never thought about that. And then it just stops. I'm like, yeah, don't you think it's wrong? Don't you think it needs to stop? It's just like there's always just like a cutoff where it's like it's either it's too much, they're uncomfortable, and then it stops. But I won't stop, and that's all I can do is just keep pushing it. But
yeah, I think unfortunately some of this work is gonna be long term with people that, especially people that you care about, and you can't just write your entire family off. I mean, you can, but it's such a emotional the turmoil that would happen on the inside, and you want to change people. You don't want to alienate people and polarize people. You do want to change them because it's your family and you love them. So it's like, it's like the best that I feel like we can do now is to just stay on people and not let up and correct them every time you hear it. And everybody wants the world to just be perfect now.
Absolutely.
But I think the sad truth of it is undoing a lot of this stuff is going to take longer than anybody really wants. I mean, there will be changes and some things will happen quicker than the others, and police are getting arrested, and there's talks about this defunding police, and there's talks about policy change and all this stuff. And there's going to be short-term, changes, which is awesome. But there's this type of long-term shit that is going to take people like you to stay on and just be the person that you are and convey that, that message in a conversation with them the best way you can. So it's a struggle forever, man. And I feel, it pains me to know you and how caring of a guy you are, that you have to deal with this in a home situation. So it's tough.
I'm literally the only, other than Fox News, my mom and dad wouldn't know what's going on. They don't have, not even just them, other people in my family, grandparents. I'm sure some of my cousins do, but aunts and uncles, there's only a few that are on Facebook, and those are the ones that I'll see some of them share some things that are false information, not supporting the movement, very much opposite of it. And my immediate family only relies on major news sources, where it's like if they had Twitter and they can literally just see the video of what's happening real time, I feel like they would see that. But I've tried to share that with them, and my mom literally has said, I can't watch this. It's like, this is happening. People are seeing this without a choice, just stuff like that, where it's just, I don't ever want to think I'm trying to tiptoe around the issue, but I have to carefully relay that information to them so that they can absorb it in the right way. Please watch this, I've literally screen recorded the introduction to this charity that you did and sent it to my parents and be like, hey, please watch this. I know you're not going to go to the website, but check this video out. It's 8 minutes long. He kind of covers the topic of what's going on, because I told him about this charity even. and there was no like, oh, that's amazing. They're like, oh, okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I'm just gonna keep trying. Like it's an important issue, and I'm just gonna. It's kind of just like I said earlier. I can't fight it with being stubborn back at them because they never take that well. That's
it's figuring out these right ways to communicate in these difficult situations. You know, it's not just a talking point. Oh, we're having hard conversations. Like they're hard. No, this is hard. You know, and I know that navigating this for fucking the years to come with you is going to be difficult. And yeah, man, I really thank you for sharing this because I feel like a lot of people are in this place, and you know, just knowing that other people are trying to do the same thing and trying to, you know, create positive change like you are, I think, you know, could potentially be helpful or therapeutic, you know, because this isn't going to stop for people all over the country and the world for a while. This
issue
that, you know, you brought to light. So thank you for doing this. This was fucking awesome, man.
Can we get a quick 10-second guest spot from EQ?
Yeah, please.
I'm waking her up. Everybody donate.
Oh, there she is. This is our studio dog, Randy's dog. This is EQ. If you've recorded with us or have crossed paths with me or Randy, you're probably well aware of this dog. She's the best dog in the world. Donate $10 so EQ will be happy, and also support the Black Lives Matter movement. Randy, let's do your giveaway. Thank you for sharing all of this and your amazing dog.
Yes.
So here's a Randy LaBeouf producer bundle. A tremendous amount of stuff that you've done in the past year or two. We've got how many test presses? 4 test presses? Yeah.
4 and 1 vinyl, yeah.
No One Goes to Heaven by Left Behind. Nomad by Kubican. Unity, Mad Boy. Jay was on yesterday. Yes. And Hard to Kill from I Am, plus a bonus Kubican vinyl. You should watch Matt's, man. Honeycutt killed it yesterday. He's a voice of his. Yeah. And then also, I feel like, you know, we didn't get to talk about Tradewin, but Randy's also in a band with members of Straight from the Path and Stick to Your Guns and Structures called Tradewin. So if you're into like artsy indie rock stuff, I guess I'll call it. It's a very cool band, and they're giving away a test press of You Make Everything Disappear, which is a record that I had the pleasure of working on too, and is a very cool record and a very talented group of musicians. So check out Tradewin and follow Randy and everything that he does in his career. I love you, buddy. Thank you very much
thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
All right. Talk to you soon.
See ya.
Randy LaBeouf, my man. Take some balls to address that kind of stuff with your family right now. I'm glad he's doing that. Soundrink.live, a $10 charitable donation. Win the Randy LaBeouf test press bundle. Win a Tradewin test press and 100 other prizes. Donate $10. Write what you want. We're going to randomly pick winners, and you get a copy, and you get whatever you put down. All right. I am taking a 2-minute break, and then I will be back with Gabe the Pigeon. All right, we're back here with Gabe. How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. My favorite nickname in hardcore. So thank you for being a part of this. We've known each other for a while, and you've, photographed probably 3/4 of the bands I've recorded in my career already, and are one of my favorite photographers in our world, and are pretty much the everyman in our scene as far as your relationships and the people So I feel like you have an awesome perspective of what our culture is like currently. So I'm excited to talk to you about all that. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So let's catch the people up who are listening, who aren't in bands and haven't had a chance to maybe meet you. To give me a little background of like how you got into photography and how you kind of transitioned from just a kid who went to shows to like being pretty much the sought after photographer in this world.
I kind of just picked up the camera when I was like I think 16. I kind of always wanted to work with like cameras and stuff. So when I used to skate a lot, I just wanted to, just document skating. And then obviously music has always been there my whole life. So when I turned 18 and started driving and stuff, I started going to shows more. And I always had my camera on me, just went from there and did it for 4 years. So 22, I got offered to tour with Twitching Tongues. So that was the first band that like took me out. So like 4 years of just photographing every local show that came through the closest to me. Just kind of went from there.
Pretty cool. How did you hook up with Twitching Tongues? Did you know Taylor or those guys beforehand?
No, just through like shows. So like one day I'm like at a show just a couple miles away, and I get an email from him. It's like, hey, he basically hired me to do like not even like show stuff, and kind of from there we kind of just built like a relationship, and so we knew each other from there. And a couple months later, he hit me up saying like, hey, we need a merch guy for our tour coming up. You down to do it? And I was like, yeah, definitely. Get in somewhere. So did that, and we got to do 4 tours with them. So I got to do 2 Hatebreed tours with them, and we got to go to Europe, and that was super awesome. Just been at it since. So
I love I think one of my favorite parts of this world is like once you get in with the right community, you start you meet people from other bands and stuff. It's so easy to just like help each other. Like, oh yeah, this dude's awesome. Like, go out with this band, go on tour with this band, and like everybody, like you immediately like your circle of friends and the people and the people that are down to help you out. Like it just blows up so fast.
It's crazy to me because it's like you start to see how like you meet one person. You become friends with that one person, then you meet like 5 other people, so it's like with me and like Stray, it's like, meeting them, then I met you, and then I meet like Randy, and then I meet like Steve, like all the studio folks, and then like I meet, their friends, and then, it's just crazy how like it's all like a big community that you don't, for someone like me who used to see it from the outside, you're like, oh, these people don't like know each other, and you realize how small this like community of music is, and it's like cool to see for me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's part of, when I was in high school, I was like the only kid in my school who really kind of fucked with this world, and I didn't have a ton of friends because in high school a lot of your identity is like the kind of music you listen to, how you dress, all that stuff. And then I just went to a couple hardcore shows and then just had 100 friends, and it was just immediately awesome, welcoming, culture that, I still have friends from that time to now, Yeah. And, your perspective now that you've sort of been around with all these different bands, and you're at every single festival, you're in other continents with these bands, you've met the locals from all these scenes. You're pretty well, circulated around the globe. With everything that's going on right now, like in all the people you've met, like I'm sure you've had a ton of conversations. Like, what's the perspective? Where's your head at with what the hardcore community and what all your friends are thinking and stuff. I'm interested because for me, I feel like you would have had this conversation so many times by now, you know?
It's kind of, it's a lot to take in because like every day, you're hearing about so many, it's just, this, last night you hear about that girl passing away, and it's like she was missing for a few days, and it's kind of like reality is like a very like hard pill to swallow right now, and it's like conversating with my friends about it. It's just like, it kind of makes you feel uneasy because it's like, but like I don't really know how to like explain how I feel about it. It's hard to take in. It's kind of, yeah.
I mean, what I do enjoy, I like that as soon as things start to escalate and get really bad, that you are one of the more vocal people right away, and you're doing a bunch of charity work right now too. And you should mention what you've been doing online, because I think a lot of you found a way to use your photography career to sort of fundraise and generate money. And I think it's a good idea to talk about that, because a lot of people who aren't, a lot of our friends are in bands, and it's easy. I wouldn't say easy, but it is kind of easy to just chuck a t-shirt up online and say like, hey, we're, buy the shirt, support this cause. And, it doesn't take much energy, but you're not a guy who sells t-shirts. So you found another way to fundraise, which I thought was pretty awesome. And, I got a few prints from you too, which were really cool. So talk a little bit about that, and like maybe about other creative ways people can get involved right now and help fundraise, help support this cause.
Yeah. So I did, so I hit up a handful of bands. So 14 bands, I think. Just bands that I've photographed over the past few years, bands that I've worked with too, and just bands that I felt have like, felt very sincere on like what their message is as a band, like what they, what they believe in and stuff. So I set up a darkroom page and put together some quick posters of each band, and I finished the charity thing for it last night, and we raised $5,100, which is, for me, I was pretty like stoked on that because I did not even expect $1,000.
Yeah, of course. That's awesome.
So, it was awesome because, bands like Incendiary, Jesus Peace, Stray, Knock Loose, they all like, they all promoted it, and I felt like that goes the furthest way because they have a way bigger platform than I do, obviously. So like, it was just cool to see folks from obviously like US ordering here, but like getting orders from Germany, Australia, the UK. Like for me, that's like super cool. And just like bands like Mind Force, they put up that pre-order shirt 2 weeks ago, and I think in like 48 or 24 hours, they raised $10,000. So for me, like, I got to get involved some way that I can. And being a photographer, obviously I can't just, put up a shirt, because I don't have a platform as a band. But for me, it's like I have all these photos, I can do something with them. So, it kind of just came to me just out of the blue, and I was like, oh, let me see how this goes. And,
Yeah. I mean, what we had, I think we have like a parallel here and I think it's something to talk about, like how to organize, because I reacted immediately to what happened the same way you did. I was like, I want to do something. I don't know what to do. I don't really have a voice where I feel like I should be speaking for the Black community, but I have resources. So how can I use these to, give platforms for the right voices, and also to fundraise for charities who are experts at dealing with these matters? And I think, maybe a lot of people who feel powerless right now or helpless or don't know how to help or don't know, want to support the Black Lives Matter movement, but aren't as fully educated on it and don't feel comfortable using a platform publicly. It's like, organizing is and fundraising is a really important part of this, because it is going to be a long-term fight, and I know I keep saying this, but it's like this type of problem doesn't go away overnight, and we need things like you just did with the photography charity, and like we need people to start getting creative, you know, and especially white people, honestly, because it's like we can vote and we can be allies in this cause and be supportive, but like we have to give the resources and the tools to the Black community, or help them give the resources and the tools to them, so that they're able to take this cause further than somebody like myself could take it. And I think grassroots style fundraising shit like that you're doing right now, and raising thousands of dollars, in a creative way, is such a good testament to like why I love this scene, and why the people that are in our circles are awesome. And I think anyone who's wanting to get involved should just think about how they could use their resources in a way that you just did.
Yeah, and like for me, like I said, like it kind of just clicked, and like going forward, it's like like you said, the fight doesn't necessarily end, because I can't just this is something that it'll get better, and then as time progresses, it'll stoop down into like a place where it doesn't need to be. So hopefully I can like figure something out myself that I can keep like a pattern going, so I can keep like donating or doing what I do to help out, whether it's the Black community, the Hispanic community, which for me, like I'm Hispanic, so it's like I still see like everything that goes on in like the world for like Hispanics, and like so just very glad I was able to use all as much resources as I could to like do what I could do for this like specific thing, because it's like I donated to the Minnesota Freedom Fund as soon as I saw the link, and I was like, cool, but I was like like right now, like obviously missing work from not being able to tour, it's like I don't have too much money to give, so what can I do to use what I've learned, everything that I've gained from what I do to so it's just, I'm very stoked that it had that response, and so
yeah, it's awesome, man. And I think I hope we continue to see all of the bands in our world. I worry that a lot of people jump on issues because there's good PR in it, and I think their intentions are good, but I think that there's pressured activism too, where it's like, oh, okay, all my friends' bands are doing this thing, I better do it, or people are gonna think I don't care about it. So people move quick on things, and then it does dissipate. And I don't know about you, but I've definitely been. I'm trying to talk to bands about like we need to do like more long-term shit. Like maybe we should donate. We should come up with ways where like donate a little portion of a merch forever goes to a charity, or maybe we continue to do things like this, or you always run a store that has some sort of charitable thing to it. And I think it's important to keep keep artists engaged too, because you're like me, we have found some kind of platform to continue to fundraise. And I think we need to I think it's important now that we stay at it in some form, so yeah. But I definitely, I think for you now, like where you're at, your home, you've probably had a lot of time to think about what's going on. I would definitely love to give you a platform to talk about anything now too. I mean, as a person of color who's seen the whole world, who knows our whole world of the music community, who's very aware of the social events and the racial events that are happening, like, is there anything else you want to add to this conversation today? Like any other point you feel like you need to make while I have you on here?
That's a good question. I feel, it's kind of hard at like, being a person of color, but also for me, being a person of color, I can't, firsthand experience, I can't say that I felt, like some form of negative disadvantage of being a Hispanic or person of color, whichever you prefer, so I'm, I've had that privilege of not falling under that. So, but like, you see it everywhere, and it's, when you go to another country and, you're technically like the oddball because you don't necessarily you know, you're not, you know, when you're in Japan, you're not, you know, I'm Hispanic, like you're kind of, you know, it's the elephant in the room, you know, but it's just, you know, and then you come back here and it's just kind of, I don't really know. It's just hard to explain for me, unfortunately. So
Yeah, I mean that's cool. I mean your actions are speaking louder than your words lately, man. And I think a lot of people a lot of the bands that work with you, and a lot of the kids who who click on those photos all the time, and you've definitely put action behind the work that you do in the background all the time. So I really do appreciate you, for everything that you're doing right now, and just for being a part of this and helping to promote this too. And
yeah.
we should just stay in touch and continue to talk about ways we could do more long-term stuff, man. So
So I'm personally just been brainstorming. You know, I was in the shower earlier, just thinking of like, oh, like, you know, I did this, and I was like, what's the next thing I can do going forward? And like, you know, like you said, like a continuation, like a forever type thing, like where I can donate something once a month, every other month, whatever, you know. So, you know, hopefully something comes to mind. But yeah, it's something that I feel like it's something that just needs to keep going, you know. And like, it's cool that like over the past 3 weeks, the hardcore community has raised so much money for, you know, this thing, you know. So it's like I feel like that's something that could keep going, you know, going forward. So
awesome, man. Well, dude, thank you for coming on here. I'd like to we should announce your giveaway too. If you haven't seen Gabe's print store, it's full of awesome photos that he's taken throughout his years touring with bands, and a lot of your favorite bands are probably in there. He's giving away 2 16 by 20 posters of a photo of your choice from his collection. Go to the Gabe the Pigeon collection, check out some of these photos. I mean, he's documented basically everything that's been sick in the past few years, and this is a very cool giveaway. Having awesome live photos like this, from your favorite bands, easy to hang on a wall. So I love it. Really cool giveaway. Gabe, thank you again for being a part of this. I appreciate it. Yeah, dude, we'll talk soon.
yes, take care.
Later, man. Gabe the Pigeon, everybody. Soundrink.live, a $10 charitable donation enters you into our giveaway raffle. Leave a note of the item you'd like to win, and if we pick your name, we'll give you that if it's still available. I should mention we're going to stop taking donations Tuesday night, it looks like. So I know a few people were asking, and then I will, as soon as that's done, when I wake up the next morning, we'll do the randomizer thing, and I'll start emailing all the winners. So in case you were wondering when you were going to find out, I think that's the plan right now. I appreciate everyone who's been donating. If you haven't yet and you've been watching this, please donate. I don't want to keep asking you, but I'm going to keep asking you. Please donate $10. And that's it. I'm going to take 2 minutes, and I'll be right back with Patrick Sheridan.
Hey, Will.
Okay, we're back. I'm here with Patrick Sheridan from my own band, Fit for an Autopsy. How are you, Pat?
I'm good. Stressful times. I live in an area that, you know, right now is pretty wild. I'm like 20, 25 minutes outside Atlanta. So things are crazy and, you know, for good reason. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I thank you for coming on. If you don't know who Pat is, he's the guitar player in my band, and we've been friends for a long time and have discussed what's going on in the world and with the Black Lives Matter movement pretty comprehensively now. I think it's all we talk about. And you know, an event, you know, initially I didn't even know if you would want to come on this, but an event had happened in your life a few weeks ago that gave you some really crazy perspective, and I think is a real testament to realizing your white privilege, you know. So I was like, you know what, if you're cool talking about it, I would love to do this. And I think it's an important perspective for some people to hear right now. So I'm just gonna before we get into music or anything about what the hell we do, let's just talk about this, because I think this is the important thing right now.
Okay, two quick things before I get started. One, I'm gonna get a little emotional about this because I'm gonna be talking about my son, and man, I've been trying to prepare myself to talk about this and not get upset. But you know me a long time; I'm a pretty emotional dude, and once I feel a certain way, so I apologize for misty-eyed bullshit. And also, I probably wouldn't have come on if this didn't happen because, you know, I feel like I'm not exactly the poster boy for, you know, being the most sensitive person. I've done and said lots of things that, looking back on my life, especially after this particular event, I look at much differently. So with that being said, you know, in the past 10 years of working with Fit for an Autopsy has definitely taught me a lot about where I want to be as a human. So with that being said, a few weeks ago, before George Floyd was unfortunately killed, I was driving my son to school to pick up some paperwork and his belongings because school was closed because of COVID. And I drive, if you follow me on Instagram, I'm always posting pictures of my stupid cars. And one of the cars has a really loud exhaust, so pops a little bit when you're coming around the corners or when you're downshifting. So we're coming around the corner, heading to his school, and get a couple of pops out of the exhaust. And the next thing I know, I'm getting pulled over. And then immediately after that, I look in the rearview mirror and I tell my son, you know, calm down, it'll be fine. There's an officer pointing a gun at my car. And then within a minute, there's 10 to 15 police cars surrounding me with guns pointing at me. Full felony exit from the vehicle. And I don't know if you know what that is, so I'll just walk you through it. They make you turn your car off, throw your keys out of the car, open the door with your left hand with both hands out the window, stand up, put your hands behind your back, walk backwards to the police while one police officer is screaming walk and the other police officer is screaming stop. And it's this highly stressful thing. Then I end up on my face, cops on my back, handcuffs, and then I get pulled aside. So they're screaming, where's the gun? Where's the gun? And I'm like, gun? Like I'm going to my son's school to pick up his books. So they pull my son from the car and they search my son. They search the car. They question my son just to find out that an untrained officer who was new on the job panicked because he heard a couple of pops coming from the exhaust of my car, and they stopped me and my son at gunpoint. And the apologies started flying and my keys were picked up off the floor and they're dusting me off and into my son. So I get in the car and I drive away with my son, who was crying and telling me how he thought I was going to get killed by the police. So then we go home, you know, I'm trying to help him because he's having issues with this, you know, nightmares and things like that. And this is pretty crazy. And then like a week and a half later, I see on the news that, you know, a man gets killed for allegedly committing a much lesser crime than the crime of shooting a gun out the window of my car, which is what these people thought I did. So this Black American man gets killed by the police for allegedly passing off a 20, but the cops thought I was shooting at them, and I'm alive. And it's like, holy shit, like I had this like crazy 3-day long epiphany. Like if I wasn't a white guy, there's like a really good chance that I might not be alive right now, or I might be in jail, or I might have gotten beaten up in front of my kid. And, you know, the idea that the police pointed guns at my car with my child in it, and I walked away completely fine. And this dude that allegedly did such a lesser crime is now dead. And, you know, that did this thing to me. It made me go through all the years of my life and like start pointing out my privilege as a white person. So, you know, anytime anybody says that white privilege isn't real or that that's not a thing, like you can just look at me and take my story, which, you know, it turned out okay for me. Like I'm fine, but it's because I'm a white guy. So, you know, like this is a real difficult thing for me to deal with. And I've been dealing with it and losing sleep over it. And like, man, it's made me sit down and reassess a lot of the things that I thought I strongly believed in, as far as like, you know, the idea of what is and isn't real, you know. And I've always believed in white privilege, and I've always believed that it was a real thing, you know, especially being in a band with a couple of brown guys that we go on tour and we see how they get treated, and Hossein's Puerto Rican and Joe is Filipino and Mexican. And you can see the looks when we go into truck stops in middle America, and you can see the way even me, so heavily tattooed, gets treated differently than they do. So I've always believed in it, but now it's different. You know, now I've experienced it in a different way.
Yeah, I think, you know, what we had talked about was, you know, if that was 5-10 minutes of your life, you know, and it's a real reality check to imagine that there's an entire community of Black people who basically have to live like this 24 hours a day. If they see a police officer, if I get pulled over, you know, am I going to die today, you know, with my kid in the car? I mean, you've seen this has happened. You've seen these videos in the past. And, you know, I think, you know, what's worse is how this institutionalized, you know, aggression now has to be explained to children, you know. And I know for you, that was such a struggle to talk to Preston, who's your son, and explain to him what Black Lives Matter is and why this happened and why dad's okay and why other people aren't. And, you know, taking him to protests and doing all the things you're doing. I mean, it must be, I mean, it's got to be extremely difficult. You know, it's times like this where I'm like, you know, kind of glad I don't have a kid, because I don't know how I could rationalize what's happening in the world to youth, you know. And you're navigating this right now, and I'm sure a lot of people who are out there that have kids are going to have, you know, we keep saying hard conversations, but people are going to have to explain to 10-year-olds, 5-year-olds, like, what, like before the birds and the bees, you know. We talked about this yesterday, like, oh, we're going to have to learn about institutionalized racism and police brutality, and you know, and you know, how, like, so Preston is a bright kid, and he's really caring, compassionate kid, like, and I know he's smart, and I know he'll understand, and he's able to like form good perspectives at a young age. So like, how have you what have you spoken to him about from this situation, you know?
I mean, I've always, since he was little, I've made up my mind, raise him in a way where he didn't look at anybody differently, right? So to have to break that narrative and be like, look, like, this is what I've been teaching you, and this is right, but this is more the reality of the world, and this is kind of why these things are happening, you know. Like, he would never look at a Black person or a brown person or an Asian person any differently than he looks at me or you or anybody else, because of the way we've brought him up. But now I had to sit him down and explain to him how some people believe these things. And it was like, you know, you tell somebody that the sky is blue for, you know, their whole life, and then you explain to them, well, it's really orange. It's like, no, it's not, it's blue, you know? So like, there's this like pushback a little bit, but because he is so smart, he's starting to understand. But like, you know, it's hard. It's difficult to like have to break down and categorize the way that people feel about other people, and have to sit down and show him how bad people can be. And, you know, you don't want to take a piece of your own kid's innocence. You know what I mean? And that's essentially what I had to do. I had to sit down and actually like explain to him what racism was. You know what I mean? And it hurt me. I sent you that text about how like it was kind of beautiful because he told me that it wasn't my fault and he knew how upset I was. But like at the same time, like I had to take this little piece of him away and replace it with something really bad and painful. So like,
yeah, I remember reading that. I was like, actually can't respond to this because it's like heartbreaking, and I don't know how to. I couldn't even. I'm not a father, and I was like, I don't even know what to say other than you're a good dad, you know. And I think, yeah, I mean, this is the reality that we're in now. But what I appreciate you doing, and what I think is going to be a challenge for a lot of parents, is you've had this conversation, you know, aside from instilling in him the right beliefs and making sure Preston knows that everybody should be treated equally and fairly. You've also, as hard as it must be, you've given him like real dark world insight into, well, there's also these people and there's also this and this is bad. And, you know, it's a challenge that I think a lot of parents are going to have to face now. And I'm sure there are resources out there. I'm not one, but I'm glad that people like yourself are dealing with it with kids, you know. And yeah, man, this was like a pretty wild story, and I know this was hard to tell. So thank you for coming on here and talking about it. And yeah, you're a good dad and you're a good friend, man. And I know this was tough. So thank you, dude.
Of course.
So, all right. Well, we didn't talk about music because fuck music right now. That was more important. But we do have some band giveaways. So let me go through those with everybody. Fitz donated a bunch of stuff to this charity event. Everybody's like pulled their own things. Our drummers donated his own 19-inch custom projection Crash. This is what we used on our last record. He tours with these. The lovely people of Zildjian keep us stocked with these, but this is the one that's actually at the studio, which means it's the one. So that's up for grabs. And Joe has actually donated his microphone. This is the only one we have.
Yeah.
We're joking with him that he's just going to lose it anyway because he loses it all the time. But this is the mic that Sennheiser designed custom for Joe to use live. And then we got it etched with some art from, you know, our Shepherd single. And it's the only one that exists. And Joe came through pretty hard on that. That's a really cool piece. It's actually a good, I don't remember the model number, but it is a good mic. And it's a commonly used live mic too. We're putting up a test press from our new record. I think I have 10 of these, but we've never put one up. Nothing's ever been available or for sale online. So this is actually the only one that could be available publicly. And that's in here. And then we're putting up a pedal bundle. Winners can receive a set of pickups from Guitarmony, the company that Pat works with. We've got a little wah, which is the wah we use because it's tiny and it fits on pedal boards. And this is the 808, the Maxon 808X Overdrive that we've used on records. The guys, Tim and Pat, have used live. You know, these are all commonly used fit items and things that, you know, we could stand behind. So you're getting usable stuff from us for sure. And our buddy in Funhouse, Matt from Funhouse Max Studios, built us this when the record came out. He Funhouse designs horror masks, and he was a fan of the band. He wanted to do something really awesome for us. This is a one-of-one collectible. It's a mask that was built off of the album cover for our new record. And it's been sitting in my room, and I've been waiting for something cool to do with this because, I mean, it's an expensive piece, and it's like it'll never be made again. It's like the rarest actual thing that we could have as a collectible. And yeah, it's up. It's in this donation now. Somebody could win this. I don't think we'll ever have like a more unique, expensive, rare item to give. So, and then Pat, you've even come through with some of your own donations, which I appreciate too. I think I have. Sorry, I'm scrolling, but yeah, you've grabbed an extra preamp distortion pedal from Horizon Devices.
Yeah.
Shout out to Misha too. Thank you for coming through with that. And some custom order pickups from your company, which is really cool. So whatever kind of music you play, Guitar Harmony will design you a pickup set for 6, 7, or 8 strings. You know, you can select all the features in them and actually just get like a tailor-made pickup set from a really awesome builder. I mean, that's super valuable. Just having exactly what you want designed into a pickup on the house. Very cool. And a bonus set of 7-string pickups. That's Devin from the Casey Strains signature set. Also very cool. The Casey also came through with some really nice giveaways. Since they're not on here, maybe I'll take a minute to highlight because I know Devin did drop those pickups also. We've got the whole Decay set that was just announced. Came out Friday. They finally stopped, listened to their fans and just announced what the word was. But there it is. You can win the entire Decay 7-inch set produced by Randy, who was also on the show earlier. And It Comes in Waves test press. That's the record that just came out before this. Awesome art, very cool collectible items. Nice pile from all the boys. And yeah, Pat, thank you again for being on here. I really appreciate your time, and I love you, buddy. We'll catch up later.
All right, bud. Later.
All right, Pat. $10. Soundrink.live. Charitable donations. Win all this shit. There's like over 100 items. Leave a note of what you want when you make your bid, and if we randomly draw your name, we will give you the item you request. I should also mention that the top 3 bids will get to pick the prize that they want. So I'm just going to, before I randomize this thing, I'm just going to look at what the top 3 bids are. I'm going to email those people. I'm going to say, what do you want? You donated the most. So if you really want something in here, throw a big number out. And if you're one of the top 3, we're going to let you cherry pick the prizes. So a little incentive. You shouldn't need incentive to support the Black Lives Matter movement, but hey, if you're going to get something cool and donate to charity, I'm not going to complain. So there it is, soundrink.live. Hang tight. I'm going to be back in a minute with my buddy Ramesh. All right, we're back. Ramesh Shangoda, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. How are you, Will?
I'm okay. Are you you in the UK now?
I am, yeah. It's evening here for
Yeah,
us here, but-
hope I didn't get you too late. A lot of schedule juggling with the international community. So
yeah.
thank you for making a window to come on.
Thank you for having me and having me involved in this.
Of course, if anyone who's listening doesn't know who Ramesh is, he's a fantastic record producer and engineer. Probably most notable for, I guess, the new Bring Me the Horizon stuff. I mean, you've worked with them for a few projects now, right?
Yeah. So I first worked with them when we were mixing. They did Live from Wembley. They did a DVD for that, and they seemed to enjoy that. So then they did this big Royal Albert Hall show, which had, I don't know if you've seen it, had a full orchestra and a choir, and then they asked me to mix that, which that's probably like one of the hardest mixing things I've ever done. Like,
yeah, live show plus a choir plus an orchestra plus a band.
And the band.
And they're probably one of the biggest bands in the UK. And no pressure situation for you. Yeah,
that was super hard because it was like you have to make the band sound massive, and then you've got to fit an entire orchestra and all that stuff on top. So, and then they asked me to record the new album. So I did Ammo with them. We spent 2 months in North Hollywood making that.
Awesome. The production on that is incredible. I mean, it's probably one of the best sounding records I've heard, in a while. So hats off to you, man. It's an awesome job on that.
Jordan and Ollie did an incredible, job on. They were like Jordan especially is amazing at all that synth work, and all the stuff he has is incredible. But yeah, no, it was a great time.
Yeah, awesome. So you spent a couple months in America then making that record, and you're from the UK. Were you around? Like, how is your perspective of America? I keep asking. I like asking people from outside of America because I think we've spoken a bit about traveling with some other guests and how going to other places and experiencing new things and meeting new people, it can really change your perspective of your, where you come from. And it's sort of, I think it helps, create a more well-rounded opinion of the world. So, I mean, you're definitely a well-traveled guy too. So being in America recently, being back in the UK, knowing everything that's going on right now, what's your perspective about things that are happening?
I think definitely for myself, with having brown skin, definitely coming off the plane into LAX, I'm always kind of I don't know, it's just a feeling. That's how I feel. I always feel a bit kind of anxious, and I think I kind of clock myself doing things trying to not look, trying to look as non-threatening as you can, and all that stuff kind of goes through my head where it probably doesn't go through other people's sometimes. But yeah, I think once I've always had that. I think coming to America.
Yeah, I don't think our country is currently or frequently in the past been very inviting of people from other countries who are of the brown community and Middle Eastern culture. And it's a shame, the events of 9/11 and all the terrorist propaganda that flies around this country is definitely polarized people to have these sort of layers of racism towards Middle Eastern people, Indian people, all different minority communities, and there are definitely parallels with how that relates to what's affecting the Black community today. And as a country that was founded by immigrants and people from other countries, it's always shocking to me that we take this insane stance, and that our leaders have our president has ran on a platform of building walls to keep criminals out and things like that. And here we are today, where we have race relation issues, more prominent and in everybody's face than it has been in a while. And it's been like this for years. And, is the UK, how is the UK reacting to America's like path and decisions here? Because I know, there are plenty of issues in the UK too, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think like there's been a few people who have kind of ignorantly said like, the UK doesn't really have, a race problem, and like, it definitely does. Like it's, there's a lot of, bad stuff kind of going on right now actually. And it's just like, I don't know. It's just, I can't believe that we're still in this kind of position.
Yeah. Have you seen like are the protests in the UK generally non-violent? Like I've seen a few things on the news, but I'm not seeing a ton of international coverage from the UK right now because there's just so much, trying to find what's going on social media or watching the news. There's just so much coverage on America. So whenever I get a chance to talk to people from outside of America right now, I'm interested into what the movements are like in other places in the world.
There have definitely been plenty of peaceful, protests going on, especially, down where I live. It's been incredibly, peaceful, and, everyone's, kind of behaving. In London, like very recently, there's been a lot of issues with people who have problems with the Black Lives Matter movement. Are just causing, they're fighting the police. They're like, they're claiming they're protecting all the statues because, it's turned into quite a mess.
Are they tearing statues down in the UK?
They've removed one in Bristol. They tore one down, but they're starting to try and like protect them around, and you can people are angry, and like I think people are some people are saying, oh, it erases history, but I'd argue and say this is like made people so much more aware, and by pulling some of those things down.
Yeah, I never understood the erases history
It doesn't make sense.
Excuse for that. There's so much bad history that we don't honor with statues. So it's not erased. Everyone's aware of it. Nazi statues came down in Germany for a fucking reason. There's not. Oh, that was history, but we don't
know about it.
Yeah. Why don't we put up heroes and activists and other things and highlight the people that fought against oppression and racism instead of the people who were commanders who fought for it. And I think I've seen that conversation happen a ton here, as all these statues come down. But it's a losing argument right now. Fortunately, it sucks that it took this escalation for that to finally happen. This issue has popped up before in America, and there are a lot of statues that are still standing. And now this time they're just getting ripped down now, which is starting to feel good. But negative optimism, that's the word we've been calling some of this stuff. Good events coming out of terrible events,
Yeah. And I think, I think there's so many people who didn't even know what those statues were representing and now aware of it as well.
Sure. When I grew up, I thought Christopher Columbus was a hero, because that's what I was taught in school. And he sailed the 7 oceans blue. There's like a nursery rhyme, and you learn about how he founded America and all this stuff. And then they just like skip the whole part about the genocide of Native Americans. Like you didn't find that out until you take a American history class in college, or you later in life read some article or somebody who's like more studied tells you about it, and we have Columbus Day here. We celebrate that. Yeah. I just talked to Josh from North Lane in Australia, and he was talking about that they're trying to change, the holiday for that celebrates their colonization. And, it is this embedded problem, and I think raising a little more awareness to how that's, wrong and fucked up, and we shouldn't be honoring these things anymore is definitely an important part of it. But yeah, I'm glad to see, I'm glad to see that things in the UK are moving kind of in the same direction that they are here, at least as far as organizing and protesting and things are going.
Yeah, totally.
I wanted to talk to you about Control Room, because
Cool.
it's a thing that you run online that I think is really cool. I'm a part of it, and we've done some stuff together in there, and I really like the principle of it and how you've created this community. You know.
I think, you know, for me, I just got fed up of there being like places where people are getting knocked down all the time, and like, you know, just real, you know, horrible kind of interactions, you know. And it's been something that I wanted to do for a long time, because I used to get, but you know, just get a lot of questions coming up on your timeline, like, how did you kind of get this drum sound or this guitar sound or whatever? And you know, it kind of, I was like, well, I just wanted a place where, you know, lots of people can discuss lots of different, you know, techniques, and I'm really happy that it's now, you know, it's not just about me anymore. It's like there's so many amazing producers in there, yourself included, and yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely the most positive, where everyone kind of supports each other in there, and the community, the discussions and all the talks always stay on a good lane. And the internet is so fucking toxic right now that it's
I know.
It's cool that places like this exist, where you can talk about things and problems, and you don't actually have to you don't have to actually deal with like a lot of negative criticism and you know what's going on right now. So it is a very awesome thing that you have. Is it like, it is publicly available, right? Or is it like, how can you join Control Room? Because I'm sure, you know, we're on right now. I'm sure there's some producers and engineers who are checking this out who might not know about it.
Yeah, you can go to, it's control-room.net, and you can sign up. It's like, it's £2 for your first month. And we do loads of awesome stuff in there. We had some wicked live streams. We had Mike Crossy, who did the 1975, which is, you know, they make amazing sounding records.
Yeah, I know they're probably, aside from Ammo, one of the other best sounding records I've heard in a while. Yeah.
And you know, we just get to pick his brains, you know, like, and he's telling us, so, you know, it's just a really open way of like communicating with a producer. It's all live, so you can like interact with them. And yeah, you know, that's, you know, it's just been so cool. I mean, even for myself, you know, and, you know, I've been doing it for such a long time. Like I learn so many cool, you know, new ideas in there every day. And, you know, I think that's been fun. And it's massively helped like my kind of mental health as well.
Yeah.
Just
I think
positivity in there.
Yeah. Positive educational tools right now are, in demand for me. So I was excited to talk to you about that and shine a bit of a light on that. I think, you know, this country as a whole has been deprioritizing education for years and years. And you've created a very easy and extremely affordable way to people to learn about music and recording and, you know, producers directly from people without, you know, with all you need is really access to a computer or a phone and you're there, you know? And, yeah, I mean, a lot of the problems I think that are going on right now, it goes back to, you know, a lack of education in our country, whether that's actually school systems or people not educating themselves enough about current events or issues or what's going on with the Black Lives Matter movement or what's going on with politics or, you know, so, and you know, anytime I can shine a light on positive education stuff, I think, you know, it's worth talking about. So thank you for coming on here and chatting.
My pleasure. Be a part of it.
Absolutely, man. We do have a cool giveaway from you too. This is Ramesh's software, his Tone Hub preset pack. You actually win the STL Tones plugin and his preset pack. Give me a couple bands that you've produced that are in this one. I don't know what particularly you've designed for this.
They aren't tones from records, but they're amps that I've used on records, like the Funeral for a Friend Bogner's in there. But
cool.
That's patch 1, and I love that.
That's a really good one. Ooh, I have to check this out. I've been organizing this. I haven't had a chance to play with all these.
I spent ages when we were doing it. I was like, I want patch 1 to just be this, you know, this fucking cool sound, and like, you know, that's the actual funeral for Fran Ubershall. That's like number one on there.
Awesome, man. Well, Ramesh, dude, thank you for being a part of this. As always, I appreciate you. And yeah, we'll talk soon, man.
See you soon.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Ramesh Dongoda, a very sick record producer, donating some software. STL Tones, shout out to them too for coming through with some assists on these. Soundring.live, $10 charitable donation gets you entered into our giveaway raffle. We're going to randomly select winners, leave a note of what you want, and if we pick you, we will give you that prize. The top 3 donations that we receive get to cherry pick their prizes from the pile before we go into the random donations. So if you want something, bid on it aggressively, please. And if you've already donated, thank you. I am going to take 2 minutes and I will be back with Manuel from Zeal and Ardor, who is, out of all the artists that have come out in the past few years, one of the most interesting and one of my favorite bands of recent times. So hang tight and we will be back shortly. Hey, man, what's up?
Hey, not much. Just in a basement.
Cool. Oh, it's spooky in there. In good fashion, as expected. Extra spooky. Thank you for being on here. If you guys don't know who Manuel is, he is the founder, originator, I guess main songwriter, vision. We'll call it the vision of Zeal and Ardor. If you don't know who Zeal and Ardor is, I highly suggest you go check them out. Maybe one of the most unique bands I've ever heard, and the entire sort of the whole concept of the band and the kind of story you've built around this thing is wild and one of the most original things I've ever heard. And I fucking love your band. So I'm really excited that you're a part of this, and thank you for being here. You're in Switzerland now, right?
Yeah. I'm in Basel, Switzerland.
What you're from the States, but you moved to Switzerland? Is that correct?
I was actually born here. I spent a couple of years in the States. Now I'm back.
Gotcha. Cool. So before we get into music, because I do want to talk about the theme of your band and how kind of there's parallels to what's happening over here right now. I don't know really too many people from Switzerland, and they're normally kind of this. The perception in America that we have is that it's this nice, peaceful place, and everyone's happy, and they're smart, and shit works. What is like Switzerland like right now? Like, is there reactions to the Black Lives Matter movement over there? Like, has the community sort of protesting or rallying up like they are in the rest of the world?
Definitely, yeah. There's people in the streets everywhere, but Switzerland is a weird place because, for all we're kind of known to be kind of progressive, but it's been recent. Like, women weren't allowed to vote till 1971, which is on the inexcusable side of things.
Yeah, it's on the later side, absolutely. Yeah.
And I mean, Black people were in a zoo in my city, 80 years ago. So at least something's happening, I guess. But,
yeah. All right, so there are protests going on there now. Is like I haven't seen any news here because no one talks about Switzerland on social media and on my feed at least. So, but the people, it's good to hear that people are activating in other places. So I would love to talk about the like concept that started Zealand Ardor, and the sort of the kind of story that you've built around like what the main theme of the music is, because it's fucking awesome. So I don't want to do it. I want to let you do it because I think you'll articulate it better.
Well, it started as like a musical challenge. I had like a pop project going, and I would do this thing like as a game. I'd go on 4chan and have them, suggest 2 musical genres, and I tried to make a song of it in like a half an hour. And one day, someone said black music in a different way, and black metal, and it struck me as interesting. And the way I flipped it is like, what if slave spirituals, what if the black people would have rebelled against the slave masters by not incorporating the Lord Jesus Christ, but Satan, and just spiritually rebelled against their oppressors? So now we have this weird hodgepodge of Norwegian black metal and slave spirituals.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear like, for people who maybe don't follow black metal or slave spirituals, which I admittedly do not. If I could compare it to anything, I could be like if Tom Waits had a metal band, which is definitely kind of cutting out the intention of this, but just as a lowest common denominator for new listeners, if you're a fan of anything related to Tom Waits or if you're a black metal fan, I think you'll find some really cool value in this music. But I love the idea of how the concept of okay, we're going to impose Christianity on slaves, and then there's like this rebellion against traditional like Christian values and Christian ethics, and these songs are like songs of rebellion, and in a strange way they're protest songs, and they're like, yeah, I mean, it's blues and gospel smashed into black metal culture and aesthetics that has to be met with resistance from the black metal community, which if I'm being honest, can be fucking racist, so it's like you must have encountered challenges trying to get this project off the ground in that world. Like I couldn't imagine. I mean, just knowing the list of black metal bands that are just fucking off limits, it's like, how was it difficult to get this thing out into the world?
There's a ton of black metal fans who are just kind of fed up with that whole NSBM sort of thing, so they're actually pretty happy that there's some form of progression or some weird mix-up. And I mean, the let's call them the problematic bands, they don't really reach out to me for obvious reasons, so we don't really get their feedback too often, which I can't say I'm sad about.
I would imagine. Yeah. I've just like, I dabble in black metal. I'm not like a diehard, but I know diehard guys that are, and all the guys I know are actually like, pretty proactive, very left leaning, non-racist. I mean, a good buddy, Frank from Metal Injection, who's a fan also, who's a huge black metal fan. He's an encyclopedia of this stuff, and he's always showing me bands that there's no chance I would have ever heard, he's like one of the diehard black metal guys I know. And he's like hyperly proactive with charity work and nonprofits and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement, supporting all kinds of anti-racism causes. And he uses his platform too in good ways to do this fundraising. And there's a lot of people like that too. So I wonder if the black metal community, because, I'm not a European guy and I'm not on the ground over there. Maybe there is a cultural shift away from some of that earlier stuff that was very, white power founded, and all these pagan guys, and all the kind of garbage that came with it. And then with some of that music was awesome, but then when you hear what it's about, it's like, okay, never mind. So yeah, I mean, you're probably dug in a little more in that world, but do you see the culture shifting away from that stuff?
Definitely. I mean, for instance, Gal, who he's one of the fountain fathers of black metal. He just came out as gay not too long ago, and there has been such a huge shift in perception, because when you think about it, like the whole metal aesthetic, like these leather jackets, fucking pins and needles and everything, that's straight from Halford, and that is straight from gay culture. So
Sure.
in a way, we owe a huge amount to I guess like a non-part of metal. So
Yeah, I think Rob Halford coming out made a lot of guys uncomfortable in America. And it was awesome. Yeah, I think I've definitely read some articles about gay members of the black metal community who you kind of ride that wave of criticism and be like, it's like very hypocritical to even say there's something wrong with this because, not to go too deep, but if this is a rebellion against Christ, like to them, it's like, what's more anti-Christian than being a homosexual? Like, okay, and in America, that issue, it's literally presenting itself in the news today. They're cutting they're cutting healthcare benefits to, trans people, and there's the struggles of the gay community in America is constant and never ending. And a lot of it is fueled by Christian rhetoric and right-wing conservative people who, misinterpret a Bible to forward, these hateful beliefs. And it's something that, people like you and me can like clearly see through, but people in the gay community have to deal with the consequences of this. Exactly. And, so the rebellion, the whole use of it as a rebellion against Christ, I thought that was a very interesting take on it, and really calls out the hypocrisy of a lot of these racist black metal idiots. So anyway, I would love to talk to you about black metal all day, but what is like, so what's next for Zeal and Ardor? Because I know a lot of people can't do too much right now. I'm assuming you're working on music.
Yeah, Will. As luck would have it, we're not on tour. Like nothing really got canceled, luckily. So I was planning on writing right now anyway. So all I need now is like we got money to produce this record, and instead of renting out a studio, we decided just to build our own so we can record our friends also. And
that's awesome.
Now,
you recorded your first record yourself, right?
Yeah, people can tell. So it's not.
I mean, well, you were like on the SoundCloud shit earlier, right? Because you were like self-releasing that stuff and just making it and putting it out into the world.
Exactly, and then a label picked it up, and then I got to do all this ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, but, I think it is a good way to experiment. I mean, because this is an experimental band, and I think you kind of working through kinks early and throwing stuff out on your own was a good way to like grow and learn without having the pressures of like, okay, now we got to make the record. Here's the budget. Here's the shit. So it was honestly, it was a really smart approach. And I mean, you see this working with the rap community, and a lot of the SoundCloud rappers build a fan base and an aesthetic and a following like before they take it to the music industry, which is notorious for giving shit record deals to, people with no following or no fan base or no proof of worth. But now, and it's definitely been an issue in America, but you can see a lot of artists, but definitely a lot of black artists too, like use the internet as a platform to create their own value and cut out the fucking business agendas of major labels and hip hop labels and stuff. And, it's awesome. It's like putting power back into the hands of the artists in some way. So your approach on that was like, it was awesome. And it was like, bam, right from your first record, then I'm sure you were in a better spot because you guys kind of took off pretty fast.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like, thanks to guys like Kim Kelly and Metal Injection's Frank, who you mentioned earlier. But granted, I didn't turn down too many major labels before
I mean,
yeah.
What what Zeal and Ardor is definitely not something I could see a major label understanding, for lack of yeah. It's not really commercially viable. I mean, it's such an expression of it's such a creative expression that is unique and definitely going to be polarizing for a lot of people. So it's it exists in an underground world for a reason. But I mean, the response to, Strange Fruit was crazy. I couldn't not see a good review about it. People were talking about it everywhere. I mean, it's honestly groundbreaking stuff, and using the history, using a tragic history of what Black America had to go through and slavery and taking it and owning that shit and flipping it and creating this whole album of, basically songs of protest with the spin of black metal. I mean, it's fucking brilliant. I'm sorry I keep tooting your horn, but it's like
I don't
not
mind.
too many things get me excited about music nowadays. I exist in a space where I produce a lot of records, and then I get calls to make the same kind of records, and I get into a repetitive cycle of music where I'm hearing a lot of the same things. And when stuff like this comes along, it finally challenges me and it like wakes me up. And yeah, you're a fucking true artist, man. I respect the hell out of you.
Cheers, dude. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. So, well, we don't have a ton of time, and I think we've chatted a bit about the core foundation of the band and stuff, but is there anything else you want to talk about? Anything that's going on with you or in the world? You're welcome to use this platform to kind of speak on anything you want to. So by all means, go ahead.
Yeah. I noticed this here with let's say the leftist people, because I mean this is like it used to be a squat, and then the collective bought the house. It's like anarcho-syndicalist, blah blah blah. And what happens in these circles is like everybody has an opinion and they're vocal about it, but they're vocal to the wrong set of people. So we just aggressively agree with one another, which is fun, granted, but it's not really helping anyone. And I think the key to progression, and I think this also translates to what's going on in the US, is not aggressively agreeing with people who are already aligned with you, but to actually approach the opposition, which is inflammatory in this sense, because you can't just be preaching to the choir. You have to make your cause attractive and approach people who think differently and try to convince them. You can chastise someone for half an hour, but they'll not be attracted to what your mindset. They'll just be pissed at you. So I guess the key to agreeing is finding some sort of bridge. I don't know which one, but yeah.
Sure. I mean, a lot of this event, I know I keep saying it on here, so sorry if I'm punishing listeners, but is about communication, finding ways of communication and listening and understanding and finding ways to de-escalate situations and reach more peaceful resolutions. And it's something I wish I was more qualified in, because I do react in anger, and I want my opinions validated by the people around me, and fuck you if you don't believe what I do. I mean, it's part of your core being. When you care about something so much, you want to scream it from the rooftops. And if someone doesn't agree with you, you can't even process why. But I'm learning to process that why, because it is for the greater good to find ways to reach people, to find ways to understand like the little layers and semantic differences and things that happen in arguments where it's like we might actually just want the same thing, or you might just not understand this part of the conversation or see the other side of it. And and that's like a big part of my takeaway from this is trying to work on being able to do that better. So thank you for talking about that too, because I think right now more than ever, we need to find the kind of common ground in ways to make people understand and be more reasonable human beings. So I appreciate you, Manuel. And I mean, I don't know if we could spill the beans, but I hope that we work together soon.
Yeah.
You're great, man. Thank you for coming on. And
thank you for doing this, by the way. I know this is a huge 2 days for you in terms of workload. So yeah, really appreciate it too.
It wasn't so bad, and it's for a good cause. So I'm stoked it's happening. But thank you, man. Cheers. We will talk soon. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Manuel from Zeal and Ardor. It's a fantastic band. Please go check them out. If you go to soundrink.live and you put $10 into the box and hit the donate now link that's below, you are entered into a charity raffle where you can win one of over 100 prizes. Please donate now. I would love to raise as much money as possible for all of these great charities. And so that's about it for now. I'm going to go eat some lunch, and we will be back at 4 p.m. with Matt Mixon. Okay, welcome back. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch break. I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and just stress ate, and it was good, but it was bad. All right, soundring.live. Make a $10 charitable donation, and you're entered to win our massive giveaway raffle. You can click that button right below to donate now if you're watching this from the site. We're going to pick random winners, leave a note of the item you want, and we will give you that prize. About to get back into it. I've got my buddy Matt Mixon coming on next. Let me get him up. Hey, Matt, you there?
Yeah, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you good. What's going on, man?
How are you?
I'm all right. Thank you for coming on this. I know you're traveling right now and had to kind of like find a spot. So I appreciate you taking a second to talk.
It's my pleasure.
For those of you who might not know Matt, he started in Seven Angels and graduated into a videographer now and was responsible for directing the Yesterday Was Everything Misery Signals documentary, which is super powerful and extremely well done. So catch me up, because I don't know too much, admittedly, about your transition from being in a band to getting into film stuff. Like, just talk a little bit about your career from the beginning there.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So, I mean, when I was playing in hardcore bands, I was in college at the time. Around the time 7A was starting to tour full time, I quit the band to stay in school, and I went to school for journalism. Started messing around with documentary stuff towards the end of my 5th year in school, and at the time, not really knowing that I wanted to eventually direct kind of more narrative Hollywood style movies. Like a pretty easy transition, so I just started doing that, and then just kind of by accident ended up directing that Misery Signals thing. I just went on tour, guys, and turned out there was some pretty good stories on that tour to be told. So I filmed the thing and we put it out. And now I'm just trying to work in Hollywood, work in movies and TV more on the scripted side.
Awesome. Are you currently writing for anything that you could talk about, or are you is that all like not to be spoken of? I don't want to spill beans on anything.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing I'm writing right now, I shouldn't talk about because I don't want to get in trouble if it came out. But yeah.
Okay, all good. Enough said. I get asked about records all the time and have to not answer. So very cool. So I mean, Yesterday Was Everything was my favorite part about it was like how you captured real human emotion. I could see that you have an eye and a understanding of the depth of like different emotional characteristics, from people, and it comes across like extremely powerful on that. So I mean, it's fucking awesome. If anyone hasn't seen that, it's available online, and then it's actually coming out on like a physical copy. Is that true?
Yeah, I didn't realize they were doing it, but Misery Signals is pressing physical copies of it, and we have one as one of the giveaway items for this awesome event. So maybe you just bid on it, and it ends up being you end up winning it, and that's the first time you see it. Somebody should try that out.
Very cool.
But yeah, no, otherwise it's on all the like platforms that you can rent, where you can like rent movies.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, I'm sure anyone who's in here who's here to watch you is probably aware of Seven Angels and of Mouse and stuff, but that's like kind of like the defining melodic hardcore record, and you were a part of the early stages of those artists, and then being able to document all that stuff is awesome that you've been involved with that piece of this music community for so long, because I know those records and that band is important to a lot of people. So it's very excited to talk to you. But you're also extremely active in what's going on in the world right now, which I think is more important. So I've seen you at protests. I've also seen pictures of you being arrested at protests, and I just want to hear what's going on, because you are like boots on the ground dude, and sitting here in a fucking studio talking to people. So we might have different perspectives on things. So catch me up. Like, where were you at like, where have you been going to the protests?
Well, I'm in Austin, Texas right now. I just drove from Austin for a gig, so I'm here right now. But yeah, I live in LA, and yeah, a couple weeks ago, I think like a lot of the rest of the world, I was just pretty glued to Instagram and Twitter and just trying to hear the latest with what was going on and keeping track of everything. And I was kind of settling in for my second or third night of being a professional retweeter. And I was just like, man, what the fuck? Like, it's so strange to have grown up in hardcore. You know, I've been going to shows since I was 14 years old. I'm almost 40. And how many people, you know, involved in direct action and activism, and still having never really participated in it in a meaningful way myself. That's just kind of how it worked out. I don't know. But the other night I was just like, I guess it was just the feeling that everyone else was doing it, and it felt like a good time to catch a wave or what. But we went out and we found a march, and it was fucking the wildest night in LA out of like the 2 weeks in a row that I've marched or protested every night. It was the fucking craziest one. It was the one where like just cops were going ape shit. Everyone was getting smashed with rubber bullets and tear gas. And it was my first time ever experiencing anything like that. Yeah, and then we've just gone out ever since. I mean, LA is fucking nuts because there's just like there's an Instagram that everyone's following that just posts like where stuff is happening, and dude, it's like 5 pages long, and it has 2 columns with like 10 things on each column, or on each column. So there's just like anywhere, Long Beach, Irvine, Burbank, fucking Santa Monica. Like there's just something happening at every time of the day, every single day. So I've just been trying to go out, and I don't really know what else to do. So I'm trying to move the needle just by having my body out there and by screaming and getting loud and making people uncomfortable, and keeping awareness alive.
Sure. I mean, LA's always been like the center of some of these protest movements. I mean, it's always been a hotbed for police brutality. And, you know, I always look to LA to see what reactions are like in times like this, because the people do take proactive measures, I think, maybe faster than some other communities. And I mean, those rallies just get like huge, and it always escalates, and it's always a thing. So you were at one of the really more violent ones. And I should correct myself, because I've made the mistake of saying peaceful protests, like in regards to LA a few times, but they're not necessarily peaceful. They're non-violent protests, you know. No one's like happy at these things, you know what I mean? And I don't want to paint the picture that everyone's like, oh yeah, we're all just like hippies and we're here, we want to spread love, and then the tear gas comes in, you know. So to be fair, they're non-violent protests. But what is escalating these protests? Because everyone I've talked to has been on the ground. No one's out there, you know, no one's out there smashing shit and looting and rioting immediately. It's always it seems like it's always in response to violent action towards them. So you were there when some of it broke out. Like what exactly was the catalyst for it to turn violent?
Well, I mean, the first night that we went out, it was like the shit was already had been set off by the time we got there. So I really can't say. But I mean, the next 3 days in a row, I was involved in protests that were, you know, as you say, peaceful, for lack of a better word, going along perfectly fine. And each one of those days, shit got weird as soon as a gazillion cops and National Guard showed up. And since then, then they instituted the curfews, which was nuts, because then they kept announcing like, oh, you know, literally like in LA for a couple of days, you would get a message on your phone that would be like, one day I got it at 3:34 and it was like curfews at 6. And then 2 seconds later, it was like curfews at 5. And then the next day, there was one where they announced curfew for 6 p.m. at 6:34 p.m. And those days were nuts, because like a lot of cops were out on the streets, especially in Hollywood, where I went both those times, and downtown. So a lot of stuff was like dispersed pretty quick, but there were like little pockets of things. So you would just kind of run around and try and find a group of people that were doing it, and get chased away by the cops and do it some more.
Yeah, it's funny. It's constantly like we haven't really talked about the curfew imposing on here and how that's creating more confusion and chaos. But I see it as a method of instigation, because it gives validity to use a police force to control a situation where it's like, if it's nonviolent and things aren't escalating to a point where people's lives are in danger or significant damage is in danger. These like random and changing curfews. I mean, people have gotten caught in these and assaulted by police officers who like, you know, didn't even know they weren't allowed to be out. Like we don't have there's no really defined set of rules on how you're going to even receive this information about a curfew and what time you're allowed to be out. And I think part of it, it's not helping. It's creating more confusion with the communities who already have enough going on. And now, you know, I see it as instigation tactics more than as, you know, we're trying to minimize violence and damage. And you know,
sure, 100%, man. I mean, it's an excuse for them to put anyone they see in jail if they want to. Which is exactly what happened to us. Like the second day in a row when the curfews were 5 o'clock, dude, it's summertime. It's light out until like almost 9 p.m. And it's hot as a motherfucker where I live too. So like that, you know, whatever, like there's tons of people who have been stuck inside for 3 months because of COVID who have nothing else to do. And, you know, this movement comes along and we get a chance to have our voices be heard. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, you got to be inside at 5 o'clock. It was just fucking nuts. I mean, so we went out the second night and we were just walking around. We didn't even find a protest that night. I think probably because so many people in the neighborhood that we were walking around in were, you know, observing the curfew. And my girlfriend and I were just on Hollywood Boulevard and fucking cops rolled up in an entire block, which was like so dumb because it took like 30 of them to get 24 of us processed, and it took like nearly 5 hours. So I was like, yo, this is a victory because there's people elsewhere in town doing more important work, less cops that are fucking with them. So like, go off if that's like how you're gonna fucking do it.
You're the decoy for the actual protest. I kind of enjoy hearing that.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I mean, you know, that was fine with us, whatever. And like, you know, it sucks that like we're gonna have to pay some fucking gigantic ticket in September or whenever our court date is, but like, I don't care. Like that was one of the nights too where I was just like, fuck, man, I just felt I felt stifled. I felt silence. I felt like I was losing, you know, and I knew that the chances we were going to get arrested were pretty high if we just left the house, you know. It's funny because I live in a fucking hella rich white people ass neighborhood. There's a Blue Bottle Coffee around the corner from my apartment, but like, so like whatever, everyone was like walking to get whatever the fuck they wanted in my neighborhood. And as soon as we went like a little further west, it was just like all bets were off. But that was the night that I went out and I was just like, yo, I want to do something tonight. I don't know what it is, but I was looking for trouble basically because I just felt oppressed by it. It was fucked, you know, like all we can do is go out on the streets and say, hey, this is fucked. And then they say like, no, you can't, you can only do that until 5 o'clock, you know? So yeah, we were asking for it that night.
Yeah, I mean, I know even like, you know, I've obviously been following what some of the charities that we're donating to are doing right now. And I think the ACLU is like making a pretty heavy case that, you know, implementing these curfews and then only enforcing them in certain areas too, like you said, is like it's a violation of your rights. Like, and it still applies to this. And it's like there's no reason to force people to stay indoors if there's nonviolent actions happening and people want to gather and protest peacefully. And you know, it's like all of a sudden all the COVID rules got thrown out the window, and that was fine. Everyone was allowed to protest and not follow and not, you know, abide to any only non-essential, all non-essential people must be inside in certain cities. But then, so they said like, all right, you can protest. But then they said, wait, no, actually you can't. You got to go inside because of this. And it's like, I don't know, it's very hypocritical. And seeing both sides of it doesn't really add up. I just think it's confused reactions on how to crowd control and handle situations. And the bottom line, it just looks like a police force that's not equipped or prepared to deal with these types of protests and riots that, you know, you'd think after years of this shit that they would have at least some kind of plan on how to de-escalate situations peacefully without firing fucking tear gas and rubber bullets at people that are saying like, hey, our lives matter. So I appreciate that you went out there and, you know, got in the mix of this shit, because it's people like you that need to come back and tell this story that like, yeah, man, they didn't fucking do this in my neighborhood. They did it in this neighborhood instead. And with all this confusion, I didn't know you got a text half an hour after you were supposed to be inside telling you that.
Oh, dude, this is great, man. Shout out to my guys at the Hard Times, because my friend Bill earlier 2 days earlier was like, yo, man, do you want to post for a Hard Times article? It's going to be about a curfew that gets announced a half an hour after it goes into effect. And I was like, oh, yeah, I laughed because it's a fucking funny headline. I said, sure. Like, I went over there, I did the thing, literally, that 10 a.m., literally 8 hours later, or 8 hours and 34 minutes later, the fucking Hard Times article happened in real life. We got an announcement 34 minutes after the curfew went into effect. And I was like, fucking, I don't know, I was like 45 minutes away from my car, like 2 hours walk from my house at the time that I got that announcement too. So it's just like, yo.
Man, it's crazy. It's funny how satire becomes reality. And I'm laughing because I don't know how to react. All you can do is fucking laugh. But yeah, man, I appreciate you coming on and sharing some of this stuff because I like to hear from, people who are actually out there. And I think your perspective on this is really important. So thank you again, man. It was very cool. You brought some goodies, so I would like to just show your giveaway real quick, if that's cool with you.
Of course.
So this is kind of from all the boys. We've got a bit
all the boys.
Yeah. So this is a combo of kind of all the Matt and Associates gifts. A Misery Signals Mirrors Test Press, which is insane. I did get a lot of messages about this one. This one was pretty surprising to pop up. Yeah. Like Greg was like, I didn't even know that existed. And I'm like, well, now you know, go bid,
I just realized they got a new record coming out. And when I asked them if they had anything, they were like, sure, do you want a thing from Mirrors? It's like, nah, man, fucking give me your new shit. Look, that's fucked up.
Collectors are going to like this, so it's awesome,
Okay.
So you get the test press, you get the Burning Emperor's 10-inch, which is also limited. Signed copy of the Hard Times book. Thank you for the Hard Times guys.
Shout out, Matt. Yeah.
That was very cool. And when it's released, your DVD, Yesterday Was Everything, which if you haven't seen yet, you can go see online now. I think you can rent it as Amazon still.
Amazon, Google, and Apple. Try not to use Amazon because, man, fuck them. That's the next thing we got to do when this is all over. We all got to quit that fucking.
We're gonna keep this going. This is important right now. Obviously, there's other important issues to tackle in the future, and I'm looking forward to doing more shit like this. But yeah, support. I don't know, pick your evil corporation and rent this thing, but because it's pretty good. But Matt, dude, is there anything else you wanna just chat about before I gotta let you go?
Yeah, for sure, man. Just real quick, again, I want to say to everyone, there's a lot of us who've grown up with friends who, make it their life to be about this kind of shit, and they're just the righteous among our friend groups. And if you've grown up in punk or hardcore, you've got tons of them. And don't feel like just because you've never gone out there or just because you've never been someone who's involved, that like that's sort of like your brand, that you have to stick to that. Like, it's never too late to get outraged and get involved, man. Like, take it from me. Like, I'd fucking never been on the streets chanting shit until a couple of weeks ago. And we're all just learning a ton in the moment. So, obviously, like, read as much as you can and fucking, but don't be afraid to take action either, or make your voice heard either. Even if you're not the most eloquent or the most knowledgeable, like, who gives a fuck? Say the wrong thing, post the black square, and then be like, shit, my bad. Like, that was actually a whack move. We're going to do something else. Like, don't underestimate your sphere of influence. There's people who are going to listen to you say something else that you heard somebody else say on a podcast or in a fucking somewhere online, just because you're the one who said it, So the more of us who can take action, the better, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this whole thing's about, is keeping this conversation going. And Matt, I really appreciate you coming on here. Good luck paying that fucking protest ticket. I hope it's not too bad. And yeah, man, we'll talk soon, dude.
Thanks so much for doing this, Will.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Peace, brother.
All right. Thank you, Matt. 7 Angels, 7 Plagues. A classic melodic hardcore record, if you haven't heard it. Matt Mixon's giveaway bundle: the Mirrors Test Press, a Burning Empires limited 10-inch, a signed copy of the Hard Times book, and his soon-to-be released DVD, Yesterday Was Everything, which documents the Misery Signals return to the stage, and it's a very good watch. I highly recommend you bid and you put this in as your prize, because it's a very cool prize pack. Soundrink.live, a $10 charitable donation enters you into our giveaway raffle. There's over 100 items. We're going to pick random winners, and if you write what you want in there, we'll send you that if you win. So please go donate. Thank you. And I'll be back in a second with my man, Justin Loudon. Quick sip. Sorry about that. All right, we're back. Oh, there he is, my seltzer buddy. We're here with Justin Loudon, owner and one-man show that is Closed Casket Activities. If you listen to Hardcore in 2020, he's probably released some of your favorite records in the past few years. He's a good friend, and I've had the pleasure of working with him on several records now, both as a producer and as an artist. And I could say it's one of the most enjoyable experiences I've ever had making records. So thank you for coming on here, Justin.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem. We chat frequently, and I know we've been talking a lot lately about what's going on, with our circles in the hardcore community and in the music industry. So I think what I'd like to start with is, first off, I'm like amazed at how, active you've been, and you've been with the label as using it as a platform to kind of further, charitable work and, pushing the right message out to support the Black Lives Matter movement. If you wouldn't mind, like, maybe catch people up on what's going on with Closed Casket right now and what you guys are doing currently.
Yeah. So just the other week we released the End record that Will and I worked on together. That was a really weird week to put an album out, considering it was pretty much right when protesting really hit in full steam across the US. We kind of killed the record that week in a way. We had a single Gum out, which we didn't really promote. We didn't acknowledge it the day it went up. We had a music video, which we kind of acknowledged the next day, just because it was there and the album came out on Friday. But with that, we also just let everyone know this album comes out and we're not going to clog feeds. We're not going to reshare stories. We're not going to make it a thing like bands normally do, where you just promote as much as you can. We really just said, here it is. Check it out if you want. There's something much bigger going on in the world that everyone needs to take into account. And along with that, I've kind of delayed several records. There's 2 represses that haven't been announced yet. And there's like 3 LPs where I canceled their street dates. So we can wait until we get to a time where it feels more appropriate to actually promote music.
I think
in the meantime, we just all I could really do was share people's stories of charity work, like bands doing nonprofit shirts and raffles and things like that, and just make protests as in front of people as possible.
Yeah, I really do appreciate the way you approached handling trying to sell music and trying to run a record label in the current times, because there was a definitive pause in what I would consider like day-to-day label work. And you definitely shifted gears into like, okay, we're going to go a different way with this. We're not going to be releasing records. We're not going to be over advertising and putting fucking social media ads all over everyone's feeds while more important stuff is going on. You're selling yourself a little short, because honestly, you've been like not donating money, supplying bands with all this stuff, like working out deals so bands can get merch printed. You're like doing, we've donated, you took all the end money on release weekend that we would have pocketed from a merch store, and you put it straight to a charity and shipped all that shit on your own and did all that mail order and fulfillment stuff, to not make a dime off of it. So it's a breath of fresh air in the hardcore metal label community when I see, labels worry about themselves second, and get involved with what's going on first, and like actually pausing releases right now. I'm sure that hurts the wallet and takes a lot of fucking, that's a lot of hard conversations you have to have with other artists too. But I really do appreciate you doing it, and this is all on top of like already having to deal with the COVID pandemic and trying to run a label through that, where you can't even put a record in a store and stuff. So how are you able to navigate running a label before this, even with like, having no bands on tour and having no retail. Like it's got to be its own challenge, you know?
Well, this label's the like notorious label for bands that don't tour. I mean, I have like 3 full-time touring bands at the moment, I think. And I mean, Incendiary really like set the bar for being like, we're going to do it on our terms and we're going to do weekends. And like, I
Sure.
mean, it's the only band I've ever heard of that will fly overseas to play 1 show and then fly home.
Yeah. I love the go to Europe, play 2 shows leave on a Friday, be at work on Monday thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Honestly, the biggest hurdle for me was most people don't realize this. All the like splatter and merge and crazy vinyl colors that you can get, all of that's actually pressed in the Czech Republic. So when COVID stuff hit, the cost to import vinyl skyrocketed. And my pressing plant reached out and was like, you know, the cost to import went up like 6 times, which made things completely like unaffordable, like couldn't do it. So things had to actually ship by boat, which I've never done a boat shipment in my life. And I just had about 2,000 records show up here that took 9 weeks to deliver, where it's normally like 2 weeks.
Right.
Even like the end record, like those records, I mean, they made it in time, but they delivered like the week of, and it was literally like a scramble to just get them out as quick as possible so everyone could get them.
Right. The Kidney Strain record got delayed too, right?
Yeah, that one, that showed up about the week after it was supposed to start shipping, but that was like the first sign of it. I had dealt with a few bands that were supposed to tour Europe who, you know, we saw this like start where it was like, no one can go over there. Like you're not going to be allowed in the country. Bands aren't going to be able to tour properly. Everything's being canceled. No idea when you can go back. And then it hit with the pressing plants and importing and everything. And it's just like, it's honestly been the biggest hurdle to kind of get around it. I've started, and luckily, like all the bands I work with have been completely understanding of it. Not setting street dates until everything ships, because I mean, it's going to take like at least a month, if not, you know, up to 2. Like I just said, I just had something take 9 weeks to deliver.
Sure. I mean, so, it's cool that you, you know, the way you run this, to be honest with fans, I think is important. You know, getting bands to understand like we do have to delay this because they don't want to lie to kids or have to move a ship date or have to say a record comes out here and then, you know, have them wait 2 months for vinyl. I mean, you know, when your favorite band puts a record out and you order that vinyl and then it comes out and you don't get that record and you don't get it the next month and the next month, like it definitely, you know, nobody wants to wait for music. You know, the people want to support the fans want to support the artists, but they also like want to hear this fucking record when it comes out, you know?
Oh, so, sure. And honestly, streaming makes that a little bit easier for people to hear it immediately. But yeah, I mean, now the hurdle is the post office. Like, I mean, my postal workers that I deal with, they talk to me all the time about how like stuff is just taking forever to even just deliver. And it's going through, if you follow tracking, if you order anything, it's like all over the country now to make it a state away.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, you've being kind of a one-man show, you're so dug in with mail order, with shipping, with the post office, with different vinyl plants. You're able to kind of pivot and like kind of adapt to changing times. And it's let you not only get through the COVID stuff and like not really slow down or miss releases, but it's also let you pause things, which we've just talked about, you know, that you've done, you know, to take a minute and let this Black Lives Matter, you know, voice have a front stage. And I think, you know, it's definitely something we've talked about a lot, where we've starting to notice that other people in the music industry just act like it's business as usual. And, you know, I don't know about you, but like the way I feel, you know, we're taking a moment to stop and work through this. And I'm trying to have these conversations with people to be like, hey, you can't really just sit around anymore. Like complacency and silence and putting up a black square, but then the next day just blasting out ads for, records is not really that's not really doing enough anymore, and like I'm trying, I think people are starting to notice, and I would like to see people be held accountable for this a little more. But I mean, you can talk about this a little more too, because we've been discussing this at great lengths lately, because it's just something that's kind of fucking annoying us,
Yeah, I mean, it's so bizarre to see, because I'll look at my label, and like people of color have been a part of so many bands that I work with. I mean, just looking at that and the message that's there, like even down to bands like God's Hate. Like God's Hate has so many songs about like what's currently happening, and when you look at it and you think of and maybe I'm viewing it differently because this label comes from hardcore, but when you look at it and you see what you built your label and your subculture around, and it's these topics that are happening like right this second, like how can you just move forward on new music, new titles, like ignore all this nonprofit stuff, like pre-order this new record? Like it's just something I'm not comfortable with, and it's something I wish I saw more labels kind of stop doing, especially right now, because these first couple weeks, I mean, it's such like an important time period in actual change in our country, which is finally happening after, like I actually talked to Monty Connor about this the other day. We were talking about New York, and he was talking to me about the pandemic, and I said to him, like, have you ever seen like anything even remotely similar to this? And he started saying, like, I look out my window and I'm seeing riots, like I'm seeing all this, like it is insane.
Sure.
Like, no one, our parents have never seen anything like that.
I mean, we had him on yesterday, and Monty's definitely at least one of the guys who is doing stuff in the background and actually has some plans to do some nonprofit things that we're going to hear about very shortly from Nuclear Blast and stuff. But I've had this conversation with him, and when this all happened, I honestly didn't see a lot from them. And yeah, he knows I've reached out to him, and I was like, hey, we should, you have a platform. A lot of people care about, a statement from a label that's as credible and has been around for so long. Like, we should use this thing, and he's, it's like, yeah, we are, you're right. We're doing this, we're doing that. So it was nice to hear, because he's another, label head that I work with closely, and we do a lot together. He releases my band shit. It was just nice, refreshing to hear that, like, good, my fucking team, isn't sitting around. But then I'm watching it happen with other labels. And the other thing, man, and this is like long term, like bands are gonna, they're gonna remember this stuff. They're gonna know who just sat by and who doesn't give a shit about the black artists and that they have on their roster, and who won't get involved because they're worried about politics, or a big metal label is worried about pissing off all their white power fans and their Euro metal guys who don't understand this, and it's frustrating, and the one thing I think we're gonna see long term is these older labels, or I wouldn't say older, but these more established metal labels and people who are silent right now are going to have to deal with this fallout when in 5-10 years, the next hot artist that comes up in this world doesn't want to align themselves with these people, and there's something to be said about being on the wrong side of history. People don't fucking forget that stuff,
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And especially in metal, I mean, like, I tried to dig through some stats on like my streaming numbers, and in my catalog, like it's something like 94% men, like 3% women, and then 2% unspecified. And then, I mean, I have to imagine out of that 95%, it has to be like majority white. I'd be shocked if like 90% of that wasn't white men.
Sure.
So if that's my audience, why would I not give this, like, why would I not use my platform to put this in front of them?
Yeah.
Like, who needs to know about a new record right now?
Yeah.
No.
It's literally the audience that needs to mobilize and support the black artists in the black community. And these labels have these platforms to do that. and to maybe wake a few people up who just are there because they like the bands and they don't really care about this stuff and they never really paid attention.
And I don't even know if I told you this when we announced that all the proceeds from the end merchandise sold on record release weekend was going to be donated to the ACLU. There were a few troll pages that hit my socials saying like, I guess I'll wait till Monday for the money to go someplace that matters, or, you know.
Of course. I mean, it's met. I mean, in hardcore, I feel like, you know, the backgrounds that we come from, you know, racism is not accepted in that community generally. But when we get into the metal world, you know, I don't know where these people are or who specifically they are, but it's prevalent. It's still a thing, you know, and, you know, you've got your idols and your Phil Anselmos out there, white power and like throwing arms up on stage. And, you know, that message has been there, whether it's subtle layers and it's a joke or it's this or that, but it's like, that's been a part of, you know, the uglier side of that world for a long time. And metal bands who get socially active are always met with criticism, no matter what. I mean, I've dealt with it for fucking years. Everybody I know who tries to do something is dealt with it, but it doesn't matter anymore because now it's like, I don't want those fans around anyway. And I think people like you are doing the right thing and taking the pause and doing the right nonprofit work and supporting the artists that are doing the same thing. And I think people in this world are going to remember this stuff. So I thank you a lot for everything you're doing for this whole community. And I always appreciate your insight and talking to you. You're fucking one of the smartest guys I know. And I think Closed Casket's got the brightest of futures ahead in this world. So
thanks, Will.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there is one record we're still doing. That comes out tonight at midnight, and 100% of the proceeds are being donated to the Bail Project.
Awesome.
New band that we announced. I'm pretty excited about it.
I won't spill it, but yeah, it's good.
It's a band called Regional Justice Center from Seattle. Oh, West Coast. They're kind of all over, but it's really it's a record that, well, it's a song. It's a 7-inch single that was recorded like 4 months ago, and it's completely, you know, it's completely dialed into what's happening right now, and it's something that people like actually need to think about, and I think it's a message that needs to be said right now. So it's the one record. Maybe next month we'll have some new stuff out. I'm not really sure. Kind of depends on how things go.
Cool, man. Well, as always, I look forward to what you're going to do next. So thank you for taking a second. Let's show your giveaway. Yeah. I should mention that there are several bands on here who graciously gave giveaways, but also hit you up for shit. So just kind of behind, I don't need to name him, but Justin's behind several of these giveaways. So the man dug deep into his personal stash for a lot of rare stuff, and I appreciate that. But this is like a actual Closed Casket bundle, which is really cool. You get 15 records, Acacia, Criminal Instinct, Downpresser, Eyes of the Lord, Fireburn, Harm's Way, Incendiary, another Incendiary record, Judiciary, 2 Pet Brick records, a Portrayal Guilt record, a Raw Hex record, Vomicara, Vane. It's a pretty diverse package of bands, a very good representation of all the cool shit you do with your label. Thank you for helping put together the end vinyl package too. I know I have Brendan on later, so we'll probably talk about that a little, but, and awesome. Thank you for supporting all the bands that are involved in this and all your bands with everything that everyone's doing to further this Black Lives Matter movement. I really appreciate you, man. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Of course.
I'll probably call you tonight. Have a good one, man. Justin Loudon, an American hero. Always a pleasure talking to him. Soundrink.live, a $10 charitable donation enters you into our giveaway raffle. We have over 100 items, and leave a note with your donation of what you want. If we pick you, you win that prize. The top 3 donations get to cherry pick the prizes. You get whatever the fuck you want. So if you really want something, bid hard. And if you're one of the high bidders, you just get to pick whatever you want. Thank you. And I'll be back in a second with Jay Hurley. Hey, Jay, you there?
Yo, yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay, I don't have video, but I hear you clear.
Okay. You can have video. It says,
There he is. What's up?
yeah, you can see me, yeah?
Yeah, you got a little lag.
Okay.
Not getting you. All right, hang tight. Technical difficulties.
Let me try and get on this.
While we're waiting. Hey, there you are.
Trying to get a bit closer to that Wi-Fi.
Yeah, sorry. It's a little laggy still. Maybe we'll go straight audio. Oh, there you are. That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Thank you for coming on this. For those of you who are listening who don't know, this is Jay Hurley. It's in a hip hop metal gent kind of mashup band called Hacktivist from the UK. Yeah, you're pretty laggy. You know what? Before we get into it, maybe just switch to straight audio and we'll just do that because you probably stream better.
Okay, cool.
Hold on, I'm bumping you out of here. I'm getting comments that say refresh, reload. So I'm going to bump you out of here and rejoin.
Okay, cool. Yeah, do that.
Back in 2. If you go to the soundrink.live page to make a donation, there's a link that you can click on and you could view all of the charity prizes. There were so many awesome things in this. Pedals, original paintings. Adam Burke is going to hand draw you a painting. Adam Burke is amazing. A great oil painter. And I highly recommend that one. We got Jay Hurley back. I'm trying to kill time. I never do podcasts. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. Jay, there?
Yeah.
All right, I got audio.
In,
I don't have video.
Okay, that's cool.
So let's just do it like this. I'll stare at a black square. That's fine. A lot of people are just listening. So you are a beautiful man, but you know, maybe we don't get your face this time. But all right. So Jay Hurley's from Hacktivist. They're a UK band. They're like a hip hop style band mixed with like down to guitars, genty stuff. Pretty unique, to be honest. I'm a fan of the UK approach to hip hop, and I like when I first heard Elevate, I think it's the song. I actually had an opportunity to work with you guys a long time ago, mastering that record, and yeah, that song fucked me up. I thought it was really cool. So I've been following you guys, and you're definitely you know, you always use your music for the right style messages, and I felt compelled to ask you to do this because it's kind of aligned with what Hacktivist does and talks about and stuff. So it's cool to catch up with you, man, and thank you for being on here.
Yeah, you too, man. Definitely. Thanks.
So,
thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
What's going on? Like, you know, I talked to a few people in the UK. I don't know how active you are currently with any of the protesting that's going on and stuff, but catch me up on like where you're at over there right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of protests going on all over the UK at the moment. I went to a protest the other day in my local hometown. It was just at the train station. It was a good peaceful protest. It was peaceful. There was people speaking, and everyone was kind of trying to keep their social distance. But I was really proud of my hometown for it being so peaceful. I think everyone was there for the right reasons. I think some of the other protests I've seen in London have got a bit out of hand, and obviously there's been people fighting, and it's been getting a bit too much for my liking. But yeah, my hometown peaceful protest, I was really happy with that. It was good.
I mean, that's awesome. Where you know, is there a history of violent protesting when these sort of issues of police brutality and stuff come up over there?
There is, yeah. There was a black guy called Mark Duggan that got shot by the police probably about 2 or 3 years ago, and it all kicked off around the UK. So yeah, it's the same sort of thing. It's happening again. I think it's a little bit worse this time, but yeah, it's definitely kicking off in the UK, and it's good to see the protests. But I'm not really a massive fan of the violence and some of the ones that are getting out of hand. But yeah, it's a regular occurrence.
Yeah, I think we're having a lot, we're having issues in America with protests turning violent. Part of the bigger question is why they are. And, we're seeing police presence escalate stuff here. Is that the case over there too with the UK protests?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a lot worse in the America. Definitely. I've seen some video. I'm a bit confused about the whole thing. Really, there's a lot of conspiracies going around. But I've seen some videos on Twitter of just like there'd be like a random pallet of bricks just in the street, and there's guys saying like, "Oh, why are these bricks just here? Like, who's put these bricks here?" Like,
yeah.
I see another video of another guy, just a random guy, didn't look right, just running around smashing windows. And there's a couple of people saying he's a police officer or something.
Yeah, we've had a lot of like misinformation, as we always do in America when things break out. You'll see, oh yeah, this guy's they're throwing bricks, and then you'll see the bricks planted, and then you'll see the other guy who's not a part of the protest clearly instigating violence, and then you'll see it spun on both sides, and it's really hard to sort through who's spinning it and who's, what the actual truth is. And we talked a lot of yesterday. I think actually Doc from Bad Wolves and Government did a really good, had a really good conversation about how we can get our news, and like the truth of it being that there is like no one source anymore that we can count on and rely on, because all journalism is biased at this point. It's an account of who was there, and it's still their opinion reflected in the news. And now we have the misinformation, like campaigns all over social media. It's really hard. And we were both struggling to figure out ways. I mean, using multiple news sources, trying to format your own opinion based off of, the best amount of facts presented against you. But I've definitely gotten stuff wrong. I mean, when I first saw the bricks being thrown and stuff, I thought people were picking up bricks, and then I saw a planted pile of bricks. I'm like, well, okay, is that a picture of a planted pile of bricks that could have been on the street fucking in 1998? Like, I don't know. I have no basis,
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I don't know what to believe, man. It's really crazy out there, like for the US and the UK. And another thing I saw in the UK. I don't know if it's happening in America, but there's a lot of people taking down statues that were old slavery statues and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's been an issue for a while here too. But I just talked to a UK guy earlier who had mentioned that it's starting to happen over there too, which I think is, probably productive at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. But I saw in the UK, one of the statues fell on someone and they're critically injured.
Shit, I didn't know that. Well. I would assume that was an unintended consequence of removing a racist statue, but shit, yeah, that's a bummer.
Definitely, I think it's a good thing them taking down the racist statues, but when things like that are happening, obviously that's not good as well. So
yeah, I mean that's definitely a shame. Yeah, it's just anytime things escalate in situations like this, there's collateral damage and violence, and there's.
You still there?
Yeah, I got you. You still there?
Still there?
Yeah, I can hear you. We still having tech difficulties?
Disappeared.
Might have lost you.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, I got you. You're good. Yeah, sorry, we got a little lag here, but I mean,
that's cool, man.
Just in case, because I want to make sure you can kind of like have your platform to speak now. I respect you as an artist, and I know you've used your music in the past to kind of promote these anti-racist and social messages. I mean, a lot of Elevate, that song that really drew me to you, is still kind of a protest song, the sound of 25,000 voices raised in anger and shit like that. I mean, I was like, I definitely connected with that song, and I think it's relevant now. And since you're lagging and stuff, I don't want to really pick it. I don't want to really talk anymore. I want to just give you kind of the platform to talk about your experiences, why activists exist, like how you're feeling right now. Like, I think we're losing Jay.
Just come out when you got to the last bit of your sentence.
No problem, man. So take this time before we get cut off and just kind of speak your mind, because that's what I'm looking for from you right now.
Okay, you just came back in. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just take this moment to speak your mind, since we're having a weird connection. I don't want to cut you off anymore.
Okay. Yeah. If everyone can still hear me, man, just don't get sucked into like this race war kind of thing that's going on right now, man. Just remember that we're all human beings, and that's it, really. You know, I think a lot of people are waking up right now, but there's no point. You know, try and keep the protests not violent, man. And you know, don't be smashing up your own stuff. I see a lot of people smashing up their own stuff. I don't know if it's true. I don't know what to believe. I'm seeing crazy videos on Twitter, but you know, the Wendy's. I see the Wendy's got burnt down. Another guy got shot recently, and they burnt down the Wendy's. But I was just thinking, like, what is? You know, Wendy's is not the place to burn down. Really, it looks like you're burning down your own stuff, man. You need to chill with that. But yeah, the main thing is don't get sucked into the race war. We're all just human beings out here. And hopefully this virus blows over, if it is a real virus or whatever, and we can all get back together and just play some festivals and party together.
Yeah, I appreciate that sentiment. I mean, you're a very positive guy in this time, and I do like hearing from people who just want the most basic happy life, you know. And it's nice to hear somebody who just says, just be nice to each other. We're all people. And at its simplest form, it just feels good to hear that every once in a while, because there's been a lot of hot conversations lately. So I appreciate you, Jay. I'm sorry that we had a weird connection, but you know, I know we'll talk soon.
That's cool, man.
I'm going to announce.
Cool. I love talking to people over in America, man. It's good. It's good for me. Good
yeah,
for
you're the best.
Guys over in America.
When all this is like settled and hopefully things return to some kind of new normal, I hope Hacktivist can get over here, because I'd love to hang.
Oh, 100%, man. 100%. We're just waiting for the right time to come over to America, man. And when we do, we're going to shout you definitely, man. It'd be awesome.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. And I'll announce your giveaway, and then I'll keep the show moving. But be safe out there in the UK, man. I'll talk to you soon.
You too, man. Stay safe, man. Bye. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, man. All right, Jay Hurley. Sorry we had some technical difficulties. I'm like, you know, 1 out of 50 ain't too bad. We're doing pretty good so far with the streaming. Chucked me a Hacktivist t-shirt, which is very cool. This is an older, rare one. So if you go to soundrink.live, enter a $10 donation, you're entered to win the one of 100 prizes from our giveaway raffle. Please enter now. I'll be back in 1 second with my good friend Vince from Body Count. So sit tight. Okay, coming back. Have to get Vince up.
You got
Vince,
me?
what's up, man? I got you. How are you?
I'm good.
This is Vincent Dennis, aka Vincent Price from Body Count, bass
What
player.
up?
How are you, man? Thank you for coming on. Had
Thank you.
ice on yesterday. I feel like I love you guys. I just love hearing you talk on issues and shit. So, and your stories are always wild. So it's fun to catch up. And I appreciate you coming on, helping support
got
this. So thank you. So,
Well, I just want to say one thing. What you're doing right now is great. I'm
Oh,
totally
thank
proud of you, dude. This is like rad.
I appreciate that, man.
You know?
You're my fucking dog. I got to support. Yeah. So I mean, shit, we could talk about anything, but to people out there who may not know you as well, like, you know, tell a little bit about yourself. I know you kind of came up in like the 80s in the punk scene in LA, kind of out of like a you know, a community that doesn't really listen to this kind of music and stuff. So give me a little bit of background, like, you know, on your life, how you got to where you were, how you wound up, you know, at fucking Prong and Body Count and touring with Prince. There's so much. Just go. You got the stories.
Well, you know, I was born and raised in South Central. I lived in Inglewood. I lived in Compton. I grew up in Watts, you know, and I saw all of this stuff so many times. I was probably saying fuck the police or fuck the pigs when I was walking, you know, they would just, I seen them like take my uncles down. I seen so much crap going on, you know, and I was gang banging, but gang banging back then was a little different. It wasn't, you didn't carry guns and all that other stuff. You just fought,
Yeah.
you know, you fought for your neighborhood and everything, you know, and then relocated to Pomona, started hanging out with kids, you know, skateboarding and stuff like that, got into punk rock. And punk rock was another thing for me because it was like, I mean, back when I was, you know, a kid growing up, there was so much going on. I was protesting like every weekend with my grandmother and my aunts and uncles and everything else, you know, since I was a kid, you know, back in the day. So when I got into punk rock, it was another way for me to protest. I'm like, wow, I could be in a gang and hang out with these kids and yet, you know, and listen to the music that speaks, that's, you know, back then, you know, punk rock it was a little different. It was totally political. That's all it was. And it was always fuck the police, you know? I mean, even Ice even said it was, you know, 82 was MDC, you know, Me and Dead Cops, but there was Circle One. There was like so many bands always talking about the police. And plus, I mean, freaking there was all kinds of riots at these punk gigs too. I remember there was one riot. It was I think it was Huntington Park or something like that. I might be wrong. I'm 54 years old, so I mean my I can get things confused. But anyways, it was Suicidal Tendency. It was gonna be Exploited. It was when Exploited had the song called "Fuck the USA." So there's a big riot that broke down and everything at that gig. And I remember the cops looking at me and going, damn, a punker and he's black? We're going to get him. So they beat me with a billy club and I had the stick leather jacket back when there was real leather jackets. And I mean, it wasn't phasing me at all. But I mean, this police brutality stuff has been going on for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, you've literally fought against police brutality for almost 50 years through the community of music and punk rock and stuff. You're definitely one of the originals in this world. And you've seen the wave of different approaches, different bands. You've lived through the protests. You've come from the hood and you've been from, you know, the poorest of communities to the biggest stages of arenas, touring with shit like Prince, and you were out before we got into the studio. Before you were out with Ariana Grande, literally the biggest pop artist in the world on you know, one of the biggest pop artists in the world on the biggest stage. You have seen it all. You have seen America at its like worst and its best. Like your perspective on it is insane to me. You know, so it's like right now, okay. This is none of this is new to you. None of this is all familiar. It's the same cycle. Is fucking anything getting better? Is there anything somebody like me should take notice of, should do? Like the music community, is there anything we should do? Like help me out here, man.
Well, the one thing, I won't go into all the stuff that's been going on, but there's a couple things to keep in mind. There is a movie out called Made in America. Okay. It's by legendary skateboarder Stacy Peralta. And it's about the Watts riots, the neighborhood, basically the Bloods and Crips documentary. But from like day one, when we were allowed to have a voice. So if anybody needs to know about all the stuff that's going on, just look at that. Just look at that documentary. It explains it all.
Made in America.
What we're dealing with now. And the other thing is like, I've been doing like press and stuff like that. I've been calling ICE a visionary, because basically he's been singing about this stuff, and now it's happening. You look at lyrics in Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, we did a song 5 years ago. So that was Civil War, and it's like the writing has been on the wall for this the whole time. Everyone's been on some level aware that these issues were gonna surface one day. They were gonna surface worse. It's just shit that has to get dealt with. So you've seen it fail over and over. Like you've seen police brutality like become a hotbed issue, and then people care about it, and then it goes away. And then you see something about racial profiling. You see something about systemic racism. You see like these things come in and out of the news. People care about it for a minute, and then it goes away. Like any advice on how to make shit stick is what I'm looking for. Anything like
everybody just stay at it. Keep talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is the lack of commitment to solving the problem. It's only that, I mean, I can't speak on everybody, but I think from what I've seen, it's when people only care about this shit in the moment because it's right in front of their face. And then when it goes back into the shadows, people just forget about it. They just ignore it. It's not, there's other shit to deal with. The whole world sucks. This sucks. Now we got an election. Now they're, and it's like, people will leverage other issues against this issue. Well, what about this war we're about to have? Well, what about, well, now they're talking about passing a bill for, this, or now it's abortion. Now let's go yell at this. Let's go yell at this. And all of these are important issues, but at least some of those issues, there's attempts to solve. And I'm not trying to diminish other issues and the struggles of other communities at all. I'm just saying, this one never gets fucking solved, No. And I'm trying to understand why. And I think you're right. I think it is just long-term commitments. And I don't think a lot of people, I think people are starting to come around to it now, because I fucking sure have, and we've done plenty of charity work and nonprofit shit, and we write songs about it. And I mean, you've been doing it longer than me, but we've been doing it for years, but we haven't seen change, and, yeah, I had to ask you that because you've literally lived through it your entire life, But yeah, I mean, so where's that? Like, what is your take on the LA and the community right now? Compared to what it was back in '92 or back like through the Rodney King riots and stuff like that. Like, what does it look like now in LA?
Well, I mean, basically everybody knows what's going on, point blank, because of the internet and all that other stuff. But I mean, what it boils down to is everybody needs to get out there and vote and see who's next to deal with, and see if they're going to deal with these issues.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about voting a lot on here, but it's still sometimes it's lesser of two evil things, and sometimes I don't know. I haven't seen a presidential candidate rally around the Black Lives Matter movement to the point where I feel like, oh yeah, he's going to do it. Let's go fucking get it out. But people are going to actually have to make those choices and be like, I still have to vote. I still have to keep working through to get to that point, the lesser of two evils, and then the lesser of two evils again and again. And maybe it just gets a little better, but locally, it's important. We had a councilman on yesterday, and he represents Bay Ridge in Brooklyn. And, he talked about the importance of voting too, and he does support the Black Lives Matter movement. He does want to defund police, and he, gave a lot of insight into what some of the issues are. But it's like, you have to put a guy like that in place who can speak
Right.
for people, you know, and you're right. Like voting is a big part of it. And a part of, for whatever reason, people in my age group and in younger kids, like they don't go out and vote. You can vote when you're 18. I didn't know fucking shit when I was 18, but you could vote when you're 18. So if you can
Right.
get informed enough now, you know, I think you're right, man. So I don't know.
I just don't understand why you can't vote over the internet like you can vote for everything else.
Yeah, everything. I think it's part of a bigger problem of suppression, voter suppression, pretty fucking real too. And you know, Trump's been tweeting every couple of weeks that about how mail-in votes are going to be corrupt and this and that. It's like you can tell he's scared because if you let all that happen, he'd be voted out in a landslide. You know,
Right.
Yeah, it's complicated, systemic problems. Whatever. I mean, I'm here for you, man. I love you.
I love you too, man. What you're doing is great, though. You know, it's like everybody just got to go out there and just keep at this, whether it be protests, writing songs about it. I mean, it starts in the home, you know, education in the home, just everywhere. You know, the more people talk about it, the more things it's going to eventually change because people are really going to get fed up with it eventually. You know?
I
I mean, it's happening now.
We talked about like this negative optimism thing, how bad shit happens, but we at least see some positive results from it. And like, I mean, I don't know a person who I talk to who isn't dealing with this now and figuring out a way to be useful and helpful. And I've never seen that. And it was part of my motivation to do this. Is like, people actually want to try to fix this now.
Yeah.
And I hope it gets more legs than just our circles and punk and hardcore communities. I hope it goes beyond just us echo chamber and our shit, and like it can actually get out into the world. But a lot of people that have been on here have been involved. I know you guys have always been so outspoken about this and, you know, have rallied people. I mean, you have the unofficial protest song of police brutality, you know, for sure, you know, and it's definitely rallied people up. I saw dudes printing on Instagram, printing body count shirts like with old cop killer stuff on them and selling them and donating and just donating the money to the charity. It's like you still, you know, the band's reached an audience a generation later with that song, you know, so it's cool to know that you guys have like still had that impact, you know.
Nice.
Yeah, so catch me up on like what else you got going on right now. Let's talk.
Well, I can say one thing is I was listening to you, and me and my girl were cruising down at the beach, and one thing I didn't get pulled over.
All right.
Because I'm always getting pulled over no matter what. You know, it's like I'll be driving in any car that I have, I'll get pulled over. I mean, that's what she said to me the other day. You know what? We're always getting pulled over.
Yeah.
You know? And luckily, I have this voice that they like look at me twice and go, okay. And I will become a statistic.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone, I mean, it's crazy, but face value, you know, if you get past face value, if anyone has any kind of conversation with you, they realize you're a sweet person. And, you know, I think, fucking the cars you drive and how much of a target you must be for racial profiling out there. I mean, we went to Trader Joe's in that Mercedes lowrider shit. Like I was scared, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, you're a fucking target for these people no matter what. You know, and that's just you're just who you are, you know, and you're not in any form of, you know, you're one of the sweetest guys I know and couldn't ever, there's like not a bad bone in your body. And to see you have to deal with shit like this and go through this. I mean, it's part of what fires me up to get involved and do shit like this. So, I mean, I appreciate you being the good person that you are and inspiring me to stand with you and stand beside you and help the Black community try to get through all this fucking bullshit. So
nice.
So talk to me about, all right, little bit of light shit, because you're too sweet of a guy to just go heavy the whole time. So
I'm not going to go heavy. That's already been done.
I'm going to speed round you with some stuff.
All right, go for it.
Okay. Favorite tour you've ever done?
Favorite tour I ever done? Wow.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's a lot. I would say all of them. All of them have some kind of like special meaning to them, you know?
That's awesome. If you had, okay, the dream band to tour with. You get one.
Dream band and tour wish. Wow, that's tough. You have to go. You have to pass on that one because basically with Body Count, we play with so many crazy different bands. I mean, from pop to punk to death metal to whatever. I mean, we're a headlining band ourselves, so it's kind of hard.
All right, fair enough. I like
Rammstein.
Rammstein. There you go. That's actually a good one. That'd be a new experience. I wonder if Rammstein would take you on tour.
Oh yeah.
I feel like they would. I feel like they they lean towards the extreme, and so do you. I could see them being into it. Have your people hit their people. That'd be a fun one. All right. If you who's your favorite person to guitar tech for? I don't know if people know this, but in Vince's downtime, he's like an A-level sought after tech who goes out with some of the biggest artists in the world. So what's the most fun one, when you're working, when you're not doing the band stuff? Who's like, the one where you look forward to the most?
Well, my favorite one was Chris Cornell, which I was his last guitar tech, and it was like with him, it's like just listen to him sing and listen to his just challenging because I never knew what songs he's gonna play. He's got all these different tunings and just it's crazy and it's acoustic. And that guy, he was phenomenal.
Yeah, he's great, man. I was fortunate that I got to see them on the last that Nine Inch Nails tour they did, and I fucking could not believe that I was like listening to him that was live, because he was a perfect singer. It was a shame that we had to lose him, but that's a good answer because I'm a big Soundgarden fan. So
yeah,
real cool, man. All right, well, is there anything else you want to say? Because unfortunately, I have to keep this moving, but I just want to give you a shout if there's anything else you want to go over, talk about, tell the people what's up.
One thing, before this whole thing happened, I was looking forward to us doing Jimmy Fallon. That's what I was looking forward to. And also playing that show at the Cro-Mags, you guys in the Cro-Mags.
Yeah, that was going to be fun. That was like a lot of highs to a lot of lows. Like, I'm going to play with Body Count. I'm going to be on Jimmy Fallon. I'm going to fucking do all this stuff. And then, COVID hit. But, light at the end of the tunnel, maybe it all gets rescheduled. We got bigger fish to fry right now, but I'm excited to see Body Count get back out there once the world returns to some kind of new normal. And, I love you, man. Always here to support you. Thank you again for coming on. Let's do a little giveaway thing. I know we talked about this with Ice yesterday, but courtesy of Century Media, we got 10 copies of your new record that we're going to give out to 10 winners. So if you enter now, donate a $10 charitable donation at soundrink.live. You're automatically entered into our giveaway raffle, and we're going to send 10 winners a copy of Carnivore, the new record from Body Count. Vince, thank you again, man. Always a pleasure.
You got it.
We will catch up soon.
Doing good.
No, thank you. I'm trying.
All right, thanks.
All right, homie. Talk to you.
All right.
Vincent Dennis, one of the best people I know. Tremendous human. Body Count. It's all just great. All right. I'm gonna be back at you in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go chase down Derek from Sepultura. And we'll be right back. Derek Green will be with us shortly. I just had to unfortunately notify him that it was 5:20 Eastern Standard Time, so we had a little time zone discrepancy. So just sit tight. He's going to get set up, and then we'll get to it. We're just waiting on Derek. My apologies to the listeners. If you haven't donated, go to soundring.live now. I'm about to pull up Derek, and we're about to get into it. Hey, man, how are you?
What's up?
Thank you for coming on. Sorry about the time zone discrepancy there.
I'm an idiot, man. I should have known better.
I appreciate you taking a second. What are you doing, yard work?
I was just taking a ride out to the beach. You know?
Oh, nice. Where are you right now?
I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, okay, cool. Awesome, man. So there's so much I would want to talk to you about. First off, if you don't know who Derek Green is, he's been the frontman of Sepultura, one of the most important metal bands probably to ever exist for about 20 years now? Like late 90s?
Over 20 years now. So it's been a minute, you know.
That's awesome. Well, first, congratulations on Quadra, because it's fucking awesome. It's one of the best records I think I've heard. You know, at least me personally, it's one of my favorite Sepultura records I've heard in a while, and I think you guys outdid yourself on this one. It's awesome.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that.
I mean,
you know, like every album, and we're really happy with this. You know, extremely.
Yeah, we've had the pleasure. My band's had the pleasure of touring with you, and the guys in Fit for an Autopsy just love you dudes too, and appreciate that you give young bands a shot too. So, you know, a lot of bigger metal bands, you know, just kind of go by the book and listen to their teams and don't take shots on younger bands, but you guys always have, and I think that's fucking awesome. So, appreciate everything you do for the metal world too. And all right, I want to ask you about Quadra, if that's cool, the actual word and everything too, because I was interested when I saw it in the coin and the album title, and I started like digging in to the meaning. I found some interview with you about it, how it's kind of symbolic that it correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like Quadra is a court where games are played. I lost your audio, Derek. I can't hear you. Got sound? I'm losing him. I don't have sound from you. I don't know if you can hear me, but your audio cut out. Oh wait, there. It looks like you have your nope, we lost him. We're having some technical difficulties. Just hang out. We'll get Derek back. He's a very interesting person. I'm excited to talk to him. He's figuring it out. While you're waiting, if you haven't already donated, please go to soundrink.live. We have over 100 items for available, and a $10 charitable donation enters you into that auction. I'm going to keep punishing you with this. I'm sorry. Derek's back. Hey.
Still there?
Yeah, that's good. I got you now. So I don't know if I cut. I don't know where we dropped out. But
I heard everything.
Okay.
Quadra, it's really an idea that Andreas thought of, our guitarist. And it came from reading a book, Quadrivium. And it's dealing with, the 4 elements of the arts. And then also numerology played a large part in the creation of the album as well. And there's 4 people in the band, and as 4 people together, 4 is a very powerful number. And so a lot of great things have happened with us as a result, as being a 4-piece and staying together and playing within our own type of quadra. So it's you can go in so many different directions. And we left it to really open interpretation for a lot of people. But the songs themselves, are surrounded that, like people born into their certain quadra and having to deal with that.
Sure. I mean, I appreciate that you sort of took a bit more of I guess more of a social commentary stance and kind of tackled some issues on this record while keeping these like big thematic things going, like, I don't know, like isolation. There's a whole, clearly that song's about like massing, incarceration and the parallels to the prison system and stuff. First of all, the fucking riff that starts that song is just awesome. It's like such a good way to start a record. I could tell you like putting some thought into this stuff and sort of starting to tackle these issues again. Was there a reason you kind of went back to this stuff? Is it reflective of what's going on now?
I think it was the reflection of what was really happening at the time of writing it. And also the fact that we're writing in a different way on this album. I was in LA and everybody else was in Brazil. So it was the first time being away from each other and working on an album. And so I had a lot of time to really go over the lyrics and really approach it without the music really being there. And then I was slowly given the music and putting those words to the certain feeling that I was getting from the music. So it really matched up very well. And we gave ourselves a lot of time in writing this album. We didn't do a lot of tours last year because we're in the writing process. So it was really worth that sacrifice. We loved playing live, but we felt it was really important to take our time and work on the album. So it took a lot of time thinking about the ideas, the topics of the album. And I discussed that with Andreas. There's certain things that were really hitting all of us, I felt. Depression, this mass incarceration of Americans, happening, it's consistently been happening. Depression and the rainforest and many other things that were just like, piling into my head at the time. So I broke it down into writing, specific songs about those very serious topics.
Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of metal can be very fantasy based and Dungeons and Dragons and wizards and everything, and for me, it's not really what I gravitate towards. I think the message in music is just as important as the music itself. And I have a hard time really getting into bands that don't really speak on what's going on with the climate of the world. So it was really nice to see you guys like return to that form and go at shit on this record. So big home run for me, man. I'm real into it. So you're out in LA. as a member of, you know, the Black community and, you know, living in LA, this is, you know, I've had a few people on now, but I love hearing the perspectives because this has always been a place where the contention and the protesting like kind of hits a high point and escalates. And, you know, I wanted to know, like, I wanted to just get some thoughts from you about what's going on over there right now.
Well, it's a lot of insanity. You know, there's a lot of very good things that are happening. I think the news, you have a tendency to see a lot of negative things that are going on more than the positive. I was on a march yesterday that was through Hollywood, and it was extremely peaceful and very positive. You know, there were a lot of people out who were helping the protesters, who were giving water, giving snacks, hand sanitizer, masks for free. A lot of businesses completely involved on the street, giving out their products or their food, and just keeping this massive amount of people who were doing a completely very peaceful protest. And honestly, I didn't see any cops or anything. I think that was not to agitate the crowd, but everybody was in good form. You know, I felt this was something that I hadn't seen in my lifetime. I've seen a lot of protests and a lot of things have happened after certain incidences. It's consistently been happening. It's something new, but this is something very new. The support coming from so many different communities and different people really speaking out for the first time. And I definitely think this is something that's very cool. And I think it's important to keep that positivity going, you know, when people are doing even small things. You know, I don't really get into seeing people bicker online a lot of times where they're just like, you just posted something, you know, you're not really doing anything. It's like, well, you know what? It's like every little bit counts, you know. It's like I'm not going to put people down for doing positive acts on in any aspect, you know. It's just the start of something that's really has a really strong momentum, you know, and it's something that people really need to get out and say. So I have to say on that aspect, it's really cool to see something very different that I have never seen before. And there's a lot of topics of solutions of how things can, you know, how we can approach, you know, the police. And I see all these signs of people like defunding the police and things like that. I'm not down with, you know, getting rid of cops or anything like that. And I don't think it has anything to about dismantling the police. You know, it's just words are very powerful, and when people see that, like, defund the police, it's a strong statement. You know,
Sure.
It doesn't really explain too much of what that means. And so I kind of had to do a lot of digging, which I think most people have to do in these times, to really balance out the sides. You know, there's so many different sides to this. It's not a black and white issue. There's just like so many different aspects that are going on that you have to really think about. And then a lot of information that you're getting. So it's important to really keep an open mind and keeping communication going. But I have to say, you know, for me, the most important thing in order for a lot of change to happen is for people to really vote. And if people keep this momentum that they have now in the streets and everything, and they take that to the poll box, you know, like to the ballot box, then it's going to be a real change, you know. And this is something you have to keep people focused on, you know, is really, really voting, you know, for local people, voting federally, you know, voting for people that are going to make an actual change. And so when you come out in numbers and stick together and not bicker, like a lot of the various, I guess, leftists, if they want to call themselves that, do so much, it becomes really annoying not to agree on like one thing and go forward. So I think on that side, that's really troublesome, I think. And it's been the problem, I think, for the left or the Democrats or wherever, you know, people want to name themselves. I think it's a super negative that happens. And I think it's, you know, you can learn a lot actually from the other side of, like, what do you call, the right or the conservatives, because they're always together. You know, they never, you know, they're so strong in their votes. They're so strong in what their focus point. And that's what we have to do, I believe, in order for change to have that change to come about. You know, I believe there's a balance, you know, and in order to get to that balance, everybody has to really stay focused and stay together and vote, you know. Like the biggest thing that I think that's very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, everyone I've talked to has come in with a really well thought out opinion, has echoed all of these sentiments. Voting, communication, being aware of what things mean, not being scared away by the media. Learn what defunding the police is. Don't just be afraid of that phrase. It's good to hear that. Your sentiments kind of align with, I think, what a lot of people are talking about right now. So I do appreciate that. And the issue of infighting, the lack of infighting or the benefit of it. I mean, say what you will about the Republican Party, but those motherfuckers never break the line, and they move stuff. So maybe we should learn about that. Or on the other side,
there's a lot of things, I hate the fact when people are really so close-minded, especially on the left side, to hear certain aspects that are going on. It's like we're all living in this country together. Not everybody's going to agree on the same thing, but there's going to be a lot of things that we agree upon. If you look at like an organization like the NRA, which I don't believe in having a gun. I believe people can have a right to defend themselves. But you look at this organization, they're so tight knit. They have like family organization as far as like chats and community and everyone together, and also voting on the same issues and everything. Just very, very powerful and very strong. And we can do that. It's like it's just a matter of really getting our mind and focus on one topic and sticking to it, and not breaking that line like we were saying.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the bigger picture, we all want the same thing. We want the same changes. We want to get there, and if it takes hearing out another opinion or a slight bit of compromise to a detail or two that you might not particularly agree with, but it serves the greater good. I mean, it is something that we are going to have to get in line with, because these long-term changes are not going to come without struggles and resistance from, the parties that control this system. So it's like, we have to figure out a way to get past the petty shit and actually do it. I mean, everything you're saying is beautiful, man. I really do appreciate you coming on this. I wish we had more time because you're such a well-spoken dude, and we could do this all day too. But
I know, man. There's so many things. I'm just like COVID, and
I know that we can go it all day.
I really appreciate giving me the opportunity to really speak, and I think it's important for people to really listen and speak, and weigh out everything that's going on around them.
Yeah, I mean, coming from a guy like you, Sepultura has been such an influence to so many bands and so many different artists from all walks of life. It's just awesome to hear your perspective and know that the dudes I look up to fucking get it right. So thank you, Derek. And I'm going to announce your giveaway while you're here. We're going to give away the Quadra Earbook Edition. This is like a whole, I don't even know how big this is, but it's like some 40, 50 page book. It's awesome. It's like
there's a lot of cool stuff there, and even a documentary, Endurance, Sepultura documentary. A lot of people, especially in North America, haven't seen, but it's been on Netflix in South America. But it's a lot of great stuff in that.
Yeah, awesome record, cool ass package, doing everything right as always. Derek from Sepultura, thank you for being here, man. I really appreciate your time.
I appreciate it.
Take care, man.
Cheers. Take care.
Thank you, dude. Take care. All right. Derek Green, ladies and gentlemen, Sepultura. If you don't like Sepultura, we should have a long conversation about why you're wrong, but we can do that later on. Soundrink.live, $10 minimum donation enters you into our giveaway raffle. We're giving away all sorts of cool shit like this Sepultura Quadra Earbook Edition. Listen to the new Sepultura record. It's fantastic, and they're very intelligent people. And that's it. I'm going to take 1 minute, and I'm going to go grab my friend Matt Heafy, and we will be right back. Okay, we're back. Matt Heafy.
What's up, my friend? Great to see you.
Listen to that high quality microphone. You are a live streaming expert. What a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me, man. What an incredible thing you're doing, dude. This has been amazing. I've been watching a little bit. We rated you from the other stream. It's been looking fantastic. You're doing an amazing thing, Will.
I appreciate that. I don't know what rated means because I never do this, but it sounds like you did something good. So
it's a
thank
good thing.
you.
Yep, of course, man.
If you don't know who Matt Heafy is, he's the mastermind behind Trivium, which is probably one of the biggest metal bands in the world now. A long-standing career of cool shit, and one of my favorite humans in the metal community because of how generous and kind he is, and how hard he supports young bands, which is, like I just talked with Derek, such a rare treat these days to see dudes in big metal bands take a step out of their lane and bring up young bands. And I mean, honestly, out of anybody that Fit for an Autopsy's come across, you fly the flag for us harder, and you've probably done more for our band than any other band on the planet. So we love you and thank you. And thank you for coming on this and bringing all the hordes or raids or whatever the Twitch folks are saying these days. You know, I appreciate you rallying the troops for this.
Okay, man.
How the fuck are you? How's Florida?
I'm great, man. Thank you so much for the kind words. I mean, we just started off as fans of you guys, and now to be able to call you guys some of our best friends on the entire planet, it's such an amazing thing. And we've only done what every person who loves music should be doing, is just spreading the good word of good bands, and especially good bands with incredible messages. That's a thing that I know we'll start jumping into some of these topics, but I was thinking about just what a great thing it is how your band, our band, we've always been vocal about the right thing, and the right thing being accepting of all walks of life and fighting for and championing all walks of life. Because that's something that bands like us, bands like you guys, we get hit with sometimes of the attitude of, you guys should stick to what you do best and just play guitar and shut up, basically.
I mean, we have to deal with it all the time. And I come from a hardcore background where it was like a no-brainer to be outspoken and against social injustices and things like that. And then, we do this metal band and we try to do this stuff, and it's met with such criticism. We're like, this is fucking wild. I can't believe we have to deal with this. And we just did it the other day too. We're like, watch this. Let's go put a Black Lives Matter support post up and count the fucking idiots, and it's like, yeah, I'm at this point in my life, we've learned we are who we are. We say what we say, and we don't care anymore. And that's just the way forward for all of us. So thank you for using your even larger platform to keep doing it. And, I just spoke with Derek, who had a nice return to form. I know you're a Sepultura guy too, but the new Sepultura, he's just back at it too. Fucking mass incarceration choruses and stuff. Like, he's on it now. It feels good to see that people are on this shit again. So
that's what I've always loved so much about hardcore and punk, that it addressed those things and it was expected to address. And I feel like rock, it is not. Rock is like the opposite. Rock is kind of like, you don't address that and you stick to what you do best. But metal, I love the conversation that you and I had back when I was asking about how you got into music. And that's something I want to have you on my show so we can show the world that. But that you got into hardcore and punk first, and then it was like melodic death metal that you wanted to bring on top. And I was the opposite. I got into metal first, and then it was metalcore and punk and hardcore that really opened my eyes to a lot of other things. And that's why even very early on, our first record deals with, if I want to think about like social issues, it deals with abuse and domestic violence and child abuse. And our second record is one that deals with kind of branching out further. The third record, we actually went into using specific song examples. The song Contempt Breeds Contamination. When all this stuff started going down again, as it's been constantly going down, unfortunately, in this country and the planet, I posted Contempt Breeds Contamination. That song is a story about a man named Amadou Diallo. He was racially profiled, and he was essentially executed by, for people of, power of the law. And it was a story that kind of just gets thrown in with the rest. And I thought it was so important that we made a song about that. And that's not something that you often see, like a specific song about a specific social event fighting a sociopolitical issue. And that's another thing. Like, I feel like a lot of people try to lump in issues of race and they call it politics, where race should never be considered politics. People should never be considered politics. It gets lumped into politics, but it's people, and people first, and people have the right to be who they are, like who they are born as and who they feel like being. And that record also has a song. I mean, this month is also Pride Month, and that's something that I believe that the LGBTQIA+ community is really fighting more so for Black Lives Matter in the current thing. And we also have a song about Matthew Shepard on that same record, who was a gay man who was tied to a fence and beaten to death. And these are things that I feel like people need to put the correct message in their music and let people know that this isn't okay. Like, and that's why I've been so happy that guys like you, guys like me, were able to use our songs for this. And I feel like that's such a huge responsibility that a lot of artists are neglecting, maybe not using, maybe they just want their band to be a monetization machine, so they're using things that are safe.
Sure. I mean, I can understand the hesitation. I mean, it's a harder path to success because it immediately alienates people who don't want to hear politics or commentary on social issues. It immediately can eliminate a fan base like that, like very quickly like that. And it's hard to write a song about a gay man who was beaten to death and have a hit and make it catchy and connect on a commercial scale, because it's uncomfortable for people to have to hear about things like this and deal with it. And so the hesitation there, I can see. And if I'm a younger band, I'm trying to make it and I want to be a rock star, it's like, would you sacrifice your potential life and career to go, to put this message out into the world because it's important to you? And, part of what I said in the intro of this whole thing was like, at some point in your life, you just have to look at who you are as a person and realize, like, am I comfortable just like not doing anything anymore? And, I know a lot of my friends and you and, everyone has their come to Jesus moment at a different time in their life where they just decide this is the kind of person I am. And when you're comfortable in your own skin, you can make art that reflects that genuinely, and you can inspire other people to do the same thing. And I think it takes a lot of soul searching, experience, education. It's not something you just say, I'm gonna go do this now, to do it correctly. And it's fucking hard. So you're in no place to have to do any of these things. So I'm glad to see that, you still do this. So I wanted to ask you, because you recently just put a new record out, which is awesome too. Congratulations on that. What did Dead Men Say? Right? Did I get it right? So many fucking records this year.
There are a lot,
but it's great. And I know you hit a lot of things on that. So tell me a little bit about, the newer Trivium stuff, and where lyrically you were at, what how that shaped your writing process with what's going on and everything.
With our band, we've always felt that lyrics are just as important as music, and that's a given. Saying that to you, it's apparent, it's obvious that Fit for an Autopsy and Trivium has always put lyrics at the same level as riffs. That's not really a constant, and you and I have seen the bands that don't do that, and I'm sure the viewers can think of some as well. Like, music really nails it. Lyrics are kind of whatever. They're just maybe just past, like, going through the motions. So with this record, I'm really lucky. Paulo, as of the last record, has stepped up as a major lyricist, melody writer, vocal writer. I've been able to put myself in the mindset of more so an actor, and he's a director/writer for a lot of this stuff. But the same thing with this record. It's a lot about getting into social injustices and getting into topics like that. What I love with The Defiant is when I first heard this song, like, Paul and I kind of co-wrote the lyrics together with different ideas in mind. And when I asked him, what did you mean when you were writing these lyrics? And he said he was thinking about people in power. And it is not specifically about one thing, but you think of people like Harvey Weinstein. You think of people that have this insane amount of power, that are able to corrupt and victimize people through their power, and a lot of people are afraid to speak against them. And Defiant is a track that deals with that a little bit. The Ones We Leave Behind is one I feel like really applies to the current situation that's happening now.
I would have mentioned that song too, yeah, because I think that really applied to what's going on right now, and I think that sentiment, that statement itself echoes it. But it's true. It's like we have neglected our responsibility as fucking, decently paid, well-off people who live in the suburbs in this country to be a little more active and support positive change for the Black community. And, I'm happy to see that everybody is involved now. And, we keep talking about how we say these things in our music, but, we both, through the nonprofit work, we're backing it up. You're talking about it right now. I think all these conversations that everyone keeps having right now is necessary. And, I wanted to ask you, you're a Japanese American. I guess I would consider you, part of course, you're part of a minority community in our community. You've probably had to deal with scenarios before where, there's been stereotyping and biasing. I mean, you put Japanese culture heavily into artwork and earlier album covers and stuff. And there are a lot of people, there are a lot of people of color and Black artists who look up to you, who are going to watch this, who, are in other bands and this and that, who want to model themselves after and be a successful musician in this world and get through these things. So advice to kids coming up in bands and advice to younger people of color who are being, discriminated against, like, what can you offer? I know you have a large fan base. They listen to you, they trust you. And I think it's important that you talk about that a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was hard. I mean, my mom was an immigrant. She immigrated from Japan. I was born in Iwakuni. We came over here. My dad was a Marine and he was always deployed. So for the first couple of years, it was really my mom and I, and she raised me with what she knew. I dealt with a little bit in high school or a little bit in middle school, a little bit coming up, but I did deal with it like touring. So like when we'd open up for bands, if bands didn't like us, I remember one guy pulling his eyes to the side and flipping me off. And, you get the typical really nasty Asian stereotypes, like kind of thrown at you for people that didn't like our band. I mean, up until 2007 or 8, it was a war every single band we opened for. Specifically the tour right behind me here, it was Lamb of God, Trivium, Machine Head, Gojira. That was the lineup in North America. I remember after one of the shows, a guy was waiting by our bus who wanted to fight me just because he didn't like our band. He was like, "Good show, James." And I was like, "James?" He's like, "Hetfield, good show." And he like kept getting closer. And I'm like, this is nonsense. So like after that era, that kind of fizzled away a little bit. I remember opening this tour as well. This was Slayer. We co-headlined with Slayer in the UK. It was Slayer, Trivium, Mastodon, and Monomarth. It's covered because I was doing some promo videos for Twitch. People probably like, "Why'd you cover the logos?"
I believe that you did it.
I remember even on that tour, like dealing with kind of like, that wasn't really like racial bullying on that one, but it's bullying more so like band stuff. My advice to people is, everyone wants the same thing in life. Everyone wants to enjoy their life, to love and to be loved, regardless of skin color, religion, sexual orientation, whatever it is. We are all equal. And I believe that any walk of life that isn't hurting another, actively hurting another, deserves to be here just as much as we do. And I feel like equality is a thing that absolutely is tantamount to what we do as bands. And we need to support that. We need to, as you said in the earlier, it was like right when you introduced me, which I really appreciate, is you say how we talk about bands, we try to champion other bands, and that is what's so important. This is not, if people want to think of it as a friendly competition, that's okay. Like, hey, that guy shreds on guitar, that band's killer live, I want to step up my game a little bit. That's a good thing. That kind of healthy, like friendship, steel sharpens steel kind of thing.
Absolutely,
yeah. We've toured with a lot of bands early on. I remember when we started getting buzz in the UK. The UK is the only time and place our band has ever been considered a press band. That was the only time. We were given every magazine cover. Everything said Trivium's the best band on the planet, best record, best shows. When that happened, all the bands that I loved that we'd go out and tour with shortly after that would bully us, and they treat us like garbage. I remember reading one of my favorite singers, I won't say who, one of my favorite singers of all time, talking badly about me during a live show, like a live show review, like talking bad about Trivium, and this was in a live review of a magazine, and just being heartbroken seeing that. Like, that kind of attitude really sticks with people. I'm not saying like I'm harboring on that, but the idea of we need to all embrace everyone. Like, one band doing well, if there's another metal band that we started with or a band that used to open for us, all of a sudden that's way above us, we need to all be supporting that, because when one heavy band does well, we all do well. And I think that's a mentality that's kind of lost. But I find that when you have that mentality just with bands, like my friends' bands are doing good, I'm doing good, we all get to go up together. If you have that ethos in you for just music and for bands, you should have that for the extension of life. All humans. If all humans get to do well, all humans get to live well and have what they need, and just to be able to love and to be loved, that's when we've got a much more positive music scene, a positive communities, positive country. And it's obviously any time that someone looks down on something saying, I am better than this, I am better than that, when that's a band mentality, a music industry mentality, or a human mentality, that's when we have issues of supremacy, and we have issues of hatred. And I think that's like a fundamental core value that if someone looks at it as a weird competitive, like, I don't want these other bands to do well, you need to try to exercise those demons out of yourself and start working to embrace everything and embracing all walks of life and everybody and bringing everyone up together with you.
Sure. I mean, well said. I mean, I'm glad that we've found a community of musicians that me and you happen to be a part of, and all of our other circles where we can bring each other up. And I hope that that parallels itself into the world, and people all work towards lifting up people around them, and treating people nice and fair and equal. I mean, you're a sweet guy, Matt. Thank you for coming on this
Thank
thing.
you so much, Anthony. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate the positive words, and I feel like we should mention our giveaway here.
Yep.
Want to give a quick shout to Epiphone and Matt Heafy for dropping one of the last Matt Heafy signature guitars. So they're not going to make these anymore.
Nope, we're fully discontinuing the black one and the white one. They're done. They were the highest selling Epiphones they've ever had, and we said let's just stop it there. So we're gonna change the paint jobs entirely, and this is one of the last ones in all of the planet that's unclaimed. So I believe there is one single Snowfall left in all of the world unclaimed. So it could be that one, or it could be one of the black ones, which I think there's maybe like 30 or 40 left.
Yeah, I mean, I left a little note that says we think it's black, but small chance it's white. Either way, it's a $10 guitar, so just take the win. And honestly, if you're going to complain about the color of a $10 guitar that kicks ass, just don't pick it. But
if it's the Snowfall, save it, and it's going to be worth some money in a couple of years. Yeah.
Well,
it'll be worth $50.
Yeah, dude, awesome giveaway. Thank you for throwing the hammer down hard on this one. I really do appreciate it. You're the fucking best. All the love and support. Say hello to all the Trivium boys, and keep doing what you're doing, man. You're a fucking tremendous human. So thank you
so much. Thank you for doing this. This is an absolutely incredible thing you're doing, Will. Love you, man.
I appreciate you, man. Matt Heafy, ladies and gentlemen, the nicest man in metal. Take care.
Stop it. Thank you.
Love him. All right, Matt Heafy donating one of the last Matt Heafy Epiphone signature guitars. The top selling Epiphone signature guitar of all time. It's no longer in production. This is one of your chances to grab the last ones. We think it's black. It might be white, but we think it's black. I just covered this. Soundrink.live, $10 charitable donation enters you into the random giveaway. Leave a note for what you'd like to win, and if we pick your name, you will win that item. Please donate. If you've already donated, thank you very much. I appreciate you. And support the Black Lives Matter movement. And I will be back in 3 minutes with some guy I know who I play in a band with, who you might know. His name's Brendan Murphy. All right. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay. Coming back. Brendan Murphy. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for coming on this. I appreciate you coming out.
No problem. I mean, it's not like I had a lot to do. So, you know,
That's
here,
true.
here I am. I figure any way I can help, I'm down.
I appreciate it. If for those who don't know, Brendan Murphy is the lead singer of Counterparts, and he also sings in a band with me called End. And this is weird because we never have serious conversations, and we have to have one.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. That's always I don't know. That kind of plays into what I was going to talk about, but yeah, it's weird, right? Like we can joke a little, but not about the serious shit.
You're one of the funniest people I know, and
thank you.
You're obviously you're a very compassionate and caring person and a good friend, and I know you're taking a pretty hard stance on what's going on too. And I wanted to bring you on because I'd love to hear about what's going on in Canada a little bit. I don't think I have too many Canadian guests on here, and you're our neighbor from upstairs, and sometimes you guys do stuff better than we do. So maybe there's some insight as to what's going on up there with the Black Lives Matter movement. Is there, are things working better than they are here right now? So please take a minute and enlighten everybody what's going on.
I mean, I would definitely say that, I would say that things are better, like not necessarily better, I guess you can say, but, like where I'm at in Hamilton, it's like, it's not a small city, but I mean, it's not Toronto, right? But we still have our, there's been a fair share of like protests and stuff like that. And, and people calling to like defund the like Hamilton police and stuff like that. And, you're kind of seeing all this stuff like the budget and everything, and like how much money goes to, the cops getting new fucking cars as opposed to like mental health. And, where I'm from, like even the area that I live in specifically, it's like, there's a lot of problems with addiction and I guess like crime, not necessarily like violent crime, but crime nonetheless and stuff. And I think a lot of that stems from, I guess like things like drug addiction and not having the proper resources to like take care of a community. So, while I will say like, I guess like violent crimes and stuff, it's not as common in Canada, but that doesn't necessarily mean that our police are any better at, how they treat minorities or how they, like how they operate and stuff like that. Like it's all the same kind of problem. I will say that in terms of the protests and stuff, like not that I know of. I mean, I don't think there's been people like tear gassed and, arrested for protesting and stuff like that. But also you have to like keep in mind it is on like a smaller scale.
Sure.
But yeah, but I mean like, just, I don't know. That was something I'm glad you brought up is I think that when all this started, there was like, like something was trending on Twitter where it was like, meanwhile in Canada, you know what I mean? It was basically like all these fucking Canadians being like, not in my country, like that doesn't happen here. And it's like, yes, it does, motherfucker. Like, are you nuts? Like it's, like that type of racism. It's like, yes, it might be more geared towards a different, like community, I guess, but it still exists. And that's like, that in itself is a massive problem. You know what I mean? So it's, like if, for example, in Canada, like the way that Indigenous people and stuff have been treated in Canada, it's like, it's disgusting. And a lot of the time, like people in Canada like to live in their bubble and be like, well, things aren't that bad here. And it's like the one positive thing, I guess, that's come from people realizing, or I shouldn't say like one positive thing. It's like the main one is education and stuff. And people are starting to like open their eyes and sort of see what is going on. And, and suddenly all these people that are like, well, thank God I don't live in the States. Like they're all like, oh fuck, it happens. It happens on my street in Canada too.
Yeah, there's definitely Americans have long had this perception that Canada is just this nice place where shit works and everything's better up there. I'm gonna move to Canada. If Trump's president, I'm gonna move to Canada. Like the problems go away when you leave the country. I mean, it's like a catchphrase,
Yeah,
and it's
certain things do, but
sure.
You know, you don't get like, you don't cross a border. Like I'm like fucking 45 minutes from America right now. It's like, it's not like within that 45-minute window, suddenly like, you know, oppression and injustice and racism and all this stuff. Like, it's not like you cross the fucking border and the guard's like, yeah, come on in. And then suddenly you're like, oh, everything's fine. It's like,
Sure.
it's still, it's a worldwide problem. Like you know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the more people I talk to from other countries, the more I'm learning like that it's just as bad, worse. It's been around for as long. You know, it's the same story in every country, and it's beyond. It does transcend beyond borders, and it's just this human element of kind of evil that like we're now all starting to become more aware that, hey, that nice place you live. Like I had a guy on earlier, Urian from Burlington, Vermont, which I've always associated as like, oh, it's like the nicest place in the Northeast. It's like this beautiful hippie place, and
Bernie zone,
and he's like, no, man, like I had to like almost fight a guy with a skateboard deck because he fucking screamed the N-word at me in the street, and it's like it's everywhere. It's unescapable and it's everywhere, and like you know, I think what was maybe more subdued in people's minds is now surfacing as a real issue that needs to be addressed across the board worldwide, which I appreciate. You know, I mean, your buddies with Josh, he came on yesterday and literally just laid the heaviest shit on about what Australia's done to the Aboriginal people there. And
of course,
it was just like, I just saw the comments and I saw people like, what? And it's like, yeah, I mean, no one talks about this. And like, Australia is my favorite place in the world. It's like a paradise and a beach. And, you know, then I'm like, wow, a lot of people are protesting. Exactly. I wonder why. And then it's like, I think it all goes back to what you said about educating yourself now. And we're fucking normal ass white dudes who don't, you know everything. We're not, this stuff it wasn't really in the front of our minds for a while, but I'm happy to see that.
Exactly.
My friends, you don't take anything seriously. I'm happy to see that you're taking this seriously. And like now, you know, when have you ever talked about this stuff? You agree with it, but it's like,
of course. It's like, you know, that's like, you know, that was sort of like, that was going to be like the main sort of thing that I wanted to talk to people about on this today is like, you know, when it comes to like, I don't know, like I feel like you've said multiple times, like coming from, you know, hardcore, metalcore, metal, like whatever, it's like, you know, like saying something like, yeah, like racism isn't welcome here and stuff like that, and homophobia and fucking transphobia and all of it. It's like, yeah, people say that, but it's like, what do we do to stop it? You know what I mean? Like, and that's sort of, that was what I was going to get at is like, look at like, you know, someone like me, it's like, I don't know, I'm like the fucking social media guy. Like I love Twitter, you know what I mean? I'm always making jokes. I'm always like, you know, you will go on Instagram and it's like fucking panda photo after panda photo. Like I don't take shit seriously, but I think that the one thing that I want to like, you know, I really want to urge people to do is like when you know, like given everything that's happened within the last couple of weeks, it's like you have like endless resources at your fingertips. You know what I mean? And I know that social media for a lot of people, myself included, is like, it's an escape. And it's like, yeah, everything sucks and I'm miserable, but I just want to get on Twitter and laugh. I want to look at memes. I want to watch funny videos, like that type of shit. But you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you know, like all this information and stuff, like, you know, things that we're learning about like the budgets for police and like how far back, like, you know, like systemic racism goes in our own culture and how like these things started. Like I didn't know until like last week that like, you know, and it's like, yeah, I probably should have known, but you know, like the police force in itself, it's like the way it started is like, was a way of keeping like making white people feel safe and like rounding up like black people and charging them with like bullshit crimes. And it's like, I didn't know that, you know what I mean? Like I didn't know how far back it went. So, and the crazy thing is like, you don't even have to actively seek this shit. Like you don't have to wake up one day and be like, you know what? Like I want to fucking take a class on this, or I want to read a book about this sort of thing. You know, it's like you can scroll through your fucking feed and it just falls into your lap. And I know that for a lot of people, it's like, it's heartbreaking. And it's like, you know, you don't want to watch the videos and you don't want to read about the stuff. Cause like, it is just fucking depressing, but you are like, you're letting yourself down if you don't like just put that aside for a second and just kind of take in all this information. Like, I think, you know, like years ago, if you wanted to learn about this shit, like you had to like, you know, actually seek it out and stuff. And now it's like, it's just fucking, it's right there. It's like, just fucking read it, you know? Like,
yeah.
If you like, you can't be empathetic if you don't fucking like, can't be truly empathetic, and you can't really care about people if you don't at least try to like educate yourself and figure out like, okay, like what the fuck is going on? Like, just say being like, well, I don't like that stuff. I don't like that racist shit. It's like, yeah, cool. Like, you shouldn't, but what the fuck are you going to do to stop it? You know what I mean? Like, just fucking, it all starts with educating yourself. And if you're not mad about it, and if it doesn't piss you off, read more until you get pissed off enough to fucking do something, because it's been, you know, it's been how many fucking years and nothing changes, you know?
Yeah. Read the racist out of you. I like that. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, sure.
Honestly, no, I mean, to be honest with you, like you know, we don't talk about racism, and we just goof around and have fun. And, you know, my other band does a lot. And we've, you know, when all this happened, everybody was fire and brimstone and posting and doing things and active, and, you know, and then I was like, okay, I got to talk to End, and we never do this. And it was like, okay, it's uncomfortable conversation time, you know, let's go. And find out that Jay and Greg are at protests, and you're
totally
and doing benefit stuff, and have t-shirts planned and all stuff. I was like, thank God fucking everybody's like paying attention, you know. And the way, you know, I didn't want to be the one who told End that like, hey man, we're gonna release music this week, but we can't talk about it, you know. And I was like, fuck, I have to. It was like hard for me to be like, I have to support this like moment in time. I have to get the fuck out of the way and work on a charity thing. And I don't want to talk about this record and stuff. And I know we all spent a year on it and shit like that. And then I'm like, before I even had to have the conversation, our text feed lit up with all of us going, yo, look at this.
We cannot do this.
We're not doing this. And look at that. So I appreciate that you like, as silly of a man as you are, that you are, you know, where you are now is a different world than where we were a while ago. And it's unfortunate that it took a lot of people in our world a minute to get to this point, but I'm glad that everybody is. And so thanks for doing this. This is no problem. Thanks for, you know, for what we normally do. But again, I think it's important. I appreciate you just coming on here and doing this.
No problem. I love to help. I'll do whatever I can, but you know.
Yeah. Thank you, Brennan. And while we're here, I want to bring on some bonus Canadians, because first of all, let me get Adrian in the stream. I think
get him in here. It's been a minute.
There he is. What's up, buddy?
What's up, buddy?
Can you hear me?
How are you?
I can. Thank you for coming on this. So at 10 seconds after I posted that we were doing this event, you were like one of the first people that hit me up with a guitar in your hand going, here, I'm giving you this in. And you're not a member of Counterparts anymore, but you really came through with an awesome donation, a guitar that's like everybody in Counterparts has used at some point. This like special little piece of history for the band transitioning from guy to guy. And it fucked me up and blew me away. And I just wanted to thank you. I know you're not a guy who does interviews and you don't really love talking to people and stuff. So I'll keep it short so you don't feel uncomfortable, but I do, you had to get a thank you for that, because it's like, you know, I'm sure you thought about what you could do and just grab the thing that was closest to you that you knew would mean something and help try to make an impact. So thank you, Adrian. I really do appreciate you.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Like, I know that, like a lot of people don't want to like stir the pot, you know what I mean, with this kind of thing. So like, it's something that you can do that's not, you know, it's like, it's something that I can do to support the cause. Like, and I'm like, you know, a lot of us aren't making money right now, that kind of thing. So it's like, it's a way to do it without, you know, opening your wallet.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
is like,
exactly.
Like as like a first generation, like Chinese Canadian, right? Like culturally, we're sort of expected to like stay in line. Right. And that's something I've been talking to my family about a lot. And it's like, a lot of people, like including like Ice-T, mentioned like just have that awkward conversation. Like you're supposed to call your friends and family out when they're wrong.
Yeah. I mean,
right,
I don't know if you saw, we spoke about with Randy earlier, but we had some really deep, kind of difficult conversation about how he's dealing with his family. I know you know Randy very well, so go back and check that out too, because there's a lot of insight there about approaches and ways we're trying to come to some kind of light on how we can deal with that stuff. But man, I do appreciate you coming on here, and that giveaway was huge, man. I really felt that, so thank you. And well, let's get them all in while we're here. Andrew Newfield,
what up, guys?
How you doing?
What's
What's up, buddy?
How's it going?
Good, man.
How are you? I'm good. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, thank you for being a part of this. I want it to be publicly known that I had asked Andrew to speak on this before this lineup started finalizing, and then realized I had to be a lot more inclusive to the Black community and all people of color on this, and started to really fill this lineup out and realized like I have to like make some, we needed to make some more room here. There were important voices to be heard. And Andrew kind of offered his spot up to be like, you know what? There are people who deserve to have more of a platform than me right now. And I'm fine with kind of sitting this out and not speaking and stuff. So Andrew, I just wanted to thank you. You came with an awesome giveaway to a broadcasting test press, which is like, if you're a Comeback Kid fan or a vinyl guy, I mean, that's a fucking classic record that's been out of print for so long. And, if I'm going to bid on, there's a few items I would bid on. That's definitely one of them. And as a fan of you and your band, that this was just an awesome move for you to do. And I just wanted to say thank you and let people know, like, a big part of this was giving the voice to people who deserve to have it right now, and understanding that you're not the most educated, and I'm staring at three kind white men here, but one kind Chinese man, and none of us are bad people or racist. Hey, none of us are experts or qualified either, and I think it was important. What you did was like the right move, so thank you, Andy.
I just wanted to make sure, like, I just didn't want to be just another white dude echoing kind of what everyone else was saying. And I think that you were able to get, a great diverse lineup and like have a lot of Black voices be heard as well. I've been following this, and, Comeback Kid didn't ever start as a political band in any way, very like internalized lyrics, but I realized, probably halfway through our thing that, we had to draw the line in the sand. And especially, this is it's not just an American issue. It is a Canadian issue, like you guys were saying. So many missing and murdered Indigenous women. And, right after George Floyd died, what happened here in Toronto, a lot of people were angry and hurt and really passionate. We had a protest here, and a young woman named Regis Korchinski-Paquette had fallen off a balcony. I'm sure the Ontario guys heard about it.
Yeah.
After a mental health, they called 911 for a mental health call, and five police officers go to the apartment, and she fell to her death somehow, and that's being investigated. But a lot of people were just really like, that was kind of something that was, hitting home for a lot of people here in Toronto. And I don't know, it's something that we want to get behind, and we try to be more vocal about it. And I know it kind of turns into an echo chamber sometimes, but I think that the important thing is that, we're here and we're trying to do it. And yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying, you just do what you can with the tools that you have. And, for better or worse, we're all at this spot now where we're trying. And I think that's all that matters at this moment. Let's just stay on this shit for the long term. And I appreciate all of you being on here. I'm going to kill some of these screens and go through the giveaways, because between all of us, there's just a lot of stuff. So I'll start running them and announcing them. But Andrew, Adrian, Brendan, I love you all. And thank you for being a part of this and supporting this.
Thank you for having me.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
All right, Canada, signing off. What a team, huh? Should get a band. All right. That was Adrian, Andrew Newfield from Comeback Kid, and Brendan Murphy, the singer of Counterparts and we got so much stuff from them. A Comeback Kid broadcasting test press. This is fantastic. We've got the guitar I was talking about This is an EC 1000 that pretty much everyone in Counterparts has used at one point or another touring. It's actually in good shape for how many shows it's probably been through, but it's got EMG pickups, comes with the case. You know, these dudes have used it for years. It's a workhorse guitar. If you know about guitars, you know what that is. Ann's got some stuff up. I might as well just get into that now. We're doing a test press of our new record, Splinters from an Ever-Changing Face. It just came out last week. It's the only test press that's in the public that probably will be for the foreseeable future. So you have a chance to win that. And then, of course, my buddy Justin from Closed Casket helped come through and donate a complete 9 vinyl full variant collection of our new record too. So there's a lot of wild colors and alternative covers and shit like that. So you can just, for a collector, if you're a fan of our band or whatever, you know, here's a whole pack of our vinyl. So I want to thank Adrian, Brendan, Andrew, tremendous people in Canada. You are nicer than Americans. I do believe the stereotype. I'm sorry. So thanks guys for being involved, and sit tight for a second and I'll be back with Buddy. Okay.
Hey.
Right back at it. Hello, buddy.
How's it going?
Oh, it's all right. Having a day. How are you?
Good, man.
Thank you for coming on here. This is Buddy Nielsen from Census Fail. If you don't know who Buddy is, that's who he is. I've been doing Census Fail for a long time, from New Jersey, now out on the West Coast, but a buddy for a long time. We've had a chance to work together over the years. We actually had a little band for a while. Didn't really, never really materialize, but that's all right. People have shit to do. But hey, you know, shout out to Bayonet, New Jersey hardcore. Shout out to Paul, you know. Yeah, man, very outspoken guy with a lot to say and a lot of shit that I agree with too. So I figured, why not? You've got a voice and you've been using it for good. So let's come on here and have a chat. So thanks for being a part of this, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing this, taking the initiative to do something for the music scene that we can all, you know, get behind and raise some money and, you know, have a conversation about what we can all do, you know, in a music scene that's, you know, your heavy music, I think, has a little bit more diversity. I don't really know. I know that, you know, the emo specifically, like the era that I came from, has pretty much no diversity. So, that's a problem. That's an issue, you know, and it's definitely something. Well, let's say there's diversity in our fan base, and that's what's interesting. But there's no diversity reflected very much in the bands.
Yeah, or in the tours, I think. I mean, we had talked about this where I was like, you know, we were talking about older Warped Tours and stuff like that, and it was like, well, the fan base was really diverse, but the bands weren't, you know, and it was like, well, who made that call? Like, why did that happen? And I don't know if you saw yesterday, Scout, who runs Break Free Fest in Philly.
Okay, yeah.
It was a really interesting interview because she runs an all festival that's just geared towards people of color, where she books all the bands and artists from that community and the Black community, and it was a reaction to this issue, you know, where it was like, yeah, these bands aren't being included on shows and not given a platform. So she created one, and they do it every year in Philly, and it's actually very cool. I'll send you shit later, but you should.
Yeah, I think one of the issues is a lot of labels think that if there's a minority in the band, it becomes like a token thing. That's like, oh, it's like that's a gimmick, which is obviously in itself pretty racist and not true. But it's like, they tokenize, they gimmick this idea that, oh, well, you know, the singer's Black, so it's like, you know, that's a thing. Like, how do we sell that? So it's, you know what, I think it starts from. I definitely know that there's a lot of people there's a lot of different people into this styles of music and the subculture. I mean, punk wouldn't exist without. Did you know that RuPaul was like got his start as a punk? Like the reason why he started dressing in drag was because he was in a punk band to sort of be offensive. So, anyways, our roots are obviously all our roots from music, from rock and roll, come from African American roots in music. So it's troubling because I think a lot of people can't break through. And then when a band and can't break through because of it's seen as a gimmick, and it's not a gimmick, it's literally just the color of someone's skin. The label doesn't sign them, the manager doesn't work with them, and then it's very hard to get a pool of bands to work with, and then you kind of have a completely white music scene. But like you have a lot of people in the fan base that are not white. So it's definitely a problem in our music scene and in underground rock, in rock as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a few guests on who are like, in bands, singers of bands who are Black artists who have talked a little bit about how it's been a little difficult to get ahead and stuff. And I think it, in hardcore, we don't see it. As it gets more commercialized, rock and metal music gets a little more gets a little more difficult, because I think there's marketing. It's like selling a perfect bottle of Heinz ketchup, where it looks like this, it's always like this, and it's digestible for an audience that only wants this, and you don't change it. It's why McDonald's fucking hamburgers taste the same everywhere in the world. It's like,
yeah,
it's the use of music as a commodity. When it doesn't fit that mold, it creates challenges. They have to rethink it. They don't know how to exploit it commercially.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of there's this person that I follow. Their name is Janaya Future Khan, and they do a really good job of explaining that what we're all a part of in American society is this colonial project. And I've never heard it phrased that way, but when you start to think of every single aspect of the structure of what we do is all part of this colonial project that was all started by rich white guys. And so, perpetuating the project is a label who doesn't want to sign a band, or manager who doesn't want to work with a band because it doesn't fulfill the goal of the project, which is that whiteness is what is deemed to be upheld. And that's sort of what everybody's talking about then with the structural racism and institutional racism, is that racism isn't just, it's not prejudice. There's, this person, Janaya Future Khan, lays these out really beautifully in that there's bias, which is the little thought in our head when we see someone and we have a thought about them. And then we move into prejudice, which is then we start to populate that thought and create ideas around that bias. And then we move into discrimination, which is the action of the prejudice, of the bias. And then out of discrimination, we create systems, which is racism. So when you hear a lot of people talking about racism, how white people can't be racist, how you can't be racist towards a white person, you can't, because to be racist towards a white person would mean that the systems in place would need to be built for people of color or run by people of color, and they would be oppressing white people, which has not happened and does not happen in America, in our system, and in any system around the world. So, I think it's important for us to understand the reason why all these systems are in place is because we're always operating subconsciously from a position that whiter is better. And that is why labels say, well, we can't really sign a Black artist because it doesn't really fit the mold, because the mold is whiteness. And that's really all this Black Lives movement is trying to say, is that all lives can't matter until Black lives matter, until we go and try to dismantle these systems, which is a lot of what we're talking. I'm not saying we, which is a lot of what is being talked about. I am a part of it, but it is not, I'm just trying to support people in any way that I can, which is to really try to educate other white people.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we all want to be outspoken. We've all had trouble navigating this conversation. So I understand where you're going here. You know, it's like, we're not here to try to educate Black people. You know, it's like we're trying to help our white people like kind of come to terms with facing these systems and facing these discriminations and going all the way back to those little deep layers of these biases and correcting them from the beginning and working through it. And it's like understanding why laughing at a racist joke leads to having a foundation of discrimination, leads to a system being permitted to be put in place. And it's like, it starts with those small things and it kind of grows and snowballs into this. And, you know, it's not shit I ever thought about, you know, either, to be honest with you. I didn't go this deep on this stuff. This was a reaction to what's happening now. I mean, I thought that I was a proactive person. And if we've gotten into fights with racist people at shows, and we've done, you know, we've like upheld this purpose for a while, but not as we didn't go deep enough, you know, and it's, you know, we keep having this conversation because this is the conversation that I have to have with my white friends right now. And it's like, we fucked up. We didn't go as deep as we were supposed to. And we're being told to now by the Black community, and we need to fucking shut up and listen and go educate ourselves on these issues and get and understand all of it, all of the things you just said, all the things that have been echoed through this, you know, and that's what at least is happening here, you know, and I hope it's happening in other circles too. But yeah, I mean, all the points, you know, starting with the small things and moving up to the system. I mean, you outlined it in a very correct way for me, where it's easy to understand how these things could escalate, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the other thing I think to take into consideration is that we're all almost hardwired by the system to be afraid of Black bodies, to be afraid of specifically male Black bodies. We fear male Black bodies, and we perpetuate that, which is why police can't stop killing Black men. They cannot stop killing them, because regardless of all of the training and all of the stuff that they get, which is obviously not sufficient enough, it's that they internally don't realize that they are extremely fearful of black men, Black bodies. And it's something that perpetuates our entire society. Even if you have, I don't care if you're the most liberal, non-racist person, you have that bias in you because it was put into you by this entire system, by the media, by everything you've consumed, you know. And that's really what white people have to do. They have to it's like almost like, I want to say, like, is admitting that there is this issue, accepting that you are part of the problem by being blind to it. You know, not everybody's going to go out there and have to change other people's opinion. Like, you know, you and I have a platform, we can do that. You know, the average person feels powerless to make change, but that's not true. That's what they want you to think. Just by having these conversations and educating the people around you, that's how things change. Like, you know, voting and all these things are very important, but we have to effectively change like our own internal way that we view the world in order to affect greater change. Because if you're just doing it because you think you can do it, and then you have these moments in your life where you're actively being racist but don't realize it, that's where you need to wake up. And that's sort of what this conversation is about, going deeper and seeing that. And you know, that's the work that white people have to do, is initially that, and then supporting the other voices. But we have to do our own work personally. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's all of the above, you know. It's different layers of it. It's confronting these, you know, embedded biases, and it's also activism and organizing and protesting and fundraising and listening, and it's a combination of all of the efforts, I think, that are going to move the needle. Because you've seen what, you know, if everyone sits around and just has a peaceful protest and nobody thinks about anything from our side, from our community, nothing changes. And if they burn down shit, nothing changes. And if we just talk about it and we don't do anything, nothing changes. So it's like you need to be firing on all cylinders. Like, and everybody's just, at this point, I feel like everybody just should do what they can. Are you an outspoken guy? Do you have a platform? Okay, use it. Are you an intellect? Can you communicate well with people? Okay, learn about this, communicate it to the right kind of people. Are you an aggressive person who's going to defend peaceful protesters
Yeah,
when
physically,
the
yeah,
riots
yeah.
go up? Good, go do that. Like do what you can with what you have now. Like use your skills and tools and platforms and all these things and get in on a part of this change from whichever angle it's possible for you to do it with, you know?
I mean, yeah, I think something that we can all do is learn about the history of our country, the real history of our country. I wasn't taught much of Black history. We have a month every year that when you and I were going to school, you know, the curriculum really didn't focus on much. I mean,
No, I didn't even learn about Malcolm X in school. We didn't.
He was too radical.
We get one dreamy story about Martin Luther King and one about Rosa Parks and a little bit about
Robinson,
Frederick Douglass and Jackie Robinson and Muhammad Ali, and then all of these dudes look like peaceful heroes and nice things happen because they did nice things and they were peaceful and they skip over no, there were riots. No, these people were getting murdered. Like the government killed Black men, to suppress activism. And it's like, I didn't learn all that shit, and you don't, and nobody does. Nobody teaches that shit to you in high school. You have to go to college and take some advanced class if you're lucky enough to be able to afford to go to college and learn about this. Or some dude tells you about it on the internet when you're like 30 years old, and you're like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And
I mean, I didn't even know about the Tulsa massacre. I never knew that, the Greenwood massacre, where the U.S. government literally dropped bombs.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not going to pretend I knew. I had to watch The Watchmen to go. Is this real? What the fuck? Like,
I mean, these are just things that are omitted from our history on purpose. That is something that everybody can do. We can all do that. We can all go and reread our history and understand, like, why are we here? Like, one of the things that upsets me so much about white people is that they just don't accurately want to look at why we're here. You know, it's a really easy ask to just go, okay, well, why do you think people are upset? Like, just, what is it? It's a really, and Black people, not just people, but it's very white to just be not political right now. And this isn't even politics. Actually, I should reword that. This is human rights. This is nothing to do with politics.
Well, politics is a part of it because it's systemic, but it is a human issue and it's an everything issue. I mean, when you open shit up, you realize like it's a part of it's ingrained in every part of America and culture now,
Yeah. And we're here because of the mechanisms in which, to think, I thought about this the other day, like every African-American, almost every, and I might be wrong. I'm probably wrong, but almost every African-American that is in this country, they don't know their real last name. Like, that last name was given to them as passed down as a slave. Like, these names, like, your identity as a very being isn't upheld. I mean, I can trace my roots to towns in Europe. Like, I know where my family came from. I have an origin. I have this thing. Like, that isn't something that exists for Black people in America. And like, that should give you a level of sadness, that's the reality, that you want to know why they're burning things down. You want to understand why they don't care about property, is because they were property. They weren't given property. Indentured servants in America before pre-slavery, once they started to do the slave trade, they gave the white Euro indentured servants land. They stole it from the Native Americans, gave it to them so that they would sort of move up the chain and be better than the slaves. And that's a whole nother thing. But just in general, just thinking that, putting that on, like when you really put that on, that coat of like not knowing where you originate from and not even having a last name that truly has this long origin, it really puts things in perspective that this name, that your whole lineage was stolen from you, that you're,
I mean, absolutely. It's it's an issue beyond deeper than what we could ever cover or probably qualified today. And unfortunately, I mean, you're definitely well researched and spoken on this stuff. I wish I could talk to you more about this right now, but I do have to keep the day moving. But I mean, I really appreciated this conversation. I mean, I know it's fucking white people talking to each other, but it's you know, I want to set an example that this type of shit is necessary to happen. And, you know, I appreciate you always being available to listen, and you self-educating yourself and being the outspoken person you are. I think it is better for everybody in this community. So, buddy, thank you again, man, for coming
so
on.
much. I appreciate it.
You. Yeah. I'm going to do this giveaway real quick if you want to hang out. So,
absolutely.
Life is Not a Waiting Room test press. Nice one. Yeah. Very cool. And where'd you get this Poison Well? Does this come from your drummer?
No, I got it. I had a friend over there and they reissued it, and I just was able to get my hands on the test press.
Yeah. I don't even think, because I think I remastered that. I don't even think I fucking got one. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nice. When that popped up, I was like, ooh.
Yeah. I have
and another rare one with the Census Fail test press. So thank you for coming through with two awesome rare items, and I always appreciate talking to you, man. And
thank you.
Catch up soon. Thank you, buddy.
Yep.
Buddy Nielsen, Census Failed. White people talking about white people problems. We have to do it. I'm sorry. It's important that we have these conversations with each other. And you know, Buddy's been a guy who's been outspoken about this for a while, so it's nice to have one with somebody who's at least on the level. Census Failed donations, $10 to soundrink.live. You enter our charity raffle right now, and you can win one of over 100 prizes, including this test press and this Census Failed test press and this Poison Well test press. All right, I'm 2 minutes behind schedule, and I don't like being late, so I'm skipping the break. We're going right to Vane. I see them waiting. Be with you in a second, boys. We're coming. Hello.
What up?
What's up, Will?
What's up? All right. I've got Anthony and John from Vane on. If you are tuning in and you don't know who Vane is, you probably aren't a part of the hardcore scene right now, because it would be impossible to miss them. They're, out of everything that's come out in the past few years, probably one of the most exciting new hardcore bands to surface. Awesome dudes. We've worked together on a record and some other various things. A pleasure to work with you guys as always. Very talented musicians, very cool perspectives on life, and you know, a shared love for ignorant hardcore. So I always appreciate our chats, and thank you for being a part of this, guys.
Thank you for having us.
So I, you know, we talk a lot, so we're always kind of on the same page. But I know, you know, you guys have been sort of involved in what's going on up in Boston and in Massachusetts lately, and Vane is up to a lot of stuff with charitable work now too. So do you want to just catch people up to kind of what you guys have been doing up there since, you know, COVID and since these protests broke out, and also, you know, what the band has been doing to kind of support the Black Lives Matter movement?
So one of the first things we did when everything first started happening was Jamie from Code Orange actually hit us up, and he got us together and Turnstile, and I had hit up Keith about getting them involved for putting a bunch of test presses into a raffle to raise a ton of money for like various bail funds. So we did that, which raised quite a bit. I was happy about that. And then we're obviously doing this. We have another band called Fleshwater. We did a shirt, like a t-shirt with that, and raised a lot of money with that. And you know, I've been since this has all started, like so many bands have posted so much merchandise, all donating to the Bail Project. So I've tried to pick up as much as I can from other bands and stuff. Like this King 9 shirt from Brass City, I just got in the mail.
Oh,
but like
nice.
that was, you know, I bought that the second I saw it because it, you know, it was going to a good cause. Yeah, that's some of the stuff we've been up to as far as that goes.
What are I haven't really talked to a lot of people in Massachusetts, and you know, not to throw shade at Boston and Mass, but Boston can be a bit of a racist city at times. I mean, there's a very old Irish population there, and I mean, I've seen it firsthand in Boston. If you went to hardcore shows a long time ago, you know that there was, you know, presence for white power dudes and racists and shit, and a lot of it got kicked the shit out of there. But what is like the climate like in Boston right now? Because some of my memories from there include some you know, less than stellar humans, for lack of a better word. But I mean, you're there, you're kind of closer to this community, and what's it like there now?
Well, so right now, like I haven't been going into Boston a lot or anything, but I know what you're talking about because I've actually seen it firsthand. Like in Boston, in like the train stations or a Dunkin' Donuts, wherever, I've seen like the characters that you're talking about doing the things they do. Right now, I mean, about a week ago or so ago, I went down to go to one of the protests at City Hall, and like it was insane because there was like 10,000 people, everybody, you know, there for the same reason. There was military all over the street. There was like tanks everywhere. There was, you know, soldiers lining the roads, cops everywhere. But you know, it was a pretty peaceful protest. Everybody was just chanting. You know, someone was at the front with a megaphone and was leading everybody, and like people were chanting and you know, being respectful of the surroundings, and it was like it was very positive. Like being around that kind of restored faith in humanity in a way, because it was like, well, there's literally 10,000 people here, you know, all here for the same reason. But other than that, I haven't really been in the area enough to say. What about you? I think you've been down there.
Yeah, I mean, in Boston, like sometimes with the younger kids, you know, kids are a bit more accepting and progressive now. There may be some like, you know, older people who maybe have certain views, but usually they keep it to themselves. If it's like, if someone says something kind of like out of pocket, you know, that's like race related or whatever, it usually gets shut down pretty quick. Like it's not accepted up in
Sure. I mean, I know you pretty well, and you're definitely not a dude to take shit. So I'm sure it gets shut down quick nowadays. Yeah. John, I want to talk to you about something that's kind of, you know, a personal experience you had. I know we had talked about this before, but this whole, you know, idea of tokenism, and there's a, you know, something you've experienced touring with another band, not at all related to that band, but what you've encountered, you know, from fans and from people, kind of speaks to that tokenism stuff and how people identify bands. And you know, when you told me that story, I definitely felt uncomfortable, and it made me think like, have I done that? I mean, have I said, oh, it's the band with the girl? Is it the band with the black guy? And it kind of put a perspective. It kind of put some things in perspective to me. It's like, you know, I don't see, me personally, like I don't, bands and dudes are just dudes in bands, and I don't really register that, but other people seem to do it. And I think it could be damaging. And in a way, it's a subtle bias or layer of racism that we're now just like confronting. So would you mind sharing that story and that experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that kind of just happens like from time to time. You have these people who you know, will like mistake you for other, maybe like another just black dude in like another band or whatever, and just kind of it's like a fanaticism that comes from like, I don't know what place it would come from, because I'm not in that position, but like it comes off in like a kind of like, you know, not necessarily like as positive as a person like wants to make it seem, you know, comparing you to like other people, kind of just like looking at you as maybe not as like who you are as a person, but like, you know, what you look like. Or
I think that's what I think, you know, that could be it. Cause it's like, these are like fans and they're not trying to be, I don't think their intent is malicious. I just think it's not registering with them. That's like, you're only identifying this person because of the color of their skin and not what they do or who they are. Like, why would that, you know, oh, you're that bass player from that band, not like, yo, you're sick at bass. Like, you know, and it's like, it's got to be an accident for a lot of people, but it's a problem because it's sort of creating these biases, and it's sort of, I don't know, you're not I mean, I guess you are identified by the color of your skin, but you're supposed to be, you know, people are supposed to judge you by the content of your character. I mean, Jesus Christ, we've heard that statement before, you know, and you know, I thought it was interesting that you were getting, you know, recognized as a dude who played bass in a different band, and I'm like, I wonder why, you know. And you've kind of had that uncomfortable conversation with a fan, and you know, it sucks that you have to deal with that, but it's something that I think at least now maybe people are becoming more aware of, like that, hey, you know, don't just be so quick to identify people based on the color of their skin in that way, you know, because it comes off as a little bit of a stereotype or a bias, you know?
Right. Yeah.
You know, and then, you know, we talked a lot about this stuff, and even like you guys were up with me late last night too, and we were chatting and stuff, and a little bit about like this, where we, you know, we're all on social media all the time now, and you guys are definitely you're more of a private band on purpose on there, you know, like you don't post all the time. You're not fire and brimstone and sharing a million stories and shit. And then, you know, this whole thing about kind of like, you know, I wouldn't call it pretend activism, but like almost like pressured activism, where you're kind of unqualified people are maybe, you know, forced into a place where they think they're expected to speak out. And, you know, you guys are more on the silent side, but also more on the active side, you know? So it's like, what are your thoughts on that? Like how, you know, the way you guys carry yourself and what you do and how you look at, you know, activism from bands in this community. I think it's important to hear from Dudes in Vain right now about that topic, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do like we're doing like parody stuff and other stuff into like a bunch of protests and stuff, and there's kind of been this environment that's been like crafted where you have to like kind of post what you're doing online, and we kind of just in general we just don't really like post about our lives that much on the internet, but we are like doing stuff, and with the like I suppose like pretend activism thing, it's like it's more so people kind of just making like a post and like just doing something because they think that that's what they're supposed to be doing, and not necessarily because it's what they believe. They just kind of, you know.
Yeah, I think the pressure to fit in and be involved right now, I think sometimes it can be damaging, because if you're not qualified to talk about specific issues, I'm fucking barely qualified to do this. Do you know what I mean? I'm really not. And I'm like, the whole time I'm like, am I even supposed to be doing this shit? You know? And, but then, you know, I've done enough homework to know that I can put the right platform on for other people and, you know, listen and learn and like make this more of an educational tool. Some people are like going fire and brimstone, sharing stuff, not really backing it up in facts. And I think it pokes holes in the Black Lives Matter cause, because now you give this lane for people to open up to, you know, it's like an easy attack. Then these people like can't really defend their justifications for saying things and stuff. And if you're just posting about rioting and protesting and all this shit, but you don't know why, or you're not educated enough on it, somebody goes at you, they win an argument, and then other people see it and they go, yeah, that guy was fucking right. Like, yeah, protest, this is bad, you know? And I think it can fuel more problems sometimes. But what you guys are doing, you're not as vocal, but you're active. And I do think that, you know, supporting this movement is going to come from a lot of angles, from the white community, from the bands, from the Black artists, from, you know, it's about, you know, attacking it from all the angles and doing what you're comfortable doing, using your skill sets to sort of try to solve these problems. So I appreciate both of you tremendously. And I'm glad to see that all the bands I work with give a fucking shit about this and are taking this stuff seriously. Is there anything else you guys want to say? I mean, a lot of young bands look up to you guys, and you know, I definitely wanted to leave you a minute to speak to people because you don't do this a lot. And I know this was probably, you know, there's some pressure, you know, this is uncomfortable to do. So I do appreciate it, but please take the moment to say, you know, whatever else you'd want to say.
I mean, I think one thing I really want to talk about, you kind of hit the nail on the head just now about social media and about, you know, sort of like how people direct their anger towards the situation. Sometimes it gets directed towards others and it creates a situation, like you said, where one person feels pressured, they say the wrong thing, another person attacks them. And then you have, all of a sudden you have like 20 to 40 people in this one bubble, like over here, distracted from the real problem. And, I think that, like, if I was mad at you about something because you did something wrong, like anything, just as an example, you know, and I come at you and with like a ton of anger, you might A, not understand what you did wrong, and B, you're gonna find ways to defend yourself because I'm coming at you with like extreme hostility. So if I tell you, hey, don't do that because this and that, and you go, okay, I understand, I just taught you something because I gave you the opportunity to learn. But if I give you that opportunity to learn and then you just go and you do it again anyways, then, you know, you're just a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's kind of the way I look at all this. And like, I feel like I'm still learning. Like, I feel like we're all still learning a lot of things. And even watching this stream today, I've learned a lot just by listening to other people's perspectives. I feel like, you know, people need to be more willing to learn and do the research on their own. But also other people need to be willing to allow others to learn and be more understanding of where other people are coming from. Cause this is that's basically it.
Yeah. I mean, it's well said. Being willing to allow others to learn is a good thing too, because it won't polarize people as much. And, you know, it's like sort of, you know, you can give someone the benefit of that and give them a chance to get on the right side of history here before you smash them with a fucking brick. You know, it's like you can try. And then if there's no getting through, there's two ways to handle this. But yeah, dudes, John, and thank you again. I appreciate you coming on this. I know you don't do a lot of shit like this. So it was really cool that you showed up, and, you know, a lot of kids care about, you know, you're the next generation of hardcore. So it's good to hear from voices like you right now. So thank you, boys. I'm going to just real quick pull up some giveaways. An Arizona Test Press.
Yeah.
That's sick. It's a good record. So many album of the year lists. It's this band exploded off this thing. God, that's rare. How many are out there publicly?
I don't know. I think like, how many do bands usually do? Probably what, like 15 to 20 or something?
Yeah, but how many are public? Maybe
public
one.
We did one on eBay for an auction a long time ago, and then we put one into the Code Orange Turnstile ETID one, and then there's this one. So this is the third publicly available one.
Third one, and maybe it forever, because there's a few sacred ones that aren't probably going to leave. So there's one of 3 of the Arizona Test Presses that are going to exist in the world. And then you also came through with a cool little rare goodie, the band stage shirts. This was fucking rad. So you guys just made these for your live shows, and this was basically the uniform, huh?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, when Arizona came out, I just wanted to make a shirt that I thought looked cool, that I could wear, that I don't know, was mine, and just that I thought was a cool design. And we have like a decent amount of them, but we've never made them public for sale. Like, I think some friends and family have them, or if like they've been left at venues or something, maybe someone's found them, but like no, they've never been for sale. So this is like,
There
yeah,
it is.
it's the first time.
It's the only way to get it. Enter right now. Soundrink.live. A $10 charitable donation gets you entered into our giveaway raffle. You can win all this cool shit from Vane and about 100 other fucking bands. And John, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate you both.
Brother.
We'll talk soon, man.
All right, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Peace out.
Peace. All right, Vane. Soundrink.live. I don't need to keep saying it. You know what? I'm going to say it one more time. Soundrink.live, $10 charitable donation. Enter now. Win all the shit. Leave a note. Tell me what you want. We'll randomize it. I'll give it to you. Support the goddamn Black Lives Matter movement already. I don't want to do this anymore. It's been like 20 hours, but we have a few good people left. I got Mad Joe from Wisdom in Chains coming on next. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back with him. Joe.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good.
All right. Mad Joe Black from Wisdom in Chains. If you don't know who Wisdom in Chains are, they're seminal Pennsylvania hardcore band. If you're from Pennsylvania and you don't like Wisdom in Chains, you don't like hardcore. This is basically how it goes now. Been watching you guys for years, always a fan of your band, hilarious people, and I love the message you put into your music all the time. And
thank you.
Yeah, you're a great front man, and it's a pleasure to talk to you. We've met once or twice, but we've never really had a long convo, so this is cool because this will be like one of our first full chats. But I've been a fan of the band, so pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for being on.
Yeah, thank you for having me, man. It's this is a very cool thing. It's cool to see so many people involved. It's cool to see the excitement, and it's cool that these conversations are happening.
No, thank you, man.
It's long overdue, and it's just knowing that people are involved, the good people in hardcore music are involved, that it makes me feel hopeful.
I know. All day I'm like, we were calling it negative optimism, where it's like shit is terrible, but I feel all right because this community is fucking moving now, and
I don't see it as negative at all, man. I see it as a pure positive. It's just it's so exciting to be living in a time where we get to watch a civil rights movement happen.
Yeah,
after seeing storybooks and history books and hearing these stories, like I grew up hearing these stories from my parents, and my grandmother used to tell me stories about actually marching and being in the civil rights movement in the 50s and 60s, and being able to witness it happen and actually comparing pictures side by side. Then and now, it's crazy because it's the same fucking people had the same fire and passion,
Yeah, I mean, I know we've been echoing it all day, but I haven't seen people around me as fired up like this at any time in my life, and it was honestly the motivating factor for me being like, this is a good time to do this. People are gonna fucking get involved right now,
Yeah.
So you're Philly based, right? Are you living in Philly right now?
No, we're in Pennsylvania. We're north of Philadelphia.
You are
probably,
okay, yeah,
probably about an hour and a half north of Philly.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've got some buddies in Philly, so I was kind of like updated on what's going on in the city there, which was like pretty nuts, like with Center City and stuff. Like there was like a lot of damage. There was a lot of police violence. There was a lot of like racial tension, dudes out and stuff. I mean, have you been in Philly, or also like what's it like outside the city, like by where you guys are?
So I have been there once, and it's pretty crazy. It was pretty wild. My town of Stroudsburg, which is, like I said, it's quite a bit north of Philadelphia, but they had a few demonstrations so far and protests, and it was a lot more civil, I guess you could say.
Right.
But nothing but positive, man. Like I see nothing, even when situations tend to turn violent and kind of get out of control. It's unfortunate that happens, but in the long run, I think there's more positive than negative that comes from those situations. So, like being able to see it in a city and in a small town, just even the difference between a city and a small town, it's still mostly positive to me. It's people are seeing a perspective that they never even considered, and that is a positive.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And a lot of, like I said before, perspectives changing, and changing the minds of people who are normally complacent into becoming active right now is like, it's the only way forward at this point, and it's the only way that this is going to work, because it's a time and time again cycle of this stuff where it comes up and everybody cares for a second, it goes away, and then it's like, did you really care? Or was it just something that affected you instantaneously? Because if you really cared, you would have saw this shit through. You would have kept going. You would have kept going with these protests. You wouldn't have stopped talking about it, And like now I think I hope fucking everyone's tired of this cycle and tired of seeing this shit disappear. I mean, goddamn.
So it reminds me of something that Anthony and John were just touching on. Is people's reactions, how the way people react to things and the reason they react to things. And he was saying towards the end of the conversation about people just kind of like taking a pause almost, and don't be so quick to just react and in anger at someone, right? A lot of times people do these things and their motivation is what other people are thinking of them.
Sure.
Right. And we see it in hardcore all the time. There's all these these flash in the pan trends that happen, like memes that just get shared through thousands of people overnight. And then you have all these people saying a thing, not considering that they just saw it on a meme. It might not even be real. They're sharing it and talking about it based on what they think the reaction of other people will be if they don't. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
there's people being in hardcore music right now. Just people being called out for things that they should not be called out for. You know what I mean? Like I'll say this, not to put anybody on blast, but my friend Toby Morse from H2O had a little bit of an issue because people were sharing a meme about him completely taken out of context. Toby Morse is not the enemy here. Toby Morse is not the enemy. He's one of the kindest, nicest, most positive dudes. He's been preaching for racial equality and racial unity his whole entire hardcore career. He's not the enemy. You know what I mean? But taken out of context, a picture taken out of context, and people worried about not being first to put somebody on blast is a real problem. That caused a big thing that's completely wrong and taken out of context.
Yeah, I mean, social media gets very toxic, especially in our world and all over the place. There's really no way, around it. And
think about this. Think about this, right? When I was a kid and I discovered hardcore for myself, okay? The band that brought me in was Sick of It All, right? Because I saw in their lyrics, I said, this band is like advocating for me. It's for white guys.
Right.
They're advocating for me. They're sticking up for me. And this is in the early 90s that I discovered it. They're sticking up for me. Hardcore is always ahead of the curve in terms of unity, in terms of progressiveness, progressive thinking. Hardcore is always ahead of the curve. We always set the trends. This is the place where the kind of people that you like, this is where we gather. This is our spot, right? And for me, it's always been like that from the beginning. And then once I started digging and I learned that, a band, an all-black band, sort of blew the whole thing up and started this whole trend, it completely justified my choice to be involved in this music. It totally concreted it. You know what I'm saying? So now is the time to remember who your friends are, and remember why we're involved in this thing in the first place. Because this is where we belong. Because we think differently than other people in the world.
Sure,
So,
I mean, by this community is by its definition, you know, from its foundations is this accepting open forum of unity and stuff. And I think it allows a collective thought and sort of this more free, you know, more forward way of thinking to like evolve over time. And you're right, like a lot of progressive stuff and ideas. I mean, the friends that I know that are involved in the hardcore scene for the right reasons, you know, are all, you know, I think have a better perspective on society because of the history of this culture and the community that it's been in. And I'm just happy to see that they're fucking that people are doing their part now, you know. But you know, I wish it was something that was brought to the surface earlier. I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, shit, you wrote Violent Americans how many years ago now?
Oh my God, I don't know. It was quite a few.
Yeah, and it's like I heard that song and I didn't react, and it didn't get the reaction out of me like it does today. And I did, of course, I fucking agree with every word that came out of your mouth, and I thought those protests and riots were at the time very warranted, and I understood that struggle. You know, I all absorbed the same way it did today, but for whatever reason, me and a million other people didn't do much about it, you know. And I'm like, I'm just happy that we're at a point now where it's like, it's fucking enough, you know. And to have you know, who's been so vocal about these issues for so long, to say that you're feeling good and then say that you can see this change and stuff. I mean, it's inspiring to me to know that, you know, we can do our part to just help you and to keep supporting this movement now, you know.
It's so refreshing and cool that you are doing this, that you organize this event, this thing. It's so cool and refreshing and fills me with hope. You know what I mean? You didn't have to do this. Nobody who spoke with you in the last 2 days had to do this, right? Our fate is in our own hands. You know what I mean? We're steering the ship. Nobody's steering this for us. You got proactive and said, you know what? I'm not going to just talk about it. I'm going to do something. That's the whole hardcore mentality. That's it. You know what I mean? You want to see a show, you go rent a hall, you put it on, you rent a PA system. That's what we do, right?
Yeah.
This is just like this. We've been doing this for years. We've been doing this for years, all of us. And it's time that as you know, I you know, no matter how old you are, you always call yourself a hardcore kid, right? Hardcore kid mentality. We've been doing this for years. It's not the time to turn on each other and attack each other. It's time to recognize each other for what we are.
Sure.
That we have the fucking power to change the world. We have that power.
Yeah, it's a bunch of anti-racist kids with organizational skills, apparently, you know, because if you can figure out how to pull off a show and run from the fire department and get a PA into this thing and navigate 4 bands and oversell a venue and do all this shit. And, you know, you're right. There's parallels to this world where we accidentally got good at unifying a community.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, it's cool, man. So what else, you know, just to flip it really quick, because I am a fan of Wisdom in Chains. I'd love to just catch up. Like, how are the rest of your guys? What else is going on with the band? You know, do you have any stuff planned coming up that you want to let anybody know about?
Just like everybody, like a lot of things got, you know, thrown out the window with COVID quarantines and things like that. You know what I mean? But we're still active. We're still writing. We have a split 7-inch coming out with a band called Sharp Shock from LA, our buddy Dan Smith's band.
Oh, cool.
We have, we're writing songs for a full length right now. We have quite a few completed musically, a couple completed lyrically. So we're working on a new album. Just grinding, you know what I mean? Trying to like keep each other positive, keep each other motivated. And
that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming on here, man. You're definitely a guy I've respected for years, and I always thought your voice was really important. And I always saw the unifying effect you had in Philadelphia at all these shows and, you know, within the hardcore community. So it was important to hear from you. And thank you again for doing this, man. I appreciate you big time.
I appreciate you asking me, and I appreciate the work you're doing, and it's not unnoticed. You know what I mean? A lot of people are talking. How much money did you raise so far?
Couldn't tell you. With this morning, we were over $50,000. So I got to log in after this to look, but it's going good.
Absolutely incredible, dude.
Yeah,
incredible.
Hopefully it stays up. So donate, motherfuckers. $10. Let's go.
Thanks for doing it, and we appreciate you, man.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, check this out. Wisdom and Chains bundle. Thank you for donating this. 2 records.
Yeah.
And
you believe it or not, I've never even seen that one. The Nothing in Nature vinyl with the white splatters. I've never seen that before.
I didn't know that. By the way, hardest album title in the world. Nothing in Nature respects weakness. Fuck you. And Die Young and some stickers, dude. Joe, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for doing this, and let's connect soon. I look forward to hearing that new Wisdom and Chains.
Okay, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, dude. Have a good one. Mad Joe from Wisdom and Chains. Awesome dude. Pennsylvania legend. It was awesome to have him. All right. I'm going to take a 3-minute bathroom break. I'll be right back with my good buddy Andy from Dyer's Murder across the ocean in Australia right now. So sit tight. I'll be right back. Go donate. This is your moment. Okay, we're back.
Hi.
Andrew Marsh,
Good morning.
the deathcore all-star band, My Art is Murder. How are you, dude? Thank you for being here.
I'm good. Thanks for having me. Thanks for doing this. And thanks to everyone for tuning in and donating.
What time is it in Australia? Sorry, that I have to throw you on
9:20 in
here.
the morning.
Okay, so
Which
for
means it's
bands,
4:20 in LA.
oh, there you go. The guy who doesn't smoke weed, but
No,
yeah, 9:21 a.m. Band time might as well be 5 a.m. So for all those working class listeners, this is pretty fucking early to get a dude up. So I appreciate you coming on. Yeah, I've had quite a day. There's a lot to talk about.
I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. To catch me up with like what's going on with you guys, and I'm sure you tuned in with Josh's bit yesterday. So we covered a lot about some of the history in Australia, but I'd love to talk to you about what's going on currently and what's going on with you guys. So where are the Thy Art guys at right now? Like what's going on in your world in Australia?
Yeah, I've been popping in and out the last 24 hours since the stream's been going on. A lot of cool stuff. The band is inactive, for better or worse, at the moment. I haven't spoken to anyone. I spoke to Diz like a week ago. We've been texting, but that's about it. And Jesse, but everyone's just at home doing their thing. Kevin's probably lifting weights. CJ's probably pulling his hair out.
Yep. Well, CJ's busy with his kid. I'm happy to see CJ get some dad time right now, which is awesome.
I mean, at this point, we've been off for 3 months and 3 days, which is the longest time that we've had off in about 10 years.
The Thy Art and Fit tour played one of the last shows in America.
Yeah. The governor of Pennsylvania or the mayor of Philly basically shut down the city at 5 p.m. at his statement at close of business on the 13th of March, I think it was. Whenever that show was, I think it was the 13th. And we just did the show. We're like, there's no way they're going to come and find us tonight. They got big fish to fry. We did the show, and that night was the end of it all. We got flight out the next day, and we landed in Australia on the Sunday. And at Sunday night, midnight, Australia announced a international travel ban. And it's still in place. You can only enter and leave the country for repatriation purposes.
Wow. So nobody's visiting a beach in Australia anytime soon. Well,
no,
yeah, it was a big hit for all of us. That was day one of a tour. I had 20 something band dudes and crew at the studio scrambling to get the hell home before the world shut down. It was hectic, but everybody, thanks to your organizational skills, everybody made it home in time, beat the cuts.
Everyone made it home except for Neil, who got in a fight at San Francisco airport, and then the flight just didn't take off.
God, poor guy. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So
there was some crazy stuff happening, and he stood up for someone, I guess, and then the fight broke out, and then the plane didn't go. So he had to lock down for 2 weeks.
Bummer. Yeah, well, you got to stand up for what you believe in. That's what this is about. So here we are. So what's going on in Australia right now? Like, what are you seeing? I mean, you spend your second home is America. You spend a good amount of time here, and then you're back and forth. So you have a pretty good perspective on how the two continents and our countries are handling, these events differently. And I'd love to hear a little bit of insight from you about that.
Yeah, I guess I have a unique perspective that I spend my time equally between the countries, except for the last 3 months where I've been stuck here. Australia kind of does follow a lot of other Western political kind of movements pretty closely. And our own Prime Minister criticised protesters this week, saying this is an imported issue into Australia.
Issue. Wow.
Which is crazy because Australia commits human rights violations against refugees seeking entry into Australia. It's absolutely bananas. So to say it's an imported issue, we generally protect our borders from any imported issues, literally. But the protesting has been really encouraging in Australia. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people turned out. The central business districts, the downtown areas have been like kind of locked down, not locked down, but no traffic could get through. There was so much protest, which is really encouraging to see. And really what this issue, beginning, I guess, with George Floyd in Minneapolis, has sort of served as a catalyst for Australians to go, hang on a minute, we've got our own issues. They're all doing something about it. Maybe we should do something about it. And so maybe the motivation has been imported through the airwaves, but people seem to be up in arms for the first time in a very long time here and doing something about it, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the Melbourne protests were like some of the biggest in the world, which was surprising. Yeah, there's
crazy.
The embedded like racial issues in Australia are out of control. And like, if for anyone who's listening, if you want a little insight to that, just go, when we air this, go back to day one and listen to Josh Smith's because man, he laid it out in a
he went in hard, man, and a lot of good facts there. You know, there's nothing can be disputed. It's not one person's perspective. That is what happened. You know? And Australia has sort of acknowledged it, its existence, but still refuses for liability reasons or for whatever to formally acknowledge and you know, make reparations. This week alone or last week, we've had ancient Indigenous Australian sites. I don't know if you've heard about this in the States, been destroyed by a mining company in Western Australia. And these are some of the oldest sites for, you know, like burial grounds, like cave systems with art and whatnot, over 20,000 years old. And they said they intend to destroy another 20 sites in the next 6 months.
Wow. And that's a mining company?
That's a mining company, yeah.
So I'm taking your protected land, you know, the laws that are in place aren't really protecting any of these communities from their
No, they seem to be able to just kind of sweep it under the rug because of the lobbying power of these companies to push things through and kind of sweep them under the rugs. We've also got some kind of spy guy, actually. There's a national secrecy prosecution going on right now for a guy who basically has exposed like some illegal activity of the Australian government spying on East Timor, trying to negotiate better deals, and they're housing a lot of refugees off the coast of Australia. And this whistleblower's kind of come up and the government's gone, let's shut this up. No press is allowed. And we're going to keep this one pretty quiet.
Wow. Wild stuff, man. It's funny because the people I encounter in Australia, I mean, everybody in our community seems to be so, you know, Australia is like an extremely accepting community. And I felt like, you know, I've lived there for months at this point with all the records I've made over there and stuff. And I've never encountered racism in Australia. And in my mind, and we had the same conversation with Canada, how we always have these talks like, oh, Canada's nice. If Trump's elected, I'm going to move to Canada. Like, and there's this perception of we build up these perceptions of these places in our mind that this is paradise and everything's better there, but it's fucking not, you know? And it's like you and Josh coming on here being like, oh no, they're destroying this, all these people, there's all this, here's a bunch of genocide, here's this. And it's like, it is all the global scale of racial injustices like coming to light recently with all of this, with other countries sort of going up in arms and protesting as a reaction to what's happening in America, which was clearly long overdue in places like Australia. It's like alarming, and I'm still processing all of it. Like I'm doing this thing, and then last night I'm like reading about like Aboriginal atrocities and stuff in Australia, like at 1 a.m. and I'm like, this is fucked. Like I can't even take this in right now. You know?
Yeah, it's real bad.
What what has like, you know, and this is like a question I've asked to, you know, people from other countries and stuff, like what approaches in your history have ever enacted change? And I'm looking for like jumping off points for people, you know, for Americans and, you know, the people that are protesting here or the people that are trying to enact policy change here. What's like ever worked in Australia, you know, like, because this is an issue that clearly you know, there's these massive protests. People are fed up with it, but at some point in your history, the needle edge must have moved a little bit. Like what's actually happened, you know?
I have no idea what's worked on a national level. It generally kind of comes back to local communities and people that, you know, I guess to get a little bit religious, know thy neighbor or love thy neighbor. And And so you have these people that are sort of a little bit ignorant and fearful, particularly in at least in my experience, moving to Australia in the late 90s. I went to a rural community, and they didn't realize I was the brownest bloke there. So, you know, they just had limited exposure. Where you look at Melbourne Central Business District, it's very multicultural. And I mean, at least personally, in my experience, food has been a great avenue for getting to know your neighbor or your you know, people from different cultural backgrounds. And we see in metropolises like this that it is a great avenue to know other people. And I think at that grassroots level, that exposure, level of comfort, and literally being nurtured or sustained through the food of another person can break down barriers of cultural differences and help people understand and appreciate other folks.
Sure.
I saw a show recently, a Palestinian woman cooking in the States, and she thought, if I can get white folks to like this food, maybe they'll stop thinking that my brothers and sisters are terrorists.
Wow. That's
And I
crazy.
thought
I mean,
that
it's
was a
unfortunate
huge
because
thing.
it shouldn't be the job of a Middle Eastern woman or a black person in America to convince someone else that they're not a bad person, you know, and it's sad to see that, you know, their struggles reach that level of desperation where they have to bribe us into thinking that they're good people. And that,
Yeah. But I don't know. I think that sort of grassroots work is really what is pushing the changes slowly over time. I mean, over politicizing things, you know, it definitely helps to set policies and laws that are in place to protect folks. But if it's not happening with the people, then, you know, it's very tough to tell people do this. You get a bunch of racist people together and go, don't hate black people, don't hate Asian people. They're just not going to do it, you know. But these slow kind of burn things, you know, in my experience, really have done a lot.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Australia when I was there is communities in Australia almost purposely self-segregate themselves to build better communities. I mean, if you go out by Byron and Mullumbimby and stuff, it's like I wouldn't call them hippie communes, but I mean, people have like it's like communities have migrated to areas where they're like, we're gonna just do we're gonna try to like have our own community that you know, is more free and equal to people of all races and colors and genders. And I see, like, I'll call it like self-segregation, where people choose to do that. And there's a lot of that up and down the coast. And I think, you know, when I was there, I'm like, wow, this is really cool. This is like a positive thing. But then I'm like, it's also running away from
isolationist.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, you know, when I spent time there, I'm like, all of these people live in, after a while, I'm like, you know, these people live in a bubble and they're going to get a false narrative of what the rest of the world is like out there. And it's a form of complacency where I was like, this is a beautiful place, but I can never live here because I feel like I would lose perspective on what's going on in the rest of the world. Because then when you go out, you no longer have an understanding of how the real world really works, and you haven't done your part in whatsoever in any way to enact positive change and try to solve problems in the other world. So it's like, yeah, it's just something I've noticed in Australia, and it's
definitely it's
areas
kind of like that echo chamber or echo bubble that people talk about with social media now, where algorithms are filtering your exposure to things that you maybe don't like or don't respond well to or don't interact with, and manifesting that in your actual physical life probably isn't super ideal either.
Sure. I mean, the notion sounds nice until you realize the damage you're actually doing to
for better or worse. I mean, it sounds wonderful to go to a place where all your best friends are and that's all you deal with, but real life is dealing with difficult things, as the world is dealing with a few difficult things now. And if you live in a sheltered little bubble, you know, even down to developing an effective immune system, as we've seen with certain isolated cultures around the world.
Sure. I'm happy that most of the people, at least in my community, are breaking out of their bubbles right now and trying to do their parts. So, hey, we could talk all day because I love talking to you, but we don't have a ton of time. I'm moving people along fast, but it was nice to catch up and hear some perspective on Australia. Is there anything else that you'd want to add while you have this platform just to talk about what's going on?
Not too much that hasn't already been said. I'd like to thank all the people that are donating, tuning in, opening their minds. I think, I don't have the most to say, and I'm certainly not the most educated person on these sorts of human rights movements, I've kind of tossed around with it, like, what should I do? But I think at this point, literally anything that you can do is great at a local level. And if you don't know what to do, cough up a few bucks and give it to people that do know what they're doing and help support the cause.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what this is. I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. I'm just trying. So, but I definitely, I think I've determined that my skill set here is an organizer. So I will use my organizational skills to put together the right voices and the right people to generate money to go to the right people and support the Black Lives Matter movement. And you're a small part of that. Coming on here, donating something awesome, which I will pull up right now. This is Andy Marsh's old stage guitar, which is a very cool Ibanez RG. I'm not going to say all the letters because it's
no, I don't know
Ibanez
the letters.
robot language. But if you play Ibanez's and you're an RG fan, you probably know what this is.
Upgraded with 81.7 pickups.
Yep, EMG pickups are a bonus. It's a player's guitar. It's really workhorse instrument. I know you guys have used Ibanez's for years. Fitz used them for years. These guitars hold up. You can take it around the world, throw it around. It works through airports. If you're in a band and you play our deathcore bullshit, this is a good axe for that. So, Andy, thank you so much.
$10. Get the guitar.
$10. Say you want this guitar, and if we randomly pick you and you win this, I guess I'll send it to you because it's at my studio now. So that's my job. So, but thank you for parting this with this one. This is a very cool giveaway, and always appreciate you and our conversations. And we'll talk soon, man.
Likewise.
Cool.
Goodbye, everyone.
Andy Marsh signing off. Okay, we're coming down to our last guest. We've had a nice day. A lot of conversations. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be back with Brian from Knocked Loose. Okay, we're back. Brian Garris coming in hot. What's up, dude?
What's up? How are you?
I'm okay. Having a bit of a day. We're almost done here. You're actually my last guest and the last guest of the event. So thank you for being a part of this.
Yeah,
if you don't
thank
know,
you so much for having me.
If you don't know who Brian is, he sings for Knock Loose, which might be I'd say it's probably the biggest hardcore band in the world right now from the newer generation of bands. And I know you have a lot going on with your own charitable work with Knock Loose and are busy, and Kentucky is obviously such a hotbed for what's going on right now. So thank you for taking a few minutes to come on here and talk with me.
Yeah, of course. Happy to be here.
So what I've seen Knock Loose doing a lot online right now. Do you want to catch me up and everybody else of like what's going on? Because I know there's like some new shirts and some charitable things that you have in the works. So why don't you let everybody know what the band's up to?
Yeah, so we're signed to Pure Noise Records, and if you don't follow them, they've done a couple things when it comes to like auctioning test presses or various merch items, and some of our things have been included in that. But for us specifically, we were a part of a t-shirt with a band called Dying Wish from Portland, Oregon. The shirt helped raise money for Portland bail funds and Louisville bail funds. And then just the other day, we released our own shirt. Well, not our own shirt, but we were approached to do a shirt with. Grew the idea into this idea between a bunch of different bands. And we probably could have reached out to more, but we just wanted to get it out so soon that we were just like hitting up friends and being like, do you want to be a part of this t-shirt? So that way we could get all these different bands posting about the same thing at the same time. So like just focusing more on one specific thing rather than everybody doing their own thing. And it was like us and Counterparts and Jesus Piece and Kubla Khan. It ended up being like 11 bands total on one t-shirt. So the focus is definitely not Knocked Loose. It's just everybody kind of coming together to focus on one thing.
I thought that was cool. I saw that shirt, and it's funny. We were like talking about doing a shirt with the charity event, and then I caught wind that you guys were, that was getting organized, and I was like, you know what? Let's get out of the fucking way because we're sharing a lot of bands and stuff, and I was like, it would be annoying. It would be. There's no reason to like have two competitive items with a lot of the same artists. So we almost did a shirt until I saw that, and I was like, that's done. So let's keep a lane open. For that one, but I heard it's doing really good, which is awesome, and it was cool to see a whole bunch of bands from our world organizing that and getting it up there. I honestly like you guys and even like Pure Noise, like definitely a shout out to Pure Noise. They've been really active right now, and we talked with a few owners of labels, but I would give some credit to Jake today because he's come through with a lot of donation stuff, and he's supporting all of these bands doing stuff. He was very supportive in helping to organize this too. So Pure Noise is definitely doing its part. And in a climate where a lot of labels are kind of silent right now, and which is pissing off a lot of people, it's nice to see, the people that we work with on a regular basis stay active and involved in helping to further the Black Lives Matter movement. So good on you. Glad to see that the band's doing what it's supposed to be doing right now. This is awesome. I'd love to talk to you a little bit about Kentucky because, I mean, obviously you're right outside of, it's like you're pretty close to Louisville. Everything that's happened there with Breonna Taylor and like the reaction to that and the reaction to how it's escalated with the George Floyd killings and the protests that are going on there. Like, have you guys been out to any of the protests? Like, I'm curious what the climate's like there because, I mean, this is like ground zero for where some of these issues took place,
Yeah. We've been to several of the protests in Louisville, and which for me personally was my first time ever going to a protest. But this, like, Breonna Taylor happened in early March, and it was like, I feel like kept quiet for a long time, or just not really like focused on for a really long time. And I didn't really see any like news stories about it until like early May, like right before George Floyd. So I feel like once things started to gain traction online and news started covering it, that people were already here in Louisville, like fed up, so to speak, and like they were demanding justice and they were meeting. And when we got to meet with them, it was a huge eye-opening experience. And like, it has had its days where it's been more hectic than others. But for the most part, they're huge, peaceful gatherings, that I'm grateful that I was like in a position where I could be a part of them.
Yeah. So it's funny, like, to be able to be peaceful in a community that's experienced the injustices like it has, and then to see other places around the world have protests escalate and stuff. It makes me question like why this can go off without a hitch and other places, and other places turn violent. Is the police presence in Kentucky, has that changed? Because I know there's been, there's been policy changes put forward since Breonna Taylor was killed, and I don't think the police have been held accountable for it. But I'm wondering if any approaches to dealing with the Black community, or if any approaches to dealing with the protesting has actually like shifted since these moments, because there are, for example, there are radical changes being presented, in Minneapolis right now. And I'm actually just not up to speed maybe as much about what's going on there right now.
Yeah. So none of the police officers regarding Breonna Taylor's case have been held accountable whatsoever. One thing that has happened is they passed Breonna's law, which now no longer. Yeah. So anybody that hasn't seen that, they now no longer allow no knock warrants, which was what happened the night that Breonna Taylor was killed. They entered her home on a no knock warrant, and which is an insane thing to say out loud. But they have passed to where that is no longer an option.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's hypocritical that they can outlaw the action, but not hold the people who committed the action that is outlawed accountable for it. And I'm surprised it's going as calmly as it is in Kentucky, but I'm thankful it's peaceful or nonviolent.
It's definitely had its like wilder moments, but like I said, for the most part, it's very peaceful, and it was an opportunity for me to be there, but mainly to listen and to just absorb what the community is trying to say. Like, it's not, and I was grateful to have been able to be there.
Yeah. A lot of what we've talked about on this event, is kind of centered around communication and listening. And, I mean, there's so much to absorb over the last 2 days, but I mean, that's been a big takeaway from a lot of the speakers and a lot of, the Black artists and guests that have been here, was like, we need to start listening more, and we need to work on the ways we communicate. And I think going out and being on the ground and, being silent for a minute and taking in what's there is probably going to do a lot of positive stuff for a lot of people like me and you right now. So I'm happy to see that you guys are, that you're out there and doing that. For better or worse, I do think you're a important voice in this community, and I'm sure it puts some pressure on you to, be aware of everything that's happening, because, being the center of attention in a world of music, it comes with those types of pressures and responsibilities. And I'm happy that you're the type of guy who is staying involved and doing your part to listen and be aware right now. So, thank you for doing that. And a lot of the kids that look up to you, we'll be able to we'll be able to have conversations with you now and communicate and hopefully further this conversation. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about coming up in the Midwest too, because I didn't have too many people from the Midwest on throughout this. There's a lot of guys in cities and other countries and stuff, but I mean, Louisville, you know, is I call it deep in the Midwest. So there's definitely, you know, Oldham County and the area where you guys are from is definitely, you know, it's definitely had a rocky past. So like being a kid growing up there, like your experiences with racism, is there anything you want to share about, you know, what you've learned from that, what you've discovered in that culture of the Midwest, you know, now that you're out and have seen the whole world 10 times over? I'm sure you can sort of reflect on your upbringings there.
Yeah. Well, like, first of all, I can only speak on my experience as like a white dude. I can't speak for anybody else. So I personally didn't experience it, but I feel like, I mean, a lot of people argue whether or not Kentucky is the South or the Midwest. So a lot of people thinking it's the South have like a certain like stereotype around it, and a lot of people that have never been to Kentucky have a lot of like a different view about it. And I think that like growing up, I was definitely aware that it existed, but at the same time, like Louisville is a very progressive city, and it's the largest city in Kentucky, and I would say that it's a lot more progressive state. But like I said, I can only speak from my personal experience.
I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that Louisville is coming along, but at the same time, this stuff just happened there, you know, and I think it gives you the perspective of like, you know, we had talked about this earlier too, but just because, you know, a place seems like it's a progressive place in this like peaceful, nice area and people are forward thinking doesn't mean that these kind of racial inequalities and this police brutality doesn't exist, you know, and I think it's been very eye-opening for a lot of people to be surprised to hear that some of these places in the world, like, oh no, it's there, it's very embedded, and you know, the places that should be further along in the movement for change are in fact not at all, you know, and it's a problem that's now surfacing and being, you know, it's right in everybody's face now, and I just hope that everybody can take a minute to learn about why that is and understand why these places that we had blindly held in our minds as progressive, you know, cities and towns are actually in fact maybe not, you know.
That's why I think that like listening is so important during this time period, because like I said, I can only speak from my situation of being like a white person, and like I think that for a lot of people that have never had to face those kind of injustices or the prejudice that people of color have to face, there's a lot that they could learn from it, and they'll never feel that, and they'll never be able to feel that. But I just think that listening is so important, because it seems like to me when I hear people on the other side of the argument that they just don't want to listen. It seems very simple to people like you and me, but these people want to like fight the smallest points while ignoring the bigger picture.
Sure. I mean, this polarizing climate that we have right now misses the big picture all the time, you know, and literally the Black Lives versus All Lives Matter, you know, the division in this country is a case of missing the bigger picture, you know, and of like, you know, we had a conversation earlier with Carl, who, you know, not to put him on blast, but you know, he was honest with himself and came on here and said, like, I didn't get I had the wrong argument in my head. And I was like, oh no, it's not Black Lives, it's All Lives Matter. And realized that the semantics, he wanted to agree with the sentiment of the Black Lives Matter movement, but he was arguing on some semantic kind of bullshit for a while. And then it took him a second, but his perspective changed like drastically. And now he's fully on it, but it's like, it takes learning, listening, understanding, communicating correctly, you know, working, you know, doing this kind of work to like, get yourself to this point. So it's good that your head's in the right place. I do look at you as sort of a voice for the next generation of, bands in extreme music and underground. And it makes me feel good to know that you're doing what I wished you were going to be doing right now. So I don't have a ton of time, but I do think I keep saying it, but I know a lot of kids look up to you, and I know that the messages from your band and you guys as people carry some weight. So is there anything else that you want to talk about on here while you have this platform? Maybe a message to kids who are fans of your band, or kids that are coming up.
I just wouldn't be afraid to have these conversations, and I think that we're at a point now where we no longer have the luxury to not pay attention. I think that you need to pick a side, and there are going to be people that disagree with you. And if anybody has kept up with our social medias, the comment sections on the charity based merchandise that we've been doing is a war zone. And don't be afraid of that, because I'm glad that those people expose themselves, because those aren't the people that I want supporting my band. And at the same time, I would feel irresponsible not taking advantage of the platform that I have. By no means want to be some kind of I don't want the credit or anything, I'm being some kind of hero, but I just know that a lot of people see the Knocked Loose Twitter more than they see my personal Twitter. So I'm going to use that. And I don't think that people should be afraid to make those decisions in the future.
I agree with you, man. I mean, we've said it before. It's do what you can with what you have, find your lane, the way you can create the most amount of impact for positive change right now, whatever that is, even if that's just shutting up and learning so you can have a smarter conversation. Or if you're in a band and you have a following, using that platform to spread awareness, if you're educated enough and have the right messages, or donating money, or being on the ground and protesting. It's a combination of all these small pieces of a fight that everybody has to join now if we want to enact real positive change. And I can see that you guys are doing your part in every possible way you can. So I thank you guys so much. I appreciate you and respect you as a dude. And thank you for coming on this thing and talking.
Yeah.
And
thank you. I appreciate it, man.
I know it's hard times for, people like us and white kids in bands to have to have these conversations, and especially publicly with how polarizing shit is and people can be. But, there's no more time to just sit around and be afraid to face shit, and to kind of own up to our responsibilities and support our friends and our family and our loved ones in the Black community, and forward this Black Lives Matter movement any way we possibly can. So thank you, Brian. I love you, man. Let's take a look at this giveaway really quick before I let you go. We got a signed copy of the Blue Book. How many of these are there?
I think there's only 300, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, this thing was cool. This is a collection of photos that you guys put together, right?
Yeah. So I've been shooting film since I started touring. I actually have, in the book, there's the picture of us in front of the van leaving for our first tour ever.
That's awesome.
With Greyhaven, where we all shared one van. And then also we spent an entire year touring with a photographer named Tim Kayam, who focuses more on digital photography. So I was always worried that I didn't have enough content for a zine. And then after touring with him, I realized that we could just put it both together. So it kind of documents the history and writing and recording A Different Shade of Blue, because he was actually with us at the studio with you.
Sure. Yeah. That's awesome. I think it's a cool piece of your history. Thank you for coming through with something awesome, with something cool. And yeah, man, I appreciate you. Keep doing what you guys are doing. I love to see Knocked Loose staying active, representing our community the right way. And yeah, we'll talk soon, man.
Absolutely. See you, bro.
Brian Garris, Knocked Loose. Thank you, man. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I can't talk anymore. I'm about to lose my voice. Thank you to the 50-something guests that came onto this. Again, all the viewers that kind of tuned in, commented, shared this on social media, everybody who donated, whatever they possibly could for this. Again, I really appreciate it. I think we're all trying to do our part, trying to unite and further this Black Lives Matter movement in any way we possibly can. And it was really nice to see a lot of fans, a lot of bands, a lot of artists, managers, labels, all take part in this and all stay active in their own ways. So, to everyone who's doing their part right now, I thank you. And I'm sure, the Black community would thank you also. We're going to, just a little bit of info. We're going to keep the SoundRink.live donation up through Tuesday. So like Wednesday, I guess at midnight, we'll turn it off and we'll start selecting winners. We'll notify you by email. And that's where you can, we'll link up there. I'll get addresses and we'll have all the artists ship you your prizes and stuff like that. So please donate now. This is going to be live. If it's not already, by tomorrow, we'll have full videos up from the 2 days and you'll be able to watch them, share them, and we'll keep this donation thing rolling. This was a lot to take in and a lot to do, and I hope anyone who watched this learned from this. And thank you again for tuning in. Thank you to SoundRink. Thank you to my Graphic Nature dudes, Gio and Steve, for helping organize this. All my friends and, the people who reached out to give me advice and help make this the best event it could possible. And, you do what you can with what you have. And I hope with this, we're able to raise a ton of money. So that's it. Enough for me. I'm done talking. I'm going to go to fucking bed. Peace out. Black Lives Matter.